I left off, it ain't over. Whole squad on the gravel, all I know, I'm a soldier, stand up, add attention, shake it off, tell us swift, forget the trail, back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy, medics panicking, woke up from the stretcher in the reds, removing the bandages, hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages, power level breaking screens, they like, way, look at them scampering, rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again, made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins, kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing, they ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness, I'ma finish it, 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 still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it. Little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max, talking feces cause they full of that, ain't really G's, they GNATs, they really just next, scratch them off, power balls, look at them spinning, they really spin offs, getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe wanna tear my head off, I could really use the Tylenol, candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all, suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy, you make me look good, I should be hiring y'all, I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again, made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins, kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing, they ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness, I'ma finish it, 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 still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got a power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, a tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to Sun. Oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock. I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pose. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for.
We back for another one. Another one. Here we go. How I like that. We back for another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it, nothing but to do it. Here we go. Let's go. They know we done been there before. They know I done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. I think we gon' do it. I'm ready to go for the win. Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. You know what we doing. Do it again. Another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. I like that. Do it again. Do it again. Tell them I'm good for another one.
No!
Tell them let's do it again. Who you know got the power to turn on the switch anytime that they want. We do. Who you know got the energy? I bet I can take it that you know who don't. I'm on the move and better believe I stick to the plan. I got the city behind me, yeah, 'cause they know I'm the man. Hold up. They know we done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. Oh, I like that. I'm ready to go for the win. Who ready? Tell them let's do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again. Tell them I'm good for another one. Tell them let's do it again. Who you know got the power to turn on the switch anytime that they want. We do. Who you know got the energy? I bet I can take it that you know who don't. I'm on the move and better believe I stick to the plan. I got the city behind me, yeah, they know I'm the man. They know we done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. Oh, I like that. I'm ready to go for the win. Who ready? Tell them let's do it again.
Hey, let's go, baby.
Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Do it again. Another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that.
chain back.
No Nezzle this time, baby.
I got my chain back.
Major 2 is here. 10 teams have made it to Birmingham. Only one team will take home the Major 2 trophy.
The pressure is on. Pred and Exit are firing.
Crimp, how does he get perfect game of search and destroy?
Miami get another one on the board, and Falcons can't breathe off the respawn.
Yeah, 23, 24, 25, and 26 for Traits, 9 in a row.
2v1. Lurks is going for it. Lurks! Oh my good God!
Neptune is final. Take it over in a massive moment.
He's able to hold it!
Joe deceives! A quad feed for the young man.
He's got the read, and he's able to do it easy. Ice is up with a clutch.
He's in. He's pushed him off the... Oh! What's an unbelievable play!
For the first time, we had 12 matches of round-robin play where everyone played everyone, and we thought we would get out of the online qualifier stage with a pretty clear-cut decision of who was at the top, who was at the bottom, who needs to make changes, and wouldn't you know it, we exited with very few answers at all. 10 teams are here, 8 will survive after this first block of matches, Jay, and I'll tell you what, my man, I don't know what's going to happen this weekend, but I'm expecting some drama.
Yeah, I didn't know what was going to happen the last couple of weekends in the CDO. All throughout the qualifying matches, you're expecting the top teams to be dominant. That wasn't the case. The lower teams to just roll over and die. That wasn't the case. It's been upset galore for the last couple of weeks. That's why we only have 10 teams here. A bunch of squads who deserve to be here because they fought through the gauntlet.
Absolutely the case, and we're going to see this play-in matchup teams that would like to find some land magic after just barely squeaking through multiple team tiebreaker situations to even get here in the first place. Other squads, though, that we would have assumed would be near the top of the grouping, so to speak, after what we saw at Major 1, are also needing to kind of reprove themselves a touch. So these opening slate of games on our first day here in Birmingham could not be more important, and we're going to be kicking things off again with those first 2 play-in matches, one on the main broadcast, one here on the B stream. We've got Vancouver-Toronto. Doesn't have the same weight or drama that it did last year, so I'll save you the Canadian accent because it doesn't feel appropriate yet. But these 2 teams have recently played, and it does feel like there is a solid setup here to determine where the advantages, disadvantages would be, and who needs to show up on the day.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter what podcast you're watching or the early death segments for the stream. You hear everything about Toronto, it's like, don't play these guys on dead. It's as simple as that. Vancouver, though, on the opposite side, ever since they brought in Capsule, it's been a completely different form of this roster. They've been a little bit more consistent in their respawns, a lot better in their search and destroys, and you're going to need Capsule's impact to be felt, especially versus this Koi lineup with Gibbs on the other side.
Agreed. And I think for Vancouver, it's interesting because it still feels like they're figuring things out.
100%.
But they've shown moments where it's just like, okay, we can see where the potential's starting to brew, specifically off of the more recent additions that Vancouver put together, but maybe there's been a little bit of question in terms of role identity. How do those things mix and match together? But we'll talk more about that as we get into our series. First and foremost, though, let's remind you of what the bracket actually looks like for the 10 teams that we have. Again, it really is an 8-team double elimination bracket. So these play-in matches are a one-and-doner. And that's scary for teams like Toronto, teams like Paris, that at the beginning of the year and into Major 1, we were building a lot of faith about. Obviously, Toronto has made a lot of identity changes in their own right, not just with the addition of Kips, but also seeing what Kleenex is going to do in terms of role. And then on the bottom side, Carolina is also coming off of a pretty successful final 2 weeks of qualifiers, going up against a very vulnerable Paris team. So these play-in matches are not as predictable as maybe people would assume.
Oh, yeah. You definitely are not going to expect some of the results at the end of these first couple of matches because Carolina can 100% catch Paris slipping with the way that they've been looking in recent form in their hard point. And the same thing could be said for this series here because if you're playing Toronto and you most likely just want to get rid of every den, but the backbone for Vancouver now has been their search and destroy. They have improved drastically ever since Capsule has entered the building. You can see with the chemistry on that old, Challengers roster on the bus between Tim and TJ Halley, how well they work in sync. So I think they could be able to fight with this squad in the respawns, but the search and destroy needs to be guaranteed on the side of Surge.
I agree, and I think it is one of those situations, and we've seen this for Vancouver. Their series wins throughout Stage 2 have come by way of winning in Map 5 situations, especially their most recent one. But it's interesting because this is a Vancouver team that again, is still fighting to find their identity. You're starting to see Gwyn kind of lock down on the hard point a little bit more. He's finding more objective presence and objective kills as top of the time that he gets. And you're starting to see the duality between TJ and Caps stretching and opening up the map. The problem is they're still struggling on rotation. And if the map gets messy, gets mixy, that's where they can steal away hard points. That feels like a key for them, especially considering this Toronto team plays with a lot more structure. They play for rotation and hold win percentage. So that kind of feels like, again, give or take, unmovable object versus the unstoppable force.
Yeah, and I feel like the way that Vancouver are going to bail themselves out of those situations is by looking for a veteran presence. And without question, I'm looking at Mr. TJ Halley, who ever since he's entered the building, he has caused so many issues for other teams rocking this Vancouver Surge jersey. So he just needs to be more consistent. The veteran presence on this lineup, they are looking at him to really guide this team, especially in the respawns versus a very experienced core lineup, because like you said, if they just win a couple rotations on hardpoint, they'll be great, because when they're put on the back foot, when they're forced to trying to find breaks, they're the worst team in the league at doing it. So you have to be early on to some of the money hills.
Yeah, I like that call a lot, and that's going to be, again, I think just the staple, the identity of what this lineup is built on right now for Vancouver is make things messy. Try to rely on some of the individual moments, and I know there's been a lot of scrutiny about Gwyn, and is he just too kill hungry? Is he just too a little bit individually finessey and not necessarily opening up space for the team? But I'll tell you what, if you're in a situation back 30 seconds of a hard point and Gwyn's still alive in a 1v2, I don't know if you would want any other guy to be in that situation besides him because of his ability to finesse and just individually take charge in those 1v2.
Yeah, you're definitely going to need that guy to be at the top form of his game today, man, because when Gwyn is on point, you see how easy it is for his SMGs to just create the lanes, find openings, because he's slaying them to bits. And then also when Search and Destroy, his impact with the sniper has been felt ever since Capsule was in the building, because he has SMGs who are aggressive as hell right in front of him to create those openings for him. So Gwyn needs to be a lot more consistent for this team. Another veteran presence, obviously run Rookie of the Year a couple years ago, but you need to show why you still deserve to be in the league, because there's been a lot of talk about this guy potentially getting knocked down.
Speaking of rookies and Rookie of the Year consideration, we were going back and forth a lot about Toronto and Kips.
Yeah.
Great stage since coming in and playing with this Toronto lineup. It's changed the identity of what this four-man roster has built. But for me, it is, okay, can he do it on LAN in the CDL? We did see again at Major 1 when he was playing with Huntsman in the
top
open.
Four.
He was playing really solid, top 4 like you mentioned in the finishing placement, but was definitely spotlighted in his individual sense. He's brought a spark to this Toronto team. Now, I would say that spark has not necessarily turned into fire yet, but you can see again what the idea is for this Toronto team, why you bring in someone like Kips, what that allows someone like Kleenex to do. And for me, I think the story for Toronto isn't necessarily all relying on the Joe Deceives MVP story, but more so, can Kips bring this team to a top 4 or beyond on LAN?
And I feel like he has been doing that all throughout this qualifying matches the last couple of weeks, because this guy is keeping up pace with Joe Deceives. Doesn't matter what weapon he's using, and he's also their best player in Search and Destroy. So if you were looking for a perfect pickup, you found it with Kips. You just need to be a little bit more consistent as a team in Search and Destroy, because you have the players to step to toe-to-toe with anyone in the respawns. But the only thing holding this team from fully being who they want to be is the S&Ds. You got Joe Deceives, you got Kleenex, you got Insight, who is one of the most clutch players in CDL history in Search and Destroy. You just got to put it together this weekend.
Well, that's the big frame-up of this individual head-to-head. But again, here in the Bravo stream, it's action all day long as we have both play-ins games going on, and then beyond that, we will also be featuring some of the opening winners round 1 games, and then of course the elimination matches at the end of the day. So we've got Vancouver, Toronto. Miami will be playing up against the winner of Carolina and Paris. That's going to be an interesting series to start in the first place, but also if that ends up, and I think a lot of people would predict, Paris versus Miami, whoa, they're both looking really good right now. And then of course they're going to get G2 Riyadh, which honestly, don't sleep on that matchup, man. That's got some drama built into it.
Yeah, that's a team, like, even though they're repping different colors, they basically have a lot of similarities in their gameplay. Just one team is really good at Search and Destroy, the other team is really good at the respawns, but you can both catch these guys lacking on the day. It's either you're getting 3-0'd or you're winning in a 3-0 fashion for G2 or the Falcons. So whenever we get to that matchup, it's going to be nonstop action and most likely a Game 5.
And then how about that final elimination matchup? Either FaZe or Thieves would be playing up against likely Heretics or probably some combination of Heretics and Paris.
That's a battle for top
8, dog. Top 8. I mean,
I'll
tell you, lower bracket matches this year, or this particular major, are not boring. Just based on how the format of this all works. But again, let's just take a look at the matchup that we have in front of us here. Toronto, Vancouver. this is one that, again, last year was such a fun battle between these two
yeah.
teams. This year just doesn't feel like it has the same weight and character, largely because of the full wipe that Vancouver were put into. But for Toronto, they need to really put themselves together right here, right now to build that, okay, championship ambition that has missed them so often in a lot of those guys' careers.
Yeah, and I feel like right now they're putting themselves in position to slowly but surely find that. They just need more time underneath their belt.
Yeah.
You're bringing in a rookie in Kipps who obviously has done tremendous amount of success for your team overall as of right now, but you got to hit to that championship level. And when you look at what these guys did all throughout Major 2 qualifiers, you go 5 and 6, 8th overall. But remember, in the first couple of matches, they still had Real in the mix. Hardpoint has been up in the air. A lot of that victory in that sense is going to be a majority on Den. Search and Destroy is where they really need to figure it out. And Overload, they have 5 out of their 6 wins on one map. So.
Yeah.
It's been a struggle for Koi, but at least you got a lot of positive records there.
Yeah, and I don't know, like, where's your headspace at, candidly, about a team that has really just relied on Den across all 3 modes? Is that how you build an identity first and then you expand pool, or do you feel like maybe the recipe isn't built to last because you only have success on one map now 5 weeks, 4 weeks later since you've been able to kind of put yourself into this ballpark of having this 4?
Well, I think when you first make a roster change, you quickly want to figure out what we're really good at and what's the things that we need to work on. So early on with the roster change, you were squaring up on Den versus some of the best Den hardpoint teams in the game,
Yep.
like G2 and Paris. You hand them both their first losses there. So with the new lineup, you're thinking, all right, it's been working. There's no, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We got to continuously try to play Den. But that's the thing about it, is that when you're only focused on having so much success on one map, you're lackluster on the other. Hopefully the practice has been working out, because Den is good, but everything else is mid.
Well, and that's the other thing about it is, like, when you look at Toronto and how do you get past some of the top teams, all the top teams are great at Den for the most part anyway, so that's tough ask, I think,
and they also
overall.
have a small map, too.
Good point. I love that. Let's look on the other side for Vancouver, though, where their strengths may lie. I think just generally finding a way to evaluate this Vancouver Surge team, and we kind of already touched on it a little bit, it's trying to make things messy.
Yes.
Try to get scrappy, try to find a way your opponent cannot just freely rotate, get yourself set up. So for Vancouver, coming with a more challengers-focused roster, we can say that with full certainty over the last 2 years, considering that obviously the first 3 names are coming recently out of the challenger space. You need to find a way to get everyone on the same page. Who's going to general this team? And how are you going to turn what you have on paper into something that can start to produce success? Because, as mentioned, it really is just they make the most out of messy situations. That's where they steal away maps.
And you see it right there on your screen. League low, 4 and 16 in map 1s, 1 and 10 overall throughout this stage. In Overload. Overload, you're basically looking at it if you're Vancouver, like we're already down 0-1 in the series. So this is where you consistently need to turn it around. And I think when I went back and looked at the numbers for Surge, they have 5 or 6 series wins on the year, and the majority of those wins come off of a map 1 win.
Yeah,
and
true.
That's exactly what happened in their final matchup of the qualifiers versus the Falcons. You come out swinging in the opening hard point. You got the confidence going into the Search and Destroy, knowing that your Overload is out of the window.
Yeah.
But they need to have early success for this team to have a hot start.
I like that call, and I think that's the issue with this series is you're starting off the map 1 on 10 hardpoint. So really what you're evaluating, and I think I would agree with this, and just to put it out there in elementary terms, either you come out and start 2-0 up for Vancouver, you win in 5, or you have to steal away the 3rd of exposure and get to 5 and win. Like, it feels like they have to win both Search and Destroys.
I think without question, you need to guarantee at least one of the first 2 maps, because you're going to go into that Overload automatically at L. When you get to the map 4, Scar Hardpoint is actually their most
good for you,
played Hardpoint, sitting at 3 and 3 overall. So every single one of those times that they play Scar, it's always within 15, 20 points. So you just need to manage to somehow get to that map. If you don't go up 2-0, at 1-1, because you know in that Overload struggle, it might be a little bit different on land, but
could be.
I don't know. You just got to go with what we know, and they suck at that mode.
It's not good. I mean, 1 in 10.
Yeah, it's bad.
That number says more than I think words may. So let's just kind of go back through and just focus on this Toronto roster, because as we've already mentioned, Kip's being added into the role of kind of the flex, the Swiss Army knife, has allowed Kleenex to pick up that SMG more often. And that's just one of those, like, duh. Like, yeah. Like, what? Yeah, that feels better. That sounds all about right. I don't know, man. I hate to kind of point to it. We've had this narrative for the last year and change now. This feels like an event that Insight needs to show us that he can do it. It's just, I hear myself say those words, Jay, and I kind of cringe, because we've all said those same words for the last about 12 months, and we really haven't, outside of flashes, seen the insight that was really potent, I would say, during like Cold War, Vanguard, stuff like that.
And I feel like Insight has had a lot of like moments throughout his entire career where it's like, oh, Insight potentially should be dropped. The guy's not playing the best. But all he needs is one moment, one opportunity, and sitting here at Major 2, obviously you make it through the bracket, you're in the play-in, so you can get early repetitions versus a squad like Vancouver to gain your confidence going forward. But Insight, every time he is on the borderline, the guy somehow, some way is able to bail himself out of it. So I'm expecting a big series out of Insight here. Yeah. Especially with Den and Scar.
I was about to say, especially with Den and Scar, 2 hard points that you could just iron up and reap the reward of it. So here's a look. We kind of already alluded towards what the series is. We haven't really specifically mentioned the map to Raid, Search, and Destroy, which, again, for Vancouver, that feels like it's going to have to be the must-win situation for them in the overarching narrative of how do they win this series. Haven't played it a ton this stage, but have found success largely by way of getting first bloods and holding their numbers. That's where they find the most amount of success. Whereas for Toronto, they're really good at trading back first bloods and then winning in 3v3 moments. So that does feel like a map that, as we start to talk a little bit more about it, it is Vancouver, get a first blood, hopefully by way of something like a Gwyn snipe, and then hold that 4v3, dissect the map from there, get your post plant, get ready to go.
But those some of those situations that even Vancouver, when they find the first blood, they throw them away. And we saw that on full display when they play Raid S&D versus Optic. Yep. There were so many rounds where Shotzi and Hoog was just breaking them down. Didn't matter if Vancouver had the early man-up advantage. So that's just something that you have to put in the back of your minds, because the last time we saw them on a Search and Destroy, Capsule was able to strike for 5 first bloods.
Huge.
That impact of what he's able to do on the map alongside TJ with Gwyn Sniper, that's what leads to success. And I know that Koi, on the other hand, have been struggling in Search and Destroy, and the majority of that is on the defensive side. These guys don't spread map. They don't look for early information. They're trying to 4v4 everything. On defense, you need to gather early information so you can set up those retakes or set up those play calls after that, because when you give up one side of the map with 40 seconds left, you got to be very quick on your decision making.
Especially on Raid. On Raid. So, again, for Toronto, we hate to kind of beat a dead horse here, but if it's not Den, there are question marks. The good news is, if it is Den, it's great news. I think in particular, you talk about just what they've been able to do in rotation percentage, and then their efficiency when they hold is near top of the league overall. It's getting better. That's the better part about this overall conversation, especially considering that little gray footnote there. 5-0 combined on Colossus and Scar. That's great news. Again, talking about building out that map pool now that Kips has really gotten his feet on the ground with this Toronto Koi team. And on top of that, hey, they're finding good average participation on breaks as well. Like, they're usually coming away 40-20 exchanges at worst. So that's great news in terms of Toronto, again, building that momentum in Hardpoint no matter what the map is.
Yeah, and that's because of the addition of Kips. He's a tremendously fast player, can switch between the SMG or the AR, and then also allowing Kleenex to be fast as hell with the Dravic 15. So these guys are just so fast on the map. I'm definitely looking for Kleenex to be a lot more consistent, because I loved when they made the roster change for Kleenex to get back into his original role, one of the top, SMGs throughout CDL history. Yeah. But he really hasn't been that guy that I was expecting him to be. It might be a little bit different here on land, but Kleenex, we need to be more consistent.
We've seen that conversation echo across a number of notable SMGs, though. Same conversation's been happening with Hydra over really the last 2 weeks.
So figured it out, though, this last couple of matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're starting to see the same thing for this Toronto team. But here we go. We've got our one of 2 play-in matches ready to go. Toronto taking on Vancouver. We saw this match head-to-head a couple of weeks ago, and it was pretty competitive, I would say. Went 4. A couple of maps that Toronto really took control and took advantage of their natural advantages, but we'll see if Vancouver will show up a little bit different on land. We got the Toronto Koi taking on the Vancouver Surge. One team will make it to the bracket, the other will take a quick flight home. Let's get it on.
This is a really good map to start for both teams. Obviously, you heard about it, Koi, Den, that is the bread and butter, but Surge, ever since the addition of Capsule, they dominated Cloud9, they dominated Paris on this map. It's all been on the back on the rotations and the holes, but early into this P1, Koi are dominating them in map control, and Kleenex off to a flawless start.
Yeah, and this is just a perfect dissection of let's just play the 50-50 battle over the top. Once we get a favorable kill feed, then we'll start to make moves on the rotation, and Kips is already up to a 4-0 start. Kleenex is 5-0, and that just means Vancouver is not shooting hot right now. Only 2 kills for the Surge as we rotate over to P2.
Now everyone from the Surge trying to commit through the front door, because Toronto have flipped these spawns on its head. Kips on 5 in a row, make it kill number 6.
What are we talking about?
Finds 2, finds 3, and I'm pretty sure he has himself a Hellstorm to work with. So Koi win the rotation over towards P2, hard block the back, and now Vancouver have to break for the front.
He actually doesn't have the Hellstorm. A lot of those kills coming off the flank means no objective score, nor any objective kills. Kleenex bumping the front, but the hit is all developing over through Couch's side. Inside off spawn, able to find one, but the hard point hold has been broken. This is what we're talking about. This is where Vancouver are most successful. Finding mixy moments, getting in off the break, and then finding efficiency behind that. 33 seconds to fight. And Toronto now trying to reframe through Couch.
Yeah, Surge are just banking on a tight setup. Stuns and nades are going to connect because there's no trophy system this early into the game, but you're just looking for the wave of kills to go your way if you're Surge, and Lunars and Gwyn at least come out on top for now. So 20 seconds remaining, spawns have flipped, Surge had the back secured, and this final 15 is going to be there. So even what looked like a great dominant start there from Koi, Surge is still in it.
That's a great response from Vancouver.
Oh, yeah.
And if we see more of that, this map, again, can try to fight up against the narratives that we've been building. Toronto like to play the more structured, controlled game. Vancouver, much more mixy, much more successful on just developing on odd man number situations. Gwyn up mid-map, trying to set up some sort of an opportunity for Surge to pinch from the front, but it's all being read nicely. And once again, kind of the same story. Toronto in a solid hold, but it's fallen apart a little bit through the first 15.
Yeah, now you're trapped. You have to try to make a play. And that's exactly what Kips is going to do. Be the aggressor over towards Dojo. Now we turn it into a 2v2, and we flip the spawns. Koi have an opportunity to try to hold this one down. You just need to trade Capsule quickly. He's able to give you 2. Now the reinforcements are here for Surge. They're making this one scrappy.
Joe able to find 1 impressively in the inside of 10, but nothing more behind that. 25 seconds to fight. Big win there from TJ. Shuts down the opportunity for Toronto to flood back in and contest time. No routes being hit yet. Everything's about to clean up, and TJ's got everything. Now you should be able to push this back out. Move the spawns around, and TJ's on 4 in a row. Vancouver have successfully won Dojo, and we're fighting for the foot race to go over to 4.
And now you just got to locate where Kleenex is, because he's just trying to value his life on the backside of pillars, but he does take down a couple shots. You're going to isolate for that kill. TJ does get shut down on 5 in a row, and now Koi are banking on everybody else to hold from the front side. You have a couple players from Surge spawning towards front, but Lunar's trying to impact the backside.
Yeah, Kip's going to watch the entryway in through the front. Insight already getting you the first. Lunars is waiting for his time to collapse on the backside of the play through pillars, but his teammates are finding no eliminations from the front. So now he's forced to make a play, and he will drop. So Vancouver have no setup from the back. That's all going to be a hit from the front. Kips will drop, maybe a chance to flood if you can get through the window, and Kleenex shuts that down. Back over through mid, though. Vancouver have developed a route, and they get around the back with TJ finding 2.
Yeah, they just sneak their way right through bottom U. Fine, 3 kills, flip the spawns, and now this final 25 seconds is going to be theirs. It seems like Koi from the first couple of hard points should be up by 50, 60 points, but Surge are fighting tooth and nail to keep themselves in the game. You're going to have a slight lead, and the kill feed in your favor as well. All 4 dead in the feed. Rotation is yours towards P1.
Yeah, this is the exact situation that Vancouver wants. Through P2, through P4, Toronto are there first, but Vancouver can continue to make things mixy. Nice route here from Capsule. Snaps over for more. Pistol! Okay, Caps is there, and he's roaring. 5 in a row. That's enough for Vancouver to continue to reap time on the first hill and grow their lead to plus 20. Looking solid as now the next hit for Toronto's on the way.
Yeah, and they have all their bases covered. The always being watcher, right back towards Broken. You're going to get gunned down. Everyone from Surge whipping out the M15 and locking down their lanes. So 30 seconds at the P1, and Capsule is continuously staying active on 7 in a row, trying to earn himself an early Hellstorm, but Joe Deceives get the better of him, but you will gladly take that because Surge have dominated this P1 time.
Yeah, that's been a flawless P1 for Vancouver, but that double from Joe gives Toronto a chance to respond at P2. Again, the break from Surge largely came by way of couches last time that we were here. Kips is going to force that issue again by creating space at rooftop. So look at this setup for Toronto on the backside of the hard point. They are watching everything through this couches play at mid.
Surge just playing to break the back spawns. You're trying to isolate onto Insight. He's not going to clear out right, but your teammates are here to assist you. Kleenex keeps you alive. Insight lines up TJ. And now you know the last couple of players from Surge are going to be over through couches, so we are fully set up for the push, but you lose that first gunfight, and now Lunars is contested towards the back.
Kips, though, falls at rooftops. This puts a lot of pressure on the Koi inside the hill because you're getting pinched on both sides at the same time. Good patience from Lunars and Gwyn around the back. And once more, 30 seconds remain on the hill. It takes some time, but Vancouver's able to contest, get the spawns back, and now if they come away with the next 30, Toronto's going to be in some major trouble.
Oh, yeah, this is a scary moment if you are Koi, because you've run the rotation twice over towards P2, but your setup is just so far spread around that one player from Surge is sneaking on in, flipping you out, and they have been able to hold down the remaining time after that. So you blink, Surge are up 80. You need the rotation to go your way if you are Koi. You got 3 players early on in the position, but Insight is going to get overwhelmed.
He's able to at least see one over through small. Gwyn taking shots over through P4, and here comes the play backside Dojo. Kip's going to try to find some trades and hold down this position, but he falls. And in the same way, TJ comes on the front side of this play to P3, and once more, Toronto find themselves pinched up. CleanX trying to make the most of it, only finding one, and that'll be enough for Vancouver to, again, establish control of Dojo and continue to fight the 50-yard line battle over P3.
These guys are outclassing Toronto right now.
Big
You
time.
better wake up very, very quickly if you are Koi. Because we're not trading efficiently, we're not beating them to the punch, and our setups are easily getting broken into. Now there's 30 seconds remaining at the P3 hard point. Everyone's spawning over towards Cobble side, and you're basically forced to hit the rotation because you don't want to be late over towards New, so you got to give up this time to Surge.
I mean, this right now feels like game. If you can't break through the exit time here, if you're Toronto, how are you going to get the 4? You need to get something through, and they're not going to be able to. So now you're taking desperate routes through the rooftops at P2, and Lunars is trying to get into position to stop that. Okay, big elimination there for Toronto. They're going to get numbers to P4 first, but they need to flawlessly hold P4, and they got to pull something out of Miami's playbook. They need to hold this from the front.
Oh, yeah, this needs to be a great 60 hole. You still have a close spawns for Surge towards the backside of Dragon, so you're banking on the 2-2 split on the setup. Kips watches the OE, executes one. All of her Surge now approaching from the back, just looking for the opening kill.
Now Joe in some trouble in the mid, has Kips avidly able to help. Vancouver having a tough time developing anything, and this is right out of the Miami Heretics playbook. You just bottle everything up from the front and just force them to have to hit through choke points. So huge response here for Toronto. Kips continue to creating space through P2. Really, it's going to guarantee this back 30 for Toronto. This is a great route, and Toronto will put themselves well within the reach of this game.
And now Kips just needs to continue to finesse here because he's the only one pushed out to potentially flip those spawns going back over towards the P1. You're losing gunfights off the rotation. Thankfully, there's still 10 seconds remaining at ult. You can still work on some of these routes. A 30-point game. Insight, 14 and 16 on 4 in a row. Very close to earning himself a Hellstorm. Just needs a couple more.
Yeah, he needs to just at least play for assists, if not finding a couple of kills around the objective. Kips and CleanX find the first 2. And how about the gunny of Kips getting one more? Lunars on the mid cut. Establishes his position with the trade onto Kips. But wait, look at this route here for Vancouver. Lunars is trying to go all the way around the back. He's already taken shots, so Kips is going to turn his attention. He's going to get some help here from inside, but the shots from Lunars too good. He gets 3 in a row. The trade is out, but Gwyn's Hellstorm has Vancouver in. 30 seconds to fight at P1.
And this is a break that you desperately need now if you are Koi. Everyone spawning over towards Dragon. No one going to hit on some of these routes, and Capsule's just playing keep away for now. But you need to find the opening kill. You need to execute onto Capsule, and you find it.
Here we go. 15 seconds. CleanX did earn that Hellstorm. Calls it in just to get Toronto some space to recontest. Big gunfight here that Lunars is able to win. Kips, SMG in hand, needs to win the first and is able to onto Caps. Opportunity to trade at top hole, but no Lunars! He's able to find 2 more behind that play. TJ shuts down the play through rooftops, and it's only CleanX. Last one left as Toronto has to hit from the front.
Yeah, CleanX is able to find 2, though, so you have the numbers. You can bully your way through the front side because Capsule or Lunars is not going to try to help his teammate in this situation, so you're going to turn it into a 3v3. CleanX strikes for 2. CleanX strikes for 3 on 5 in a row. Koi get the break.
Man, Vancouver, a little split decision right there. Caps wanted to zone out the rooftops. No one was there to help him. So Toronto are able to break down the Vancouver setup immediately. 200 to 239. Vancouver are in pieces, not setting themselves up for break attempts like we've seen in the past.
Can't go one by one. Now it's on Gwyn, who has snuck his way behind enemy lines, but I think CleanX spots him on that cross, wins that one-on-one gunfight, does not have a Hellstorm to work with, but Koi have fought themselves back into this game. But you're not willing to give this up. You can still win here if you're Surge. You might as well give it one last chance.
DJ's able to find 1 on the entryway, make that 2, but Joe's right there for the trade. Things will stabilize. We're going to go over to P3, but Toronto will be late. Look at the setup for Vancouver. Lunars, the first one up, has had a good map to this point, but could possibly win the game here, and he's going to find himself 2. The last hit from Koi has to come through the mid-cut. Capsule will shut down. Contest is in. Lunars feeling the hot hand. Shuts it down. Last 5 seconds. Insight. Kips need to contest. Need to clear them out. Kips can only give you 1. Last couple of seconds. No one's going to touch in time in Vancouver. A pivotal map 1 win.
What a map 1 there from Surge. We talk about Toronto Koi ever since the addition of Kips in the building. You don't want to play this squad on Den. But ever since they brought Caps into the mix, rocking that Surge jersey, they are undefeated on Den. Hardpoint now going to 3-0 in the stage. whenever Vancouver start off a series by finding success in map number 1, they usually win the series. So that is a gut punch right there if you are Koi, to choose Team A, to choose your map, and unfortunately fall short to start your weekend.
I need to go back and hit the point that you're talking about. Vancouver in this stage, now 3-0 on 10. Their average margin of victory is over 100 points. This one obviously a little bit tighter, but it's in the same narratives that we were building. Toronto through the first 2 rotations to P2 and to P4 were the first team there. Vancouver's break percentage, though, has really allowed them to get into hard points. And they don't even get into this one. They find an immediate response to the success that Toronto have on the first hill. They break down your setup at P2 and get 40 seconds worth of time. And then they do the same thing at P4 to gain that up to 80-point lead. Huge stuff for Vancouver, splitting the difference across all 4 players. Everyone participated. That's what you'll love to see.
24-point difference in map number 1, with Joe DeCease going 15 and 25 with 2,100 damage. He's been the MVP for this team. You're not expecting him to throw up numbers like that, but when your setups are easily broken into, you just consistently put in bad situations. So Joe couldn't get anything going. When he's out of sync, you can tell how slow the team was on the map by taking space. And Vancouver were capitalizing on every single one of those moments because they outslayed them 2 bits.
Yeah.
And big plays out of Capsule to hit so many routes. Gwyn consistent, locking down the lanes, but Lunar, the closer at the end, just playing his life over towards Cobble, locks down one side. All right, all we have to do is focus middle. GG, Surge. Phenomenal teamwork there in map 1.
Agreed. And it's tough to watch. I mean, honestly, for Toronto, I think especially when you put the setup together that you do at P2 and P4, Kips is the one bumping out the hard point.
Yeah.
So Joe, if he's rocking an SMG inside the hill, just focus on the other door, and you don't anticipate him to go that negative when he's running that kind of a role. But that's the thing. This addition of Capsule, playing with TJ, their entries have been so good on breaks. That's where they've been able to win hard points, and that came through in a major way here in map 1.
Now it's scary, though, going forward, because if you are Toronto, because obviously Search and Destroy is what we put a lot of focus for this team. If they want to hit that final form, you need to get better at this mode. And this is a map that Vancouver have a lot of reps on it.
Yeah.
Just the last time that they played versus Optic, we saw how many times they broke down, most likely with a little bit of communication, a little bit of practice. You fix those mistakes on Ray to potentially go 2-0 in this series. So you're panicking a little bit if you're Koi.
I agree with that 100%. Vancouver, I would say if there are advantages in the series, it does naturally show itself in the map 2 and the map 5. I think just generally, though, you look at this Vancouver team, and it's the dynamic ability for how they find first bloods. And I'm glad you brought up the point that Capsule had 5 individually last we saw them play a Search, whereas you also still have the presence of Gwyn on a sniper rifle that can take over and dominate any moment in time as well. So it's interesting because you don't really know what you were looking for as you're playing up against Vancouver. Do we need to avoid the 1v1 sniper battle, or do we need to keep our focus on the close doorways that a player like Capsule can sneak in on us?
Yeah, I think without question, your main focus is shutting down the SMG presence, man.
Fair.
Because Gwyn, all right, he's going to lock down the lanes. You could potentially have Insight, try to battle versus him. But if you allow Capsule and TJ to be as comfortable as they are in Search and Destroy alongside each other, we're consistently pushing out towards ring, or we're taking mid-map away from you, forcing you to isolate on one side of the map. That's just not how you're going to beat this squad. So Koi need to be a lot more proactive on gaining early information and then using that to break them down on some of these routes, because Vancouver, even though they're great at finding first bloods, their conversion rate isn't the best. So you can still catch them lacking in those man downs.
That's the other point about that, is the counteraction to the first blood battle that Vancouver have a natural statistical edge on, is that Toronto are one of the best teams right now in answering quickly and getting to even 3v3 situations. It's just interesting because you also mentioned at the top of the breakdown when we saw the series layout that this Toronto team can sometimes, especially defensively, look a little bit too stuck in their shoes and play too reactionary, where they're forced to have to make trades to first bloods because it's all responsive. Their whole setup is about playing off of opening trades instead of being more proactive like we've seen especially a lot of teams on Raid do.
Just need a spread map, man. It's as simple as that. If you're going to be the island player sitting over towards Laundry, you got to choose your peaks wisely, because Gwyn is going to be locking down some of those peak angles. But as we look at the impact so far throughout the season, Lunars is unbelievable, man. A 1.73 on land.
Yeah.
Okay, I think, well, the majority of that's versus Carolina at Major 1, but the guy's on point alongside TJ. Those guys they're locked in.
Yeah, man. It's one of those things, and we talk about this a lot, you and I especially, because, you know, when we come off of a Challengers broadcast and we watch teams like a New York, a Vancouver, a Boston, whoever it happens to be that's made the most recent additions, we talk a lot about, you know, players, especially, you know, like Rex from last year, Abe from this year, Lunars at a lot of points throughout his time so far in the league. It's like, it feels like you watch them play in the league, and it's not what we watched all for the previous year of what they did in Challengers, whether it's a role thing or a confidence thing. But Lunars has really stepped up this year compared to what he gave us and showed us last year, and that's incredible. In terms of getting into a sophomore season, you were really kind of undervalued or maybe appropriately rated based on how they perform, but you're stepping up in a big way to grow your stock and be, again, someone who can bring something to the table as an X factor, I think, especially obviously with the stats, what we're going to get in Map 2 and possibly Map 5.
Yeah, and it all started versus Carolina. That series on land at Major 1 where he had a 1.5 on this series.
Crushed.
Yeah, that allows you to gain that confidence going forward and show why you deserve to be here. But early into round 1, Gwyn gained some information. One player jumping on the backside of Laundry was not able to hit the shot, and now Koi have been mapped to shut down any plays at A.
Yeah, and this is what we look for in terms of Toronto playing a little bit more measured. Okay, now we've got someone forward that can be an unpredictable element to our defense, and everyone else can play behind that. Joe, though, whoa, careful. Looking for info at Zig. He had a little bit of help from Kips on the peak, but now Joe's position is known, and Vancouver are going to try to put together a response for that.
This is how Vancouver have been playing search and destroy. Great shots out of Inside for that first blood. And all you want to do is throw a shoulder here if you're a Kips. See that the play's at B because we have the man up. No need to throw it away and force a one-on-one.
See what Capsule can do to try to get a post plant set up around bedroom. He's able to quickly get out. Has Kips maybe seen any of that, though? And Capsule's going to try to pull focus and see if maybe TJ can be the catalyst to respond to this 3v4. The timing here, pretty exquisite. Sees one in the water, taking the shot to find that one. No trade immediately, but Lunars will fall in that bedroom setup, and that's a problem because now TJ is stuck. Last one left is Caps off of his own plant, and he's just going to get doubled up. No problems there. Toronto take the opening round.
Yeah, good plays out of Toronto to find that early first blood, to use their numbers on the retake situation, because usually when you see someone on raid search and destroy swimming like a dolphin in towards the pool, they're going to break you down because you can't spot them, you can't hit bullets sometimes, but thankfully you're quickly able to execute on that trade onto TJ. Knowing that we already have bedroom, we lock down Tiki control, so the last guy has to be towards mid steps. 1v3 for Capsule. Easy first round there for Koi for actually having a spread setup.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is because, hey, you can just use Joe as your feel out.
Exactly.
Everyone else can play the way they want to.
And
stay
even when
safe.
Joe threw his shoulder towards mid, you had the guy at kitchen keeping cover fire over him, so he didn't get isolated. So phenomenal teamwork from Koi to start it off.
And I think in particular, I love that kind of secondary peek from Kips because you know from Insight that Gwyn's not there sniping mid, so you have the ability to do that. So, yeah, good understanding. Wow, we're getting into the grittiness right now, Jay. Holy.
We're locked, brother.
We're locked. And Toronto now on the offense. Again, feels like they're trying to see where is Gwyn. Inside over towards Art. Has initially Gwyn keeping his focus in that position, but the bomb is going to walk on up and look for a plant. If Vancouver can get an information stun off this, maybe you pop up and try to find the kill, but instead Joe's going to get the plant.
Yeah, the only one that can gather information is going to be Capsule.
Whoa.
But he chooses the wrong time to turn his head. Now TJ allows that bomb plant to go right underneath his nose, and it's already 10 seconds wiped away.
Yeah, but look at this. All these extra nades that are being delayed here from Toronto is going to give some time for Insight to hit a pinch if he wants to. He's going to watch the water stairs cross. Smoke down on the bomb. Insight, there he is. Pops up, finds the kill on the Lunars. TJ floating in the water. Capsule trying to get something together, and that is a flawless round for Toronto up 2-0.
Hey, that's good plays, man. If Vancouver aren't going to show face at anything, there's no need to waste any time to try to locate where these guards are. Let's just get the bomb down at B, pay our post-man setup over towards bedroom, and Inside has our complete flank being watched. So before that first engagement even goes down, 10 seconds are wiped away. Inside doesn't see anyone on the pinch. You're not spotting anyone towards water steps, so you know everything is going to be in front of you. And as long as we keep on putting down shots through the bomb with the smoke grenade down, using our attacks to gather information, just an easy post-plant victory there for Koi.
Yeah, really nice, really clean. Again, for Toronto, we talk a lot about Vancouver's ability to kind of capitalize on some advantages in search, but Toronto have played this map a lot this stage. And that experience is really starting to show here early, forcing Vancouver to change the plan up a little bit. Capsule going to run quickly, but again, an off angle from Insight, safe from Gwyn's sniper rifle, which he doesn't have this round. It's good for first blood. Trade comes through though, 3v3. Kleenex potentially in a position to sweat here at top Laundry, but instead he picks the right corner, and the secondary shots onto Gwyn are magnificent. So now it's just down to Lunars 1v2.
Kips and Kleenex working side by side, running around as an army of two. Don't have the information that the bomb is going to be down, but don't try to force one-on-one gunfights. Lunars gets the timing on Kleenex. It's him versus Kips.
What experience do these two players have versus one another? Lunar's holding the kitchen play. Kips going around, playing around the world through bedroom. Definitely giving himself an opportunity to stay largely safe from close quarters battles and getting surprised by Lunars. Now the clock, adding some urgency with the timer ticking down for Lunars to have to make a play. And what does he choose? He's going to stick A. Has not seen Kips top rock, and that's an easy freebie. Kips able to convert, and it's still 3-0 now, Toronto.
Almost threw that round away, because I don't know how Kleenex gets caught in towards kitchen by himself. Kleenex was just taking, or Kips was taking a long round around B-ball. You don't ever want to put your teammates in a situation where we have the man up, and somehow, some way, the guy in the opposite side is able to force a one-on-one. But both players spot each other, one at Laundry, one at Art. Kips with the reposition gets the better there. To secure the round there for Koi. So far, flawless in the map and in the first blood category.
Yeah, that's another big key, especially considering, again, you build out where statistically Vancouver have found advantages. It's been in the first blood battle. Nades cooked up for Joe. Trophy system denying. And that's going to mean that Vancouver have stepped forward into mid. That was all an effort to get TJ up. Caps will help a little bit by throwing shoulders, and A is going to be left wide open. Vancouver elected to play retake here at the moment.
Yeah, but you know, if you are Koi and stuns and nades are connecting in the middle of the map, we can't get this bomb down at A for free, and it's going to take us a little bit of time to even clear our back Laundry. So 30 seconds already wiped away.
Smoke.
Going to have TJ or one player on Koi basically take TJ out of this round. But they don't take any space at Laundry, so it's a decoy.
It's a fake smoke. That's exactly right. You called it perfectly. You cannot safely plant at A. But not a lot of counter nades thrown here for Vancouver. Now TJ can just keep the knife out, wiggle and throw some shoulders, and this is still a point of pain here for Toronto trying to get the bomb down with no mid-map control.
So you don't have mid-map, but you still don't have Laundry. So now we're just going to go for it because time is getting away from us. 4v4 situation again. Vancouver looking to retake from mid-map.
I mean, this has been the play all along for Vancouver. Give up A, play for retake. So let's see what they have in mind. First action could come from TJ at driveway, but he's only got an SMG, so he's looking for info first. Doesn't fully check his corner, but eventually rechecks. Kips will be the first one to drop. Now focus has been split, and this has been really good so far for Vancouver, but Insight's giving them a workout. Finally gets traded back. Kleenex low on health. Trying to play off the top of the bomb. Only needs to kill a couple more seconds off. Oh, not quite able to find the first shots though on the Lunars, and plenty of time for them to respond by getting the defuse. Vancouver on the board.
Yeah, that's just such a difficult post plant there if you're Koi, because you already let a minute get knocked off the game clock. The only information that you had was that they had presence towards the middle of the map. We still didn't have back Laundry, so we couldn't play our post line from that angle. We needed to play tight around ring. Whoever was spotting on the pinch doesn't see TJ. He just gets around driveway for free. And then at that point, once he finds that opening kill, you know you're trapped in that ring area without the numbers. So successful retake there for Surge to stop the bleeding. A desperately needed round at that. Now you're just looking to chain a couple more.
It's a very interesting cause and effect round because no one can watch the back pinch because you're trying to bait out Vancouver with that smoke through mid. But instead, you don't really get the opportunity. And we get a battle at mid that Gwyn just finds 3. Saw barely any of it, but it was messy, it was brutal and bloody, and Vancouver now have Insight stuck in an early 1v3.
Yeah, and he's trapped towards the backside of Laundry. Bomb's going to go down for free over at B.
Ace? No.
And Gwyn potentially looking for the ace. Lunars is going to take it from him, or TJ. But that is a fantastic round there from Surge. I feel like Koi and Surge completely flipped their playstyles early into this Search or Destroy, because Vancouver are fantastic at getting first bloods. Suck on the post plant. But Koi, they were a lot better in those early rounds, so they showed the adjustments. But this is where Vancouver start to make their adjustments, and that's with the aggression. You take mid-map, you got your ARs watching over you, you instantly turn it into a 3v1, and now Koi going forward, probably not going to make that same mistake again.
Yeah, that's a good tempo changer around for Vancouver, who likes to play with a bit of speed on the offensive halves. So 2 in response for Vancouver. Gwyn, TJ holding on to potential streaks. Gwyn pulling the sniper rifle out for the first time since the first round. Oh, and Kips gets a hit marker. That's real tough because Gwyn wasn't even thinking about looking over the top. But again, you keep that focus in the sniper battle. Capsule takes the opportunity through mid. First blood for Vancouver.
And this is where Capsule loves to play, man. Him and TJ side by side as an army of 2. Gwyn opens up the lane through low B. Unfortunately, a hit marker there for Kips allows Capsule and TJ to take so much space away. Now in a 4v2. Kips is just trying to locate where they are, potentially line up a snipe.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to hit something or find a weapon. Over the top, just barely missing onto the head of Lunars. Sees another at mid. But as Joe drops, bully ball is going to work out.
Oh, man.
Flawless round for Vancouver. And now we have to see a response from Toronto on the other side.
Yeah, it was 3 in a row from Coley to start it off, and now it's 3 in a row here from Vancouver. And it's all been off of the pace changeup. You take mid-map away on your offense. You take B-side away also with mid-map on your defense. They're playing with the utmost confidence now, and Coy are without question feeling the pressure.
Yeah, they are. So what do you go to here if you're Toronto?
Fast play, man.
You kind of feel like you have to, right?
You have to.
Yeah.
Slow and steady, like they're dissecting you on these rounds. You need to take one side of the map like you're the better team. Show some confidence.
Well, it's going to be a 2-1-1 split up here for Toronto's defense. 2 players playing around Tiki at B. So passive angles being held by Insight and Kleenex. Joe will get forward through Pool, but a stun check lands. And that now has Vancouver looking to take away Laundry for free off of 1 stun and a tag from Caps' Dravic. Response nades on the way for Toronto, but the post plant's going to be set up. Just down to can Vancouver actually hold one?
And now Corey going to rally 3 players on the backside of Laundry. And they're going to waste a lot of time in this position trying to clear it out. And that's only going to work out in favor of the Surge, but you have Joe DeCease trying to make an impact play from the middle of the map. TJ unfortunately takes down his teammate, but now you have to be aware of your pitch of your core.
That's a great reroute, though, for Joe to come back into the middle of the map to make sure there is no exit for that Vancouver push-up. And Toronto, look that they have the response in play. 1v3, down to now just 2 more for Lunars to find. Hop onto the bomb, and Insight gonna watch over the top. That is a great heads-up moment from Joe to not rewrap the entire way through driveway. Team kills force in the backside of Kitchen, so they make sure there's no exit for Tej, and that works out beautifully.
Yeah, he just keeps himself in the play, man. Big plays out of Joe. Because you gathered the early information, they weren't gonna be at B. We were banking on a post-plant retake at that A site. And that's been a really good play for them, especially on this map. We saw a lot of those rounds versus the Falcons. So much success in those retake situations. That time it works out for a 1-round lead now.
Yeah, that's a great sample size to relate to as well, considering how good the Falcons have been on raid. So 4-3, Toronto to the edge, round 8. And we are going to at least see a little bit of info over through Kitchen, at least that's the idea, but Toronto, like you called for, looking to keep the aggression down, have already gotten up the ring and are now going to try to field things out towards Laundry.
Yeah, they just need to gather information onto Lunars, back him out of his position, and hopefully don't get picked, but Gwyn, with an aggressive angle through Kitchen, is able to get the better of Insight. So now in a man disadvantage, Coy are really stuck in a difficult situation because you have to choose when you want to go for this plant, and now Vancouver are already back Laundry.
And now we're only playing this post plant at the front windows. Joe
Big
able to
play.
get 2, almost a 3rd, but no, the trade's there for TJ. Can now Kips turn up to the 1v1 with Tej. Damage is out, but TJ's able to win it with the Dravic in hand, and we're tied at 4.
That's beautiful plays from Surge. 2 successful rounds in the retake category at that A site, and TJ earned himself a Hellstorm a couple rounds ago. So Vancouver, even in the man down situation, are still able to clutch on up, even after Gwyn finds that first blood, because you turn it into a 2v3. Vancouver again showing the teamwork. Post plans getting broken down on the side of Coy. And we're all tied up at 4 with the Hellstorm that TJ can guarantee a round with.
Yeah, should be able to at least. Just comes down to when do you want to use it. Very well maybe in this round right here. You got nades at mid first. And then if you can get the pushback, maybe you just call it here.
100%.
Yeah. So you've got Gwyn watching kind of a solo mission here through Art. Full wrap to B, and Toronto are going to have to hit the deck and find some cover here as now the missile's called in.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to get any kills off of this.
I don't think so.
And the information is going to be even good enough to even potentially get this bomb down. You're going to go for it at B. You know that 1 plays over towards B ball, 2 at Kitchen. Curious if anyone had mute fill, so they go undetected by the Hellstorm, but Joe is going to be in a 1-on-1 and wins it. Big win out of Joe.
Now you have to worry about that bedroom setup that Vancouver's banking on for this post plant. Tiki has been reclaimed by Toronto. The route from Joe is back up towards mid as Kleenex gets 1 more. But look at this rewrap from Caps. Could he get here in time to shut down the play through water? Lunars is just trying to swim and keep his life away, but not going to happen. Caps by himself. Good damage, and will find himself too. But Kleenex, he's on. Smoke comes through. Caps has to just dive through and see if he can find the diffuser, but he's not going to get there. Joe keeps him safe, and Toronto survive the Hellstorm and now find themselves on map point.
Wow, what a round out of Joe there, man. The Hellstorm gets called in, bombs down at B for free, and you don't have anyone in a position to instantly find the kill. But somehow, some way, the guy who's watching the pinch all the way from the backside of garage loses a one-on-one gunfight when he had to jump on Joe there.
Yep.
That just puts your teammates in a very difficult situation now, because now they know that their flank is open. You also got to be curious about mid-steps and B-ball. Just too much for Vancouver to lock down. They get overwhelmed. And Coy now at game point.
What do you call here if you're Vancouver? Do you try to catch Toronto off guard with some speed of your own? Very well maybe. Three-man setup for Vancouver through mid. They're going to get both, again, TJ and Caps, the Bush duo, right back through. But Joe's seen this. He's seen TJ through that pillar screen. So now it's just down to making sure TJ is not a factor as you're going to quickly go for the post plant. Oh!
TJ is the factor. Catches the angle through mid pillars because you're not expecting him to just turn and go for that kill. But first blood to Vancouver. Trade goes to Vancouver. TJ already finds two.
They just not predict that TJ's going to peek that being scouted, but felt like all the information you could have possibly wanted was right there. Now you've got Joe in a position to try to double down, but it's not going to happen. Insight, 1 versus 2. Bomb in hand, 45 seconds, and they may meet here in the backside of garage. Just comes down to, can Insight find the info first? Gun up. Think he may have saw one. First shots to Gwyn were there, but Gwyn, too privy to the gunfight, now has us going round 11.
Like, how does TJ get away with that?
It can't happen.
You already spotted him originally through mid pillars. You take over towards laundry control, but I guess Joe was the only one keeping his teammate alive on that site, because once he gives up mid pillars, there's no one else watching it. Like, that needs to be Insight's job there, because he was still in towards ring. I don't know if he was watching towards flank, but you have to make sure your bomb carrier is going to be safe, because if TJ gets that kill and gets out, it's basically a GG on the round, and he also finds 2 on top of that. So TJ gets it done there for Vancouver to force round 11.
That's around that. Toronto don't throw a lot of nades, so you could have held them by stuns or frags or something. But regardless, we're round 11. And what this would mean for Vancouver to go up 2-0 early. TJ's 12-4 on 3 in a row. Just watching for the water route into Tiki. He's got help by Gwyn holding over to his close corner.
Big
and nade will tag TJ back Tiki, and Toronto's not interested in fighting that.
Yep. Don't need to waste any time trying to clear out backside Tiki. But you have worked right into what Surge wants you to do. You have Capsule sitting in the middle of the map, but Joe is able to catch the island player in Lunas for the first blood. Capsule with a great response.
Yeah, it's a huge trade at mid because, again, no one for Toronto's in the backside of the fence, so they need to determine what they want to do with this post plant. Joe's going to go on a solo mission through laundry. No one joining him yet, but Kleenex is trying to get here. And Joe may have seen enough, trying to hold the corner. Kleenex also playing very responsive. There's the little bait and switch. Nice help from Insight, but it gets traded back. Kleenex now by himself, and he's able to win the 1v2 in front of him. Toronto responded, map number 2.
What a big map out of Coy to clutch up in the search and destroy. You get to the round 11. You go for a fast play over towards ring. And even though you find that first blood, Capsule still makes it a 3v3. They don't mess up on their play call, though. They are committed on getting that bomb down and holding it post-plant at laundry. Every single player from Surge rallied towards that side of the map, just didn't have the angles that they wanted to in those fights. And it's Kleenex able to put the finishing touches on that game. Lines up 2 or 3 in that final round for Coy to take the round 11 and tie the series up at 1.
What a series we've had so far. I guess I misspoke when I talked about Vancouver-Toronto not having the same weight that it may have had last year. We've got a barn burner here, but the 12-5 for TJ comes up just a touch short, and now we look at the swing map, an exposure overload. The story you need to know, Vancouver, miserable. 1-10 in overload on the stage, but if there were a place you would want to go, you feel like exposure is the likely battlefield, and you would have predicted this, you think?
Yeah, because you obviously don't want to play them on Den. They're 5-1 on Den ever since the addition of Kips. Every other map, they have yet to find a win. So exposure is going to be a fun one between these two teams, because this was the map that they played each other a couple weeks ago. Even though it did look like a blowout towards one side, Vancouver looking a little bit different here on land.
They're shooting right now, my friends. This could get hot and spicy pretty quick if you haven't already believed that a 250 to 226 and a 6.5 didn't already tell you that this is getting pretty spicy. Well, we got an overload coming up on the next side of the break. Again, play and match. You lose, you're done. You can just go ahead, pack your bags, go home. You win, you got a chance to hit that double elimination bracket. But we'll be back with the exposure overload between Toronto and Vancouver on the backside of the break. Do not go far.
In fabulous Las Vegas, all 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Let's find out who's built for the big save.
The Heretics ready to dive in. Thanks, Tim.
Four and Snoopy. Wipes them all. But Hydra with the switch impossible. He's making top room. So damn happy. It's down a bruiser. Dominance on the grandest stage.
Little ASMR getting you to buy the Toronto Koi team pack. All the CDL packs on sale in the CDL shop, or the COD shop rather, I should say. Let's get back into the mix here, though. We are at a 1-1 map count, two tight maps, and both of them going a little bit opposite of what we would have predicted. The Den Hardpoint, Vancouver much more polished, breaking down Toronto in the first place, but also getting some hold opportunities of their own. And on the flip side, Toronto coming out the gate, 3 first bloods on the raid search and destroy, and how critical those first 3 rounds were considering we went to 11.
Oh yeah, and they also won a round where TJ's Hellstorm had no impact. So Vancouver, in my mind, threw that map away because they were outclassing, especially when they started to make those adjustments. But Koi clutch up at the end, tie the series at 1. And now if you are Vancouver, you know what time it is. We're going into our overload. We went 1-10 throughout stage 2. This is probably down 2-1 in the series. We got to be thinking about the hardpoint already.
The only maybe like cherry that you could throw on top is the fact that this has not been a great map for Toronto either. So it does feel like if you were to play overload anywhere and have a chance, it would be here. But the problem isn't just in their win percentage in the mode. It's the fact that they don't score a lot. They don't have a lot of opportunity to score a lot because their possession time is low. And when you're looking at a map that often for our bottom teams in overload is all about break off and just surviving and not being put into a spawn trap, you need to come out hot here early and show us something that can dominate the opening first blood battle in this engagement you're about to see over the top of mid. Because if Toronto can get control, they, even no matter what the map has been throughout the season so far, they're good at least manipulating you on the map and putting themselves in the best positions possible to score.
Yeah, and the only one that they found themselves on exposure throughout this stage 2 qualifiers was versus this Vancouver lineup, and they dominated time possession, 200+ seconds with that EMP in hand. You're always on the offense, and you're forcing Vancouver to be on the defense. And when you're on the defense, you were stuck in quicksand, basically, just forced to value your life, put yourself in angles that you don't want to be, and you can never be the aggressor. So without question, Vancouver need to focus on their slaying because they are dead last best in Team KD in this mode.
Yep.
If you get outslayed, it's most likely going to lead to an L, but what we saw in map number 1, they kept up with the slaying and even outslayed them in that opening hard point, so ARs need to be on point.
In particular, going against that visual graphic we just saw right there, Vancouver were able to shut down the impact that Joe had in map 1. If you could do that here in map 3, there is an opportunity to take the swing and possibly, again, have the edge in the series. Here come the opening routes. Joe's got you on first blood. Clean X, that's not what you want to see. That's 4 dead and very well may be an opening score. Off the spawn, Gwyn stops the play at A initially, but Joe Decedes right in position to make a mess of the setup, and that will be an opening score in the first 30 seconds for Toronto.
Yeah, and we just said it, like, breakoffs are everything in Overload. When you get outslayed to bits, thankfully Gwyn gave you a good stop, but you just don't have the close spawns to fight your way back over towards A. And now Corey aren't rushing things. We need to make sure we're going to slay on the opposite side of the map before we get this capture in. You got 2 players sitting on 3-0 before it gets captured by Kips. But Coy, an ideal start to this game.
Yeah, I love that too. We've seen a number of teams kind of dance around the circle as like a, hey, we kind of have to. But Kips is in particular saying, I'm not scoring this thing until we have numbers over P2 or someone tries to nade stun me out. So now you have an opportunity to, again, grab, possibly go. But on the exit, Caps is there to shut down Kleenex, leaving inside to try to deal with the 1v2 in front of him. Trade is out for Kips, so that's his first elimination on the map. 1-1 start, and he's looking to possibly set up a scoring attempt again.
Yeah, didn't have to put down any shots to get that first score in for his team, because they are clearing out the lanes. But now Coy looking to quickly add score number 2. Gwyn finds an opening. Joe Deceives with the frag over the top.
Oh!
But you get this kill. Now you got the advantage. We go. Someone's just got to get in front of the ball carrier.
Absolutely. That's going to be Joe, the first one forward. Kleenex trying to follow with him as Capsule is off to a miserable start. 1-6. Kips up and over. Will score. TJ able to get one off the exit, but Insight able to trade things back. Last fight goes the way of Gwyn, but off spawn, Toronto are going to have numbers to play over towards the new spawn point.
Yeah, sometimes it's really good to die in Overload because you give yourself another chance at locking down the opposite side of the map, especially when that second score comes in, because 3 players spawn over towards railings, and you have the numbers to shut them down. But Vancouver are saying, screw that, we're still going to try to go for this. Capsule, the only player there, does find one, and now that's all 4 dead. Coy on the attack.
Yeah, this has not been the start that Vancouver are looking for at all. Although Gwyn gets you 3, so that will stall the momentum of Toronto for a moment. Get Vancouver out of spawn and across the map a touch. Gwyn not done, finds himself a 4th in a row. And now it opens a route for TJ to come up from behind here, but you need to have Lunar slow down this play. He's really not able to, so of course he's going to have to come into it, and there's really no one here to defend. Last one up is Caps, and he's very narrowly able to save what looked to be a guaranteed score, and that's big for Vancouver still in this half.
Yeah, that's a big stop there from Capsule. So you allow that 3rd capture to go in with the finesse that Coy just whipped out of their ass. You would have been mind blown. But still a 2-0 score with 2 minutes left to go, and now Surge in the driver's seat. You're having kills go your way. That's 3 for 1 in the trade fights, and now you're committing towards this B push. You just got to take care of Kleenex before he takes care of anybody else, and just that 1 kill allows your teammates back into play.
Big wins from TJ, 2 in a row. Can't quite get back to safety. But look at this. Toronto are full committed to defending over at B. Lunars is able to find a pivot point, but where's Gwyn going? Pick a side. I thought he was going to rewrap that thing through ring to get to A, but instead he joins the fight for mid. Will drop, and that looked like a very realistic scoring chance for Surge that got squashed.
Yeah, it's unfortunate now for Vancouver. Still down 0-2, and now you're back on the defensive side trying to hold down a push at B. You have players like Insight trying to set up a pinch, but Kips from the front lines does give you the opening kill. Now can Insight give you 1 extra, or his impact doesn't even need to be felt, because that's all 4 dead. Coy up 3.
That's just not it from Vancouver right there. And, Kips almost able to double up, but mid-map control going the way of Toronto. More than that, as you've got some control at P3 as well. But as TJ shuts down 1, it's just on to Insight. He's able to give you the first. Pistol out, just trying to get some sort of body blocking done, and Joe's able to give you 1 more as the carrier of the EMP, but there's too many defenders to deal with until maybe Kips comes off the backside of the pinch. Lots of damage out. Oh! Wait a second. Hold on a second. You've got a fresh body here with Kleenex. But he's not in a spot to grab the EMP yet. Is it going to reset? No, he's able to grab it, and he's got Joe here for help. Toronto about to accelerate this half, and Joe will finish it off 4-0.
Just way too much map control, followed up by way too much slaying. Vancouver are consistently on the back foot, just forced to play defense, forced to hit the irons up. And Koi keep on finding those openings. Fast as hell with the EMP in hand and their decision making. It's been a struggle for Vancouver all stage long, and it continues to show here.
Man, missing out on that chance to score for Vancouver just feels like a repeat of all of the things that have gone wrong for Vancouver in Overload this stage. You had a perfect setup situation. You have TJ able to clear out space through P4, and you've got another player in Lunars pushing up mid to, if you want to pivot it, you can. He's blocking spawns, but a split decision / no decision moment from Gwyn has him stuck in a pistol fight versus an AR, and Toronto reaped the reward of it. Good break-off attempt early for Vancouver, but CleanX try to fight that back and will successfully be able to get this to a 2v, well, now 1 over the middle of the map.
Yeah, inside and CleanX combined for 3. And all you want to do is just pre-aim, guarantee your one-on-one gunfights, and just keep Vancouver as long as you possibly can away from the EMP. Man. But this is what I love about Koi's game. When they are on point, they're consistently always trying to score the EMP. And that's going to be score number 5 going in. Not a single player from Surge going to hit the rotation. They're going to play the reset, but just like we saw in round number 1, going to take our time on this catcher for our teammates to get in the mix.
Yeah, now Kips is off the regen, turns, finds the gunfight, and beats TJ to the punch. Follow up here at the new spawn point for the EMP. Toronto with numbers. Cap's only able to get 1. That's not going to be enough. Nice bump out from Kips. Taking everything away for Vancouver as now Toronto have the numbers pushing up through panels.
Again, you're put on the back foot if you are Surge. This is not going to lead to a comeback when you're always waiting for Koi to make the play first. We need some map control to go our way, but you keep on losing the fights. That's 3 for 1, make it 4 for 1, or 4 for none, because Koi are in your spawn, and they got EMP looking for tally number 6.
Yeah, this just feels like Vancouver keep finding themselves in gunfights that are not on their turn. No. Toronto is just like, oh, we'll wait for the next guy to chow, keep our numbers, make sure we've got everyone here, and it turns into moments like this. CleanX will grab, he will score, and it'll be a quick 6-0 tally with still 3:20 on the clock. This is an embarrassment.
Oh yeah, this is gonna end in less than 10 minutes. We already saw it in the first half, and Koi are looking for a flawless 8-0 here to start off their weekend. Still have the reset in their possession. They also find 2 kills in the mix. Lunars is knocked down to 1 HP. You jump right over him for your kiss for score number 7. Vancouver, yeah, you suck at this mode, and it still show.
This might be, and again, it's hard to put like a CDL historical stat together on this mode because it's year 1 of us playing this, but Toronto, if they score another 8, they will be the only team to 8-0, and they will do it 3 times. That's stupid. Yeah. That's stupid, dude.
They might be able to finish it out right here because you're already finding kills. Joe, your lead blocker, is not going to expect Capsule in this position, but you quickly get the trade. Now it's just 1 player standing, and that is going to be a GG. An overload that only took 6 minutes and a half. Koi dominate with a flawless 8-0 victory.
The 3rd one on the season. All of them belonging to Toronto.
God damn.
I'll say, that's a stupid statistic. Like, that's the equivalent of, like, not even 100-pointing teams on Hardpoint. That's like 20-pointing them. 8-0? 8-0, Jay?
That's bad, man. That's not good.
God.
You're expecting it to be a little bit different here on land. You never know. Like Vancouver, they showed fight in map number 1. They were able to outslay them on that opening Hardpoint, but you go 1-10 in this game mode throughout the stage. And it continues to be the reason why you are trying to fight from the back foot every single time. Everyone's sitting at negative. You couldn't get anything going. Even the early break-off was fantastic there from Koi. That's just a GG. Yeah, we go next.
Jay, what do you think is the hardest thing to do in each competitive game mode? Would you say it's harder to 8-0 Overload, 6-0 Search, or 250 to 50 Hardpoint?
250 to 50 Hardpoint is pretty a lot more difficult.
Yeah.
Because
we've only seen 3 8-0s on Overload, though, dog.
No, but it's like the way that they're allowing it to happen, it shouldn't be like that. We're not even playing resets correctly. We're just banging for one-on-one gunfights all around the map, and when we're not winning it, like we don't have map control, they're consistently in the driver's seat, and we're always off the back foot playing defense. Realistically, go back to my answer. I really don't know because it's hard to do 8-0 in Overload.
It's
hard. Toronto, I've done it 3 times.
What, twice on Dead, now once on Exposure?
Twice on Exposure, actually.
Twice on Exposure, that's
season.
right, that's right. Yeah. Jeez Louise, dog. We'll just kind of allow Toronto to vibe on camera right now. There's nothing else to say about it. I guess the only good news for Vancouver is you can quickly get to map 4, which is your hardpoint pick. So, hey, you got that going for you. Scar hardpoint coming up next, Jay. Give me your breakdown.
Oh, this is a fun one, man, because the last they matchup was a 15-point difference. Koi clutched up at the very end of the game and stole it away from Vancouver. But from what we saw from Vancouver, the fundamental plays are there.
Yeah.
You saw it in map number 1. Even when they're late off the pushes, the way they're executing their breaks is phenomenal. Just a little bit different here on Scar. You desperately need to be the team early on some of these hardpoints because you know how impactful the ARs are toward the top side of Motel for P2s, and even more impactful at the P3s, at the plane heady. So they beat them to the punch early, you got a chance to force game 5.
Yeah, that's it is as simple as that in a lot of ways. I mean, Toronto, their hold percentage off of a rotation win is 80+% across all the maps. So, again, like we talked about with Den Hardpoint, if you're Vancouver, you cannot allow the setups to at least be as convincing as Toronto want. And to be fair, Vancouver, who rely on making maps messy to get scrappy, they were able to successfully do that on P2, on P4 at Den. Now, Scar plays a little bit differently, obviously. It definitely favors, you know, the rotation timings of, like, the end of the last hill, 15 seconds at the end of the last hill, then you start to see motion. You just can't afford to be late on a lot of rotations on Scar. So I would say for Vancouver, your focus cannot be we make it messy for all 60 seconds. Like, you do have to keep your eye on rotation timings. Last 20 seconds of a hill, I think, is probably going to determine the outcome of this map.
Oh, yeah, because we know how impactful the last 20 seconds could be. Yeah. The thing about this map, though, too, is like when you have the leader's advantage, and say for you got to help someone in the back pocket, you can fight for the ending of that P2 time because you know you have the bailout for the P3. It just depends on who's going to dictate this game, who's going to lock down these setups. When you're P1, you want to trap them over towards green. When you're P2, you want to trap them over towards green. When you're P3, you want to trap them over towards green. So majority of these hard points, you want to force them on that side of the map. And I think if you are Koi with the misplays that happened in map number 1 with Joe Deceives just getting ran over there, the guy's a lot more locked in now compared to map 1 at map 4. So Koi looking to close this one out and avoid going to that game 5 because S&D, again, still is a struggle for them, even though they clutched up in that round 11 map 2.
Yep, absolutely the case. Well, let's see how this one breaks down. I will say, just to kind of, you know, throw something into the mix here, the question mark around this guy, would he show up on land like he had done for Huntsman in the Major 1 Open and possibly thrust himself into the conversation for Rookie of the Year? So far, yeah. It's been a really good debut for him on the CDL portion of the stage. Of course, I caster cursed that to his first death, but regardless, he's had a great first 3 maps. Gwyn on top of the hard point. This is what you want. Seeing if Gwyn can finesse and give his team a chance to battle back into Vancouver will keep Toronto empty from any score.
Yeah, I promise you, whenever Gwyn is the player for Surge, soaking up the hill time, they have a lot more success. I don't know what it is, because the guy can slay like Celium on that objective. He already finds 2 off the rotation. They are lighting up the kill feed. Still 20 seconds remaining at the P1. Joe going to take a lot more space over towards Motel, but you have consistently kept Vancouver trapped over towards green. Exactly what you want.
Yeah, Capsule trying to find the trade on the hard point. Gwyn right there with him off his respawn. And 2 players for Surge will work their way over to red. Kip's looking for timing on the pinch, but shut down. Lunars predicts it. Caps zoning the front. Perfect setup moment here for Surge. To be fair, also good on this map at rotating. It just comes out of their hold percentage has not been particularly great. So that has to be something that gets into influence here early.
And now Koi, you're going to bankroll a break. All from blue side. Gwyn gives you 2, but Kips and Kleenex respond with 2 of their own. So the break is going to be good for Toronto, and they light up the kill feed all purple. How do Surge decide to execute this break? It all has to lead with the stuns and nades because you still don't have any trophy systems this early into the game.
Indeed the case. Kips will drop on the corner. Kleenex, eyes up and down, trying to watch both things at once. He's able to find Lunars. Tags on the Caps as well. Pinch also red. TJ shut down. Now the whole hit has to come from the front, and it's a killing field right now for Toronto, claiming their first lead of the game.
That's a good snap there from Kleenex, getting closer and closer to earning himself a very impactful Hellstorm. Only has 16 bullets left in the M15, so hopefully on his rotation, he's able to pick up another weapon. But your teammates are going to be late off the rotation, and Vancouver have the AR set up. Kleenex does find kill number 5, but instantly going to get shut down. And rotation now in favor of Surge towards a money hill.
Yeah, this is one of those take the punch on the chin and move on to the next fight here if you're Vancouver. They are set up nicely for it, but Lunars is taking a lot of hellfire here by way of stuns, nades, and Joe Deceives AR. Caps tagged up top. An opportunity for, Toronto to push forward. They're going to claim the hill. Gwyn stops a further push up. Lunars working with them will have Vancouver off spawn with a chance to break with numbers.
Yeah, they find 2 kills, and you know your nades and stuns will still be impactful here, but Incense and Kleenex are still holding this down. Cap still gives you 2, though.
Good reads.
Now, the hill is going to be white, but Vancouver has fought their way out of that green setup. And this is where it gets scary if you are Koi, because you have those blue spawns. You have the rotation over towards P4, but we're also not willing to give up this time for free. But if you challenge and you lose it, you spawn all the way across the map. So a crucial moment here for Toronto.
Yeah, this is the same thing that Vancouver just did from 2 to 3. Toronto saying from 3 to 4, we'll chalk, we'll rotate, but maybe too early, because now you're getting kills if you're Vancouver. And look at the spawns. Toronto are in Narnia. Big moment here for Kips, but he only is able to find one elimination, meaning Vancouver have taken scraps into initial from 3 to 4, and they could possibly take a huge lead here early.
That's a flawless rotation there. If you are Koi, it needs to be a lot more tight setup, or a lot more guaranteed. But at least on your first attempt, you're making it count, because you go 4 for 2 in the trade fights. You're able to flip those spawn on its head, and now you're only down by 20. You have a chance to take the lead here.
That win up top at blue was everything for Toronto to get that break underway, but cannot zone successfully. Vancouver away from the hill, but Kips, huge response transferring down the Lunars. Not able to find the third row back, so Vancouver will have a couple of players spawning close, and then the SMGs for the Surge are in the hill, and they will continue to fight for this back 18. Looking good for it as once again Toronto's rotating to 5.
It's like these setups for Koi easily are getting broken into. Like, your first attempt was fantastic. You go 4v2. You have 2 players who are the initial layer for that first attempt for Surge, but they both fall, and now they walk away with the final 20. You were not expecting that if you are Koi, but now you win the rotation over towards P5, and you find kills with it. So you're down 40. This needs to be a good chunk of time in your way.
Clean X locking things down on the backside of red. Joe just kind of poking out when he sees action in front of him, and he's going to have Capsule lined up for free. Another slow start for Joe, but finding just really successful kills here. Insight still holding onto the plane heady, able to get one. Pistol out, almost finds Gwyn, but he'll have to hold his position and wait for help.
So far, 30 seconds where Vancouver have yet to even get close towards this P5. And they know that they have the rotation that they want for the reset at the P1, and you're not willing to give up all this time. But Koi are lighting up the kill feed. Gwyn is able to give you one, but this is a perfect response here for Koi to take a slight lead going into the reset of Hardpoint.
Yeah, this has been a flawless P5. Vancouver trying to make it messy in the back 10 seconds or so, but Insight's able to find a trade, and that will lead to Toronto at the end of the first set, finding a marginal lead. Big elimination there, though, for Insight. Gets Gwyn out of the time, and Toronto are going to reap the benefit of having mid-map control.
Oh, yeah, this is a scary moment now for Surge, because it was a flawless hold at the P5, and then at the ending, in those final 10 seconds, you spawn all of Surge on the backside of green. So you're winning the rotation over towards new. Joe Deceived starting to get hot. Koi just running up that score little by little.
This has been a really successful exchange now for Koi. Vancouver all spawning on the backside of Motel Steps, looking to just brute force their way in from the front, and there's just too many angles being watched right now. So this is a very costly exchange of kills that Vancouver are going to be a little bit reeling off of. Good fobble up there, and that will actually lead to 3 dead. Vancouver stabilizing around through mid-map as Gwyn gets the 3 in a row.
Now you got Gwyn early off the rotation over towards new. This time at the P2, we got trophy systems for a better setup. You just got to hope that they don't choose to check this right corner, because you don't finish your gunfight there. Kips gets the better of you, and now Koi have the numbers to fight the early P2.
Yeah, that's a bit of a split decision moment for Vancouver that fortunately TJ bails you out of, because it looked like Lunar should have been able to help there with Gwyn on this hit through Sat. Not the case. Toronto quickly off the setup, able to get back into the mix, but Gwyn's on the pinch. Lunar's now in the action, and both of them will 2v4 Toronto. Nice recovery moment, and Vancouver have a chance to reclaim the lead.
And TJ Halley comes off spawn, hard block towards the back with Gwyn hitting that route, and you still know that all of Koi are trying to break from green. A 5-point difference. Capsule with a great corner here. Finds that opening kill, gives you one extra, and now Insight, last man standing. Another wave gets shut down, and Surge take the lead.
Yeah, this is just one of those moments that for Toronto, it feels a little bit mixed. You have to win this battle off in the front, and they're going to be successful in that. Capsule, last one left, but it's Insight's pistol from the high ground. That turns things in favor of Koi. Still holding their lead, but look at Joe. Already on rotation through P3, trying to watch this cutoff for Vancouver, but he only gets one. And Surge will have a chance to once again just tug a war to the battle over 3.
Yeah, but even though Joe only gets one, it creates that opening for Kips to take playing heady. Now he gives you one extra and also guns TJ out of his socks. So it's going to be Koi in the positions that they want to be over towards the P3, but you don't have the numbers. Insight has to give you a couple extra, can only find one, and the break is in for Surge.
Yeah, good moment here for Vancouver, and they need it. Nades littering this back wall. Caps holding inside the hard point. Gwyn working on a little bit of a pinch through P1. He may need to hit that a little bit faster, but he gets shut down, leaving Caps by himself. Has a little bit of help from TJ, but he's not fully there yet. He's got to watch the pinch. Caps is going to be overwhelmed inside the hard point. Now TJ, nothing there as Kips once again cracks the code with insight, and Toronto are back in 25 seconds on the hill.
This is the moment right here where Surge need to iron down and figure out their game plan, because if we consistently jump over the rack side of green, they're going to mow us down with the crossfires. Kleenex trying to hold the OE. You got Jodeci's hard blocking on the backside of Boo. So the best moment here for Koi so far throughout both of the hard points is right here, right now, with a 30, almost 35-point lead and a rotation over towards New, but they're losing the fights through mid.
Yeah, but it's still a 2v2 in front of this Joe. Gun up, ready for it. Lunars gives away his position at mid shops. Kips trying to follow that up off 4 in a row. Pistol out. Uh-oh, he's got a couple of players in front of him, and he gets caught changing weapons. Inside also drops. Vancouver now with numbers, leaving Joe by himself in and around the hard point. No one going to spawn close in Vancouver. A quick break over to 4.
Yeah, beautiful break there to just overwhelm them with pressure through the front door, flip the spawns on its head. Now Koi trying to work their way back on in. They do find that opening kill. They do have the pressure around the backside, so Vancouver going to spawn all the way at the P2 area. You need Capsule to bail you out or TJ to give you something. They get nothing, and Koi now locked down the ending of this P4.
And Kleenex with an SMG is going to push out and try to rip apart any Vancouver setups from the front. That's successful. Now he can dance around P1. TJ shuts it down. Joe, he's a timing route to 5. But that gets canceled. 10 seconds of scrap time can be good for Vancouver, who also holds some forward positions at mid to stop Toronto from rotating freely.
And they need to do exactly what Toronto did last time we ended up at the P5, and that was a flawless 60 hold when you win the rotations. Already TJ locking down back Motel. Lunars and Capsule through the front door, so 3 for none trade. First wave already shut down, but no one blocks the back.
Yeah, that's still a little bit of a problematic setup, but coming off spawn, TJ's aware of this potentiality, but Kleenex not able to win the first gunfight. Lunars cleans up from the front. It's a 4-man wipe, and Vancouver are controlling the space now.
35 seconds left to go on the P5. Koi are going to bank through middle and through the plane head glitch. Try to get themselves potentially into this time, or at least Vancouver out of it. Kleenex and Joe combined for 2. You're going to try to hit the jump over the wall, but it's TJ locking it down.
Gwyn finding the timing of that kill top green allows Vancouver to still spawn close. So Vancouver will reinforce the hard point. 10 seconds of scrap, looking like it's going to get voluntarily given up, as Vancouver will be right back into the game. Going to P1 though, Toronto with the numbers, clearing out mid, a chance to get a lot of time here to inch them towards the 250 mark.
And now Koi realistically only need 1 wave of kills to call out game. Insight is going to get shut down on the OE watching trade, so Vancouver had the numbers to fly on in.
Kips watching the corner at mid. That one's free. Over back towards the Chow, finds a second. And last one to challenge him is Lunars. 239 to 208. Joe still in the hard point. Vancouver trying to rush over through mid-cut. No one watching it immediately. Kleenex gets shut down, so the contest is in. Numbers starting to build for Surge, but Joe's off the finesse. Kips able to help him out. 1 more to grab, and they're able to find the kill. Last 3 seconds, Vancouver spawning P5 are not going to get here in time. A tight series, but Toronto, the expected winners, survive into the bracket.
And that's the guy who I wanted to see get out of his chair. There's been a lot of talks about Insight potentially still being on the lineup at the ending of Major 2. But I told you, every time you talk about this guy potentially getting dropped, he gives you the series that basically shuts your mouth. Insight making big time plays in that following hard point to lock down the spawns. And Koi get the better of Vancouver 3-1 in the series. It wasn't the ideal start to lose the bread and butter on the Den, but you clutch up on the raid, search, and destroy. You get to the Scar, where it's been a lot of reps throughout stage 2. And you close it out in 4 and send Vancouver packing.
So give me the wrap up here, Jay, because I know we're going to be doing a pretty quick exchange on the stage to get everyone going. Let's talk Vancouver first. That's a hell of a fight.
Oh, yeah.
Ignore the exposure. Hell of a fight. And I think you're starting to see where the success moments are building for Vancouver across both the search and the hard point. Where are you looking first? Because for me, it's hold percentages, rotation percentages are just still not fully there. Like, yes, you get the win on Den, but a lot of it came by way of successfully breaking down Toronto. Where's your mark for improvement that Vancouver need to build on before they get to Major 3 quals?
Oh, well, it's one game mode specifically, man. You can't go into a series at a best of 5 with one of the game modes basically down 0-1.
True.
You're 1-11 in overload all throughout stage 2. You get dominated here versus Koi on the map that they don't really find a lot of success on ever since Kips has entered the building. I don't know if it's a roster change or the game plan of how they execute, how they want to play on overload, but it's 1 for 11, brother.
Yeah,
you fix that, you can fight with any team because their hard points are about 50-50, especially on the AR maps, and their search and destroy, it looks like they can compete with anyone. So it's just one game mode that's holding them back. And I don't know if it's a roster change that's going to change it, potentially just a system change. We go back and hit square one in that game mode.
I think you're absolutely right. And then I would say kind of in the hard point, it is about rotation percentage and hold percentage behind that. For Toronto, though, hey, we were talking about it at dinner last night. If Kim shows up and has a performance on land like he was able to put together in the online qualifiers, he immediately puts himself into the conversation for Rookie of the Year. Toronto, 100% got that from Kips. Talk more about what you think Koi are going to be able to build for the rest of this weekend.
Oh, well, there's Hardpoint without question. In my mind, seems a little bit scary. If you're not going to outslay the other opponent to bits, then your first hold attempts are easily getting broken into. That's something you desperately are going to have to fix going forward through the rest of this tournament because you're playing better teams in Hardpoint, not the Vancouver Surge. Search and Destroy, you definitely showed that we have made our adjustments, especially into those rounds where we needed to switch up our pacing. We were able to do that. CleanX gave you a really good game, especially in that final round. And the overload is on point. That was without question the best that you could take away from this series was how they played with their teamwork and their sling in that mode. But the hard point's a little bit shaky. Search and Destroy's a little bit shaky. Got to fix those up, iron those out to get a deep run here at the tournament.
Yeah, the hold efficiency, which was such a moniker of success for Koi, really was not there for them. I mean, it's very evident when you're watching them on P2, P4, 4 straight times in Den Hardpoint, and you're not finding any time really at all. Maybe the first 20 seconds at most, but this is a Toronto team that is usually routinely getting the first 40, allowing you to contest the back 20 because they're already on rotation to new, and they're going to do the same thing over again, and they end up building kind of a structured snowball. They're going to need that because they go up to play Optic next. And
you saw what that was like. Yeah. They played them on their best maps too. Like Optic were sitting at 9-1. They're like, all right, what are your best maps for us to get our best practice? Oh, we're throwing a Den, we're throwing an exposure. And it worked out for Optic.
Yeah. So a really tall ask for this Toronto team to just bounce back into the mix and fix some of those things that we're talking about because they're going to be very, very important. But for Vancouver, it's all about kind of figuring out what the system's going to look like. They will not make it to the double elimination bracket. Toronto will. It gives them an opportunity for some very coveted CDL points because this is a Toronto team that I feel like at the beginning of the year, when, again, not playing with Kips, it looked like they had the potential to be a top 4 consideration. That obviously has fallen a bit away from them, and this major is really important for them to get right back up in the standings.
Oh, yeah, because you're expecting, especially at Major 1, not to get top 12, and then you go through this elite stage. I mean, not the elite stage, the qualifying stage, and your first couple of matches with Real sets you off on the bad foot. So now you have a lot of points to make up, so not only for the rest of the year, but at the champs at the end, where you want to make it, you need to have a good placing here in Major 2.
Keep in mind that beyond that, Major 3 also brings us back our first minor, which is a very important moment for generating some more points for some of these teams that are out there. So that's the story here. A tight set of maps outside of the exposure overload has Toronto extending into the bracket where they will have to square up against the #1 seed in Optic, Texas. We'll see how that one goes a little bit later today, but for now we step off to a break and set up our next match here in the Bravo stream.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pose. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
where I left off, it ain't over. Whole squad on the gravel, all I know, I'm a soldier, stand up. Add attention, shake it off. Tell us swift, forget the trip. Back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Medics panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the reds, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, wait, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make waves, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it. Little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking feces cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNATs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe wanna tear my head off. I could really use the Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make waves, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
For Paris, after that, it's just been chaos on the map.
Who will thrive in the chaos? Well, it's been Dylan Envoy. That's been doing it, leading all players currently with 25, damage into 2 there, but not able to come away with either. About 50 more points needed, and Paris will move on from the play-in into the double elimination bracket. Spawning out opposite side, or yeah, it's Envoy that's going to be separated from his team with a chance maybe to make a play on the other end of it.
Well, I think they know. They just don't know where he is, right? You saw the players, they spawned P2. They're trying to find that player. They deal with them, and now Paris are in a good spot, setting up this pinch again. But Nero's got to get involved. Well, the timing didn't work out great. There is the third coming in. Sib, the last player alive. That's going to be all 4.
And I like the discipline there from Royal Ravens with Nero on the route. A teammate backing it up immediately. Don't let anything get wonky with spawns.
And we're seeing that a lot more, that push through dojo. And sometimes when you're spawning tree, you pick that up. But when everyone's kind of pushed forward, it's tough to do. But it's been some big praise here for Genomates, maybe doing it again.
Oh, just ripping right now. And that is some dangerous time for Paris. We'll get them just over the 220 mark, putting a lot of pressure to Ravens here. And Ravens, unfortunately, you get the rest of the time, you've got a chance to maybe win it at P2, or at least make a little desperation come out of Paris. Not going to be the case, though. They'll have several opportunities to try and break this early setup from Royal Ravens. We'll see how long Ravens can hold this.
So far, so good.
So far, very good. But the thing is, they cannot win it here.
Yeah, Trace is playing very disciplined, doesn't want that bash spawn in to come in like they did last time. He's locking this down. I mean, you have given them nothing through the front. Finally, Neptune's off spawn's gonna find one. There is an immediate trade. You're hoping Nade's stun starts to connect for the Genomates and lead to a break, and maybe it starts right now.
Paris have had so many clutch breaks. Another break there, just enough time to get the map victory. So Ravens have got to fly. The problem is you're pinned to the back right now, just trying to get through. For Paris, it's really been about the P2, P3 blunders. We'll see if we have maybe another one with the final 10 seconds. Ravens get through, and what do you opt to do? It looks like a couple are going to rotate. One's going to tuck out mid-map. Hop it off and rotating will be Ravens. You're bunched up and grouped up towards the point. What are you seeing, Joe?
Well, I think Nero I feel like he has to play his life there, but he tries to play a little bit of hero ball. They know they have to go. And while Lewis is able to find the double.
Hold on a second.
Involved, and here we go. Yeah, 6 more seconds here for Genomates.
P2 to P3 has been the combo all map long. Paris have not found the success here that they should. It's been all about the Ravens' plays. Praise. Talkton looking to get damage in. He'll get the damage in. Can Lurks in the trading both them out. Lurks dials it up for 3 before Neptune gets a multi-kill. But Neptune's ends up being big enough to keep the close ball. Set up Paris. Close out the series. Some of those mistakes. But I just don't know if you can rely on them to like go through qualifiers losing one hardpoint. I don't think they're lights out as they were, bro.
Yeah, I think for Ravens, it's tough. Obviously, a change in format. You're only able to play the 4 maps, and you're done due to the play-in. I think it was better showing, though. I think it's just unfortunate that you're playing our Major 1 champs.
It is.
This format.
And I think the work from home memes, unfortunately, not going to stop yet. But you'll have.
It was better.
It was better. You'll have more opportunities this year, hopefully, to turn things around. We'll look at the stats there. You know, Nero starts to have one of his pop-off maps. You saw some incredible gunfight wins from him. Lurks has himself a map, just can't quite have the closeout play. And again, in the respawn is pretty balanced there out of Paris Genomates. You might even, I mean, Slang is, well, I mean, it's basically around even.
Yeah, but I think the story's all about Envoy. It really is.
Yeah,
I mean, he carried them throughout map 2. He was just a force throughout this series.
No, he has been, and I'm happy for him. I mean, a guy that, came out playing really lights out this year, but some flack over this qualifier. Back to land, feeling good, and no, I think he's been competing so long. It is partially that, just like, all right, man, back on land. I'd love to hear that, like if he's in the interview, just like Was that the mentality sort of like back here you play in a scrim on lane, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously he knows he's been through all the ups and downs of a year. It's a very long year.
Yeah.
You probably don't want to struggle this much, but like people saying he should be dropped, they're dumb as hell.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. This team showed what they're capable of. Major one to get the W. It's going to be a long road to get it done now, but the first step of many is done, and who do we have on the stage? It is Envoy with a monster play-in performance. Frankie, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Captain Envoy, after that first hard point, things started to slip away from you. What do you think went wrong in that first match?
Well, the first hard point, we started amazing and played awful the second half. There's no way else to say it. So a lot of mistakes, didn't get a lot of kills, and yeah, you came back on. So
why do you think you're making those mistakes?
Just getting flustered in the moment, maybe. I feel like the first half was us, and then the second half, we just got back into the bad habits that we had during the qualifiers. So it's just about cleaning up on that.
And as captain, what do you do to your teammates when they are making those mistakes?
I mean, we are all like equally accountable. I mean, I think it's just about following the game plan and getting our kills.
Well, the S&D game plan was slightly different, it feels like, to online. Because online, you're not necessarily the player we're looking to put up the kills, at least in Split 2. And yet here, on stage in Birmingham, you were dragging your team over the line. You were an absolute superstar. Tell me about the LAN difference we're seeing with you in S&D.
Yeah, I mean, LAN is always more exciting. I mean, the online matches I've been playing for a long time get quite boring, but that's no excuse. I've been playing poor this qualifier in this stage, but looking to turn it around here.
Yeah, and so for you, what's it like playing in Birmingham? Because you were with us back in 2020 in London. It's been 6 years. What's it like to be here in front of the UK crowd again?
I mean, UK crowd's unbeatable. We got the green suits back here too, so shout out those guys. And yeah, we look forward to playing more here.
Well, you do have a second life in the game at the moment, but how are you feeling about playing against the Miami Heretics?
I feel good. Obviously, they played really well this qualifier, seed 2, so I'm sure it's going to be a tough matchup, but I know we have what it takes.
And do you think it's going to be an upper bracket miracle run, or do you think you're going to have to go down?
One match at a time. I'm not going to jinx anything too early, but we're confident.
All right, well, before I let you go and get ready for your next matchup, why don't you say some words to the lads from Birmingham?
Hey, UK crowd, we want to hear you guys this weekend. I know you guys will show up, but see you guys later.
Thank you so much, Envoy. Let's head back.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Bro, he's literally disgusting.
Bro, this guy is a sick bastard, bro.
Oh my God, you can see the glint. It's so scary. The glint.
Oh,
what are they doing? What are they keep telling it?
This guy is automatic. He's in takeover right now.
Guys, the sniper's getting G8 after this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Bravo. Matches continue on. We've got a thriller on Alphas going down between FaZe and Thieves. For us, we just casted Paris. They made it into bracket play. They're playing Heretics, the number 2 seed, to kick things off.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're Miami, you're thinking, all right, we're going to play these guys right after a main stage match. But that's just so everybody has a break for the losers, right? Just so you don't lose twice in a row. Like, there's a bit of a break there. But if you're Miami, I mean, listen, you earned this 2 seed. You're maybe hoping not to play Paris, but honestly, the way Paris have been looked at, you have a very good shot here.
Well, I think I said to you, I was like, if Paris play like they just did in the last series, I think they lose to Heretics. And you were like, yeah, probably. Like, yeah, they need to play better.
Yeah, I mean, they're hardpoint especially. It has to get back in the stage 1 form. They are playing, I think, Exposure Overload again in this matchup, which we just saw, so maybe that's a great sign for Gentlemates. But Miami, they just got to play their game. They finally got back to sort of, I don't know, their identity that we saw last year with Real, but really just their strengths in Search and Destroy.
No, 100%. And that'll be the place where they get to take the biggest advantage. You think about with Gentlemates and the way their Search and Destroy has been. It has not been good. Yes, they were able to win a Search and Destroy in the last series, but overall, what was it, 4-11 coming in to the major?
Or it was the Envoy show.
2-11 over the past 30 days, whatever it was we showed the graphic. But yeah, Envoy was, what do you have, 14?
Yeah,
something in the ballpark. Like he was terrific.
Just controlled the entire map. And again, we sort of talked about sort of this VOD prep going into tournaments, and I think especially that first matchup, you put a lot in, and you start to like look into the future, but you don't want to look into the future too much.
I saw Envoy. I think I was going to the bathroom or something. I walked by him. I was like, there we go. He goes, land. That's all he said. Even land just shrugged his shoulders.
Yeah, that's what I would do. That's what I would do.
Yeah, no, 100%. He's going to be feeling very, very confident. I think, I don't know if I'd feel, I mean, you feel good coming off. You won the series. The fact that you won the play and you got to the bracket play, but could you play that way and beat a Miami? Yes, but I think Miami would have to be maybe off their game and come out slow. I do think we saw Ravens play a lot better on land than we did, obviously back in Major 1, but this is going to be a tougher test, and Paris has got to step it up. But the one thing with Paris, like, they have kind of played down and up to their competition over the course of this qualifier. I almost like mentally they said, no, boys, we got to ramp it up now.
Yeah, it's just been this, after Major 1, this roller coaster. But you can see here in our Monster Energy pregame, like they are confident on land. Envoy's coming off a great series. If he's leading the way for you, yeah, can the other guys step up? That's it. Like, Sip hasn't had a great stage. He was putting damage in last series, but can he get back to Major 1? Can Neptune, well, we saw him what he was doing in Overload, but especially in the hardpoint.
Yeah, I don't think you'd expect Neptune to always replicate his greatness. I mean, we saw last year. I mean, when Neptune first came in with that Surge team, he was the talk of the town. He was everything. There were parts later in the season, though, where 0-4 was their better SMG. I mean, there were definitely stretches of that. No, I'm not trying to knock Neptune. It's just you can't always just beat God. There's going to be moments. And then same for Sib. I mean, yeah, he had one of the better finals performances we've ever seen at the last major. That's what it matters. I mean, I'm going to worry much more about what he did in that final than what he did in this qualifier. I'd be probably seeing different tune if they didn't qualify, but you got here. Now see if you can muster up the match.
Yeah, and the good thing is like, yeah, not only Envoy, but Ghosty, maybe stats-wise, wasn't amazing. He had like 2 minutes in that map 4, but just felt like he was making sort of the heads-up plays that we know Ghosty can make. And when those two are on point in making the heads-up plays, winning those one-on-ones to kind of set you up on the map just makes the game that easy.
No, 100%. Like, talking about these two teams, you and I will talk a lot about, whether there's an advantage when you're kind of coming into this hot. You and I were chatting about it like a little bit off camera, and when you have a 30-minute break before the next match, anyone that's played in FPS, it's like you still have to like warm up or heat up again, but the communication warm up is the big thing, you think?
Yeah, I think there's sort of like a tournament mode, just getting engaged. Yeah. And for some teams, it takes a day.
Yeah.
It takes a match. Paris are going to have that advantage. They're coming right off the main stage, right over to Bravo. Comms to be locked in. Adrenaline is going to be flowing. Miami, they sort of have to recreate this. Now, they are a very high-energy team. So this is when you're kind of looking at them and their leadership to be able to replicate that right away.
It's also a little bit different, too. I think just
stretch aids are sick, by the way.
You're changing. Oh, they are sick. The fact that you're changing settings, too. Like, you're going to a different setup.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to staying on the main stage, I think
it's something else.
Think about it a little bit more, but the fact you're changing setups and with this little break, we'll see. And if there's anything we know about the comms from Heretics, they're usually flowing. Like, the passion has always been there. It's one thing we highlighted early on. I don't know what word they're saying, but usually the energy is there.
A couple words.
Yeah, a couple. I took 3 years of Spanish in high school. I'm basically prolific with it. But
Paco? No, not Paco. What was it?
It was Paco. Yes, it was Paco. I sat next to Nacho.
Okay.
And we were class clowns. And Senora Walker was our teacher, and she was beautiful, and I had a crush on her.
Shout out to Senora Walker.
Senora Walker. Woo! That was 30 years ago or something. But Heretics, some of the straightest shooters in the league. I think the talk I thought was going to be more about Rancor and Super, and it has been, but I've probably been the most impressed with Trakes. This guy has been unbelievable, especially as of late. They have swept so many teams, 5 of their last 7 series, and well, they've taken over the stat that we talked a lot about on the other side of Paris, that map 1 win percentage. They're the best now.
Yeah, 14-7 throughout the season. I think we're starting off on Den Hardpoint, so a chance to come hot. And just dealing with a bit of a controller issue right now on stage, so be able to hopefully jump in soon. This stuff happens. But yeah, I mean, yes, Trakes, I don't know, we were just wondering how long is this going to take. And you saw moments throughout stage 1, but a lot of slow starts. Have not really had that throughout stage 2.
And well, that's going to be the interesting thing here, though. I think the question was always going to be, hey, can they get back to at least being that team that can place top 3, like they did consistently with Real? I feel like we've gotten there, but we have to see it land, right? Like it still needs to happen.
Yeah, it's just, again, they have, well, everybody does. You just have these bad losses.
Yeah.
And I think one of their last matches was like that 3-2 versus Ravens. It's not like the worst loss in the world, but not what you want is as soon as you're about to head into a tournament. But I think that just answers this question of how good is everyone, and we really don't know.
No, yeah, outside of
Optic.
Optic are very good. I think like Thieves are getting there. It was interesting. I saw there was I don't know if it played yet for the broadcast, but it's one of those things they do where for the content day, they ask all the players like who's going to finish top 3, right? And every team mentions themselves basically, but it was asked amongst the like top 4 or 5 teams. And the one thing I noticed, every team said about it, and like every team said FaZe. Those 2 were in basically everyone's top 3, which surprised me a bit because it's been jumbled kind of all over the place. I guess I was surprised to see FaZe was always consistently in that top 3. And I don't know if that's just because historically they have been, or if maybe in scrims and stuff they've been a lot better. But
yeah, even at the end of stage 2, we had an interview with Shotzi, and he said, I think Puckett asked him who's going to meet you in the final, and he said FaZe. To me, that just says their scrims are going very well, and teams are probably getting crushed.
We knew part of that, but I guess I was surprised at the consistency of it.
Well, that just means they're frying people across the league. People believe in them.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know who I believe in.
Yeah.
We will see.
I feel like you got to trust the players, but that is a big round 1 on the main stage right now between FaZe and Thieves. I think whoever wins that ends up in the final. But we've seen that it's a smaller bracket. You go down to losers. Yes, it's scary, but plenty of teams have gone on runs.
No, that's what's going to be so interesting about this. I mean, in the past, whether we've had a 16-team double elimination bracket or we've had kind of our, I don't know what to call it, like our wonky one with the CDL with only having 12 teams, like you have 4 already waiting in losers, but usually
4 bad teams?
Your round 1, I don't want to say your round 1 matchup in losers is a layup for the team that lost, but it's usually like a start to maybe a loser bracket run. You can't say that right now. Like,
yeah, loser, they still play the loser of FaZe or Thieves.
Yes, exactly. there is no easy like
losers pop down 3 hours. Somebody is.
No, and that's what's fun about this. It's a different format. And okay, so we just heard there was a controller issue. Now there's maybe a monitor issue with Miami. So listen, we're hanging out.
It's the ice strategy right here.
You've got 2 matches going on. You can have both of them up if you're at home. Check out Alpha. Check out Bravo. We'll keep you updated as we look to get into it. But hopefully we'll be ripping and roaring here shortly.
Yeah, I don't hear.
I'm gonna keep sipping on this monster.
I don't hear too many crowd roars yet, so I bet Alpha's probably also dealing with issues. And
I thought I heard somebody roaring for a little bit there.
Day 1 at tournaments, this stuff happens. Moving teams around.
No, it certainly does. When we first started our match, Joe and I usually cast match 1 on Alpha because we're the guinea pigs.
It's a shit show.
Yeah, and there's always some kind of issues. Today was relatively smooth, but no, we had
we were sweating.
Oh, I was definitely sweating. I'm cooled off now. It's much cooler back here. But our monitor that was supposed to have gameplay didn't, so we were casting off the big screen in the center to start. Our production team couldn't hear us when we were talking. It was a circus to start off, but honestly, as long as like audio works for the most part, and you and I can hear each other.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not professional at all. But I try my best to provide the illusion that I'm professional, and I've done it successfully enough that I've been commentating for 12 years or something. Yeah. That's the number I want. Like someone told me I've casted over 1,000 matches. I'd like to know how many tournaments it's been now. I'm curious.
I have to go back and count that.
It's probably been a ton. We're going to check out, I believe, the alpha stream here for a second while we wait for this to get going. Yeah. Oh, I just slided over into you. Here we go.
It's like a watch party. Oh my gosh.
Okay. So FaZe.
Maybe that's why we're not hearing a lot of.
Job in the second set.
Yeah.
Keep it going.
FaZe have come out very, very strong, and Sip is 17-9.
Through the back line. Spawn's now good once again for FaZe.
Yeah, they're going
no.
3-16.
He's got 4 now.
Yeah,
I got the M15 out.
I did joke with the BC though. I saw him. I'm like, hey, how's it doing? You were one of 5 players that competed here 8 years ago. He's like, dude, I was saying to my teammates, I was like, I remember this place. Like, I remember there and here. But
yeah, I didn't know if this started yet, but the fact there's no cheers, this makes sense. Because when they did walkouts, there was a much louder roar there normally is for the Shout out Nate.
Sometimes I say, and listen, fans can call me stupid for this, but sometimes part of me, like the FaZe run over 7 years is like even more impressive based on the fact that I don't know if they've ever had anyone cheer for them.
Ever.
And I don't know how much that matters, but like
it would be nice to help.
Yeah. Like
having the crowd on your side is pretty awesome.
They haven't had a crowd on their side in 7 years.
Great.
Oh man.
Yeah. And it's not even the same team, but it's still there.
Yep. Well, it didn't help to pick up Draza. That was just the sort of we're going to own it.
Well, it helps because he's double positive, I guess.
Oh, no, that helped. But I mean with the crowd, yeah, that certainly didn't help.
This is just like a watch party now.
Should I take my shirt off?
I mean, you probably can on the watch party. You can do whatever you want on those.
I might be able to, yeah.
Huh.
I'm just glad I'm not as sweaty as I was before.
Then you should take your shirt off. Sweat like a model.
Oh, yeah. You can see one nipple. See anything?
There you go. Hard as diamonds.
Dude, I'd cut them off and sell them.
Oh, my God.
If they were diamonds, I'm saying.
Oh. Wow. Well, maybe this is why everybody was saying FaZe.
Yeah, no, I wondered. Like, that's the one thing I noticed from the video. Like, I guess because I expected everyone to say Optic, right? Like, that's obvious. Everyone's going to say Optic. But when every single player said FaZe, and mostly said FaZe right after saying either their own team or Optic, I was like, well, the players seem confident they're very good, so maybe they are very good.
Maybe they are very good.
Because you and I mean, the reason it stood out is because all we've talked about is, like, outside of Optic, I mean, FaZe a month ago, I was like, oh, God. Like, they might not even qualify. They might be in a play-in. And, yeah, they've had some solid wins since then, but still.
Yeah, I think probably the confidence in, their scrims, but I don't know. You've seen a switch up in their play style. A lot more trust in just letting 0-4 do whatever the hell he wants. And I think this game kind of plays to that, where your ARs really have to play like this safety net, like sort of mimicking Optic and allowing Shotzi and Hook to just kind of go and fly. Even if they make mistakes, can you block those or pull down the other side of the map? And I think that's what Optic does so well.
Yeah, sometimes it's that high-risk, high-reward gameplay, but it's managing risk.
It's just not overthinking, I think, a lot of situations. And when you make mistakes and you don't want to spawn people out, you overthink, tend to not trust yourself. And I think that's what was going on.
Well, at least a little bit of a chance here for Thieves to claw back into this one if they get a nice tree hold. I'm like trying to look at the camera, but also look at the TV. So if we're just looking up, it's because that's where our TV is.
That's where our TV is.
So you can see my beautiful long neck. Now, Draws is kind of piecing, huh?
They're fighting back, though. It's a big hill for Thieves.
And just heard we're still dealing with a technical delay on Bravo. We'll get to that as quickly as we can. Last I heard was a monitor and controller issue. As soon as we're good to go, we'll hop to that.
At least we have this, though.
No, to be fair, I wanted to watch this. I love casting, but I really want to watch this match. So I said to Joe, I was like pissed I was in this slot, because this is when I really just, as a COD fan, wanted to watch how this one played out, because I agree with you. I think winner of this probably gets like second place or makes it to a final. So we get to watch it and cast.
Unless we're just wrong, and it's going to end up being one of these two teams.
True. No, it certainly could be. I don't know. Miami catch fire. Who the hell knows?
Yeah, that's the tough side of this bracket. We have FaZe Thieves here. So Miami and Paris. I mean, it's a scary 4.
It certainly is. This is still like close enough that Thieves could make a run on this late, but I mean, I don't know. To me, it's been an issue of their kind of SMG duo figuring things out since the beginning of the title, and that seems to be the conversation.
Well, and somehow
right now
he's passed up Hydra in kills. I don't even know how that happened. I mean, props to Abizi, I guess, for starting to
get going. This is like a map like Den. Like, you kind of need those guys to be.
Well, remember last year with these, they had these slow starts in tournaments, and there was just like this question of like, who is it? Is it this Envoy Josty duo? Which, I mean, Envoy definitely did. Is it this Hydra Scrap duo? It might be them.
Well, I mean, it's hard to say that because those slow starts were like losing to Boston.
Yeah.
They at least beat Carolina round 1 last time. I don't know that I would call it a slow start if you lost a phase. You just mean in a map, but that was more in a series, though.
Individually.
Yeah.
But here's
Hold
the
up.
comeback.
There we go.
So since we're like a watch party now, is this where we ask for like 5 gifted subs and stuff?
Yeah. 10 gifted. Twitch.tv/Maven. I've streamed 1 time in the last year. Fire it up. I'll probably be.
Uh-oh. 7.
Hold up.
12 in a row?
Yeah, hold up.
Oh, baby. Uh-oh.
Dude, this would be a dagger.
Crowd's getting loud now.
This would be a dagger.
Yeah, the Hellstorm on Neum.
Who's tucked away? Draws. So he's probably called out unless he popped mute field.
Oh, boy.
Connects on 2.
This might be over.
4 is dropped. Yeah, it sure as hell might be. Well, I still need 45, yeah.
Didn't FaZe lose round 1 last tournament? Yes, they started in the losers. Or they lost winners round 1.
Who the hell did they lose to round 1? Why am I blanking out? Ooh. Was it Miami?
Might have been.
No, it wasn't Miami, was it? Okay, well.
What did Simp just do?
Simp just did Simp things. He picked every corner but the one that Hydra was at. I'm crying.
Oh, but here's the problem with that. You have another one.
Oh!
Okay, what happened there?
I don't know.
But do you get this to P4? You have to, right? Yeah, you get this to P4. So you survive 2 Hellstorms, you get this to P4.
Yeah.
But someone just won a big gunfight. Hydra got through. Hydra flipped spawn, so there's your instant impact from that guy. He was able to find 04.
I can't remember who the hell they played round 1.
I don't know. I'm also blanking.
Yeah.
Was it Optic?
No. Hold up. I got to look this up now.
Did we not have FaZe Optic round 1?
Maybe we did. This is driving me insane. I just can't picture.
Yeah, well, he'll figure that out. I'll start talking about this.
I can't picture who the hell they played.
All right, so it was Hydra open things up. Now it's 04's turn to try to break this P4. You're holding this on.
Oh, Minnesota. Duh, it was Minnesota. And then they came back and beat them. Tie game, a lead change. Ibiza has definitely brought it back. So is Hydra. What? We're not cutting away from this.
9 seconds.
Give us 9 seconds.
All right, well, we know probably who wins.
All right, well, we'll know from the crowd. Apparently our match is ready to go, so we have to cut over to that.
We're good.
We'll find out who won. Thieves. All right, so LA just won that one. Wow, okay, so 100-point lead diminishes or disappears in Hardpoint. We've seen that, I feel like 100 times this year.
Wow.
Well, let's take a look at our maps and modes for our series here.
Yeah, Den, Scar, Exposure. We just saw Paris play, what? Den, Hardpoint, Exposure, Overload, Exposure, Hardpoint. So some maps they've already played this tournament.
Well, you just won it on a Den, you get to a Den map 1, yeah.
But obviously Miami, they're saying let's square up here. And maybe get a little counter strat there, but see Miami end up picking Team B, so they're really going to control the middle of that series, 2-3.
Now I just hear FU draws the chance already starting, so that series is going to be a wild one. Well, that was a bit of a turnaround since we hopped into it. Holy, all right. Our other round 1 matchup going on in the second slot. Gentlemates, Heretics. Gentlemates, the best map 1 team throughout most of the early part of the year. That is now owned by Heretics, 14-7 in map 1s. They'll look to come out strong, come out with the heat. Apologies for a couple technical delays, but now we are into the action. Kicking it off on Den.
Yeah, Miami going to start on that stronger side, so hoping to earn some time. As both teams just continue to battle, just trade. Gentlemate's going to get in on it. Trake's trying to go on a pincher. We'll see what timings he gets.
Here goes Trakes. All right, gets one. Teammate clears him out of the point. Trakes can't snap for the second, but you take numbers, that'll be everybody dead coming off a spawn now for Paris. So now Miami, try to soak up this final 20. You've got Rotor to next. Gonna have to pick up Envoy on the other side. We'll see what the timing's gonna be like for Envoy, but he might be able to disrupt this. He'll actually get set up first.
Yeah, Miami thinks they're gonna go bottom side of the map here, and they're not. They're just straight through P2, so it's a wrong read here by Trakes, but that's some good info. The problem is, though, you go 3 dead, and what we saw in the last series from Paris is some undisciplined rotations at times, but, I mean, you get the back spawn here. Heretics somehow spawned 2 here, and I think they just got blessed a bit.
Yeah, no, I think they certainly did. After a misread on how the Roto was going into P2.
Someone was back there too.
I think they were set up like near pillar, right?
Yeah, looks great. Wow.
I'd have to watch that back, but yeah, no, I think that was a absolute blessing for Heretics. It may not matter because the game giveth and the game taketh away. All 4 dead, Heretics broken. Good rebound there from Paris.
That's an insane break. You don't even get a kill on the board if you are Heretics. So 25 seconds left. What do you want to do? Want to rotate, hit this one more time? Maybe try to break up some of this. That's going to be the call. Metals shoots Ghosty down to 26, able to clean it up and trying to fight this scrap time, but you can already see some pink arrows towards P3.
A little 2-on-2, going to go down around the point. A big skirmish, and well, Heretics able to win that and earn themselves some early time as Hardpoint pops. Trying to get through mid-cut will be Sib. Doesn't find the timing on through to get a freebie, maybe sets up Ghosty to get 1 or 2. Ghosty does get 2 and stay alive. Unfortunately, the mid-cut player has not been able to find any success.
Yeah, their P3 was not great. First Carolina was Paris, so I mean it's a little bit mixy. But you'd love to have a little bit of a cleaner setup there after winning that rotation. They do not, and now Miami going to take the lead and push on through.
Well, no, Miami won. I mean, they won that 2-on-2 skirmish.
Yeah.
It was going to be a big break, if anything, by Paris, but you're not wrong in the sense that when we cast the last series, I think they lost every P3. The best they did was maybe 50-50 on the 1. If they can go 50-50 to the P3, I feel pretty good about them winning this map.
But 50-50, they're just lost rotation, so 2 bad things happened.
Well, Trakes will have 2 players to deal with in front of him before the help gets here. Help is just going to get here in time. He's going to pounce onto 1, get great damage for a cleanup kill, I believe, by Rancor there onto the 2nd.
Super's kind of out of this. He's like pushing. He's going to go all the way through. He just gets caught in no man's land right now. He thought somebody was going to push through P3, so he's been out of the fight for a long time.
Honestly, it's like similar to the P1. They think like the rotational pressure is coming from one
and
part of the map,
you're
but
just
it's not.
flooding. You're just flooding right now as General Mates. They're just saying, let's just take the fight to them and break this up, and they've been able to do that.
Well, we'll see if Heretics make adjustments, and that's a bit of an interesting conversation with this particular title, right? Like, usually you want to like pick up every lane, spread out in like old school Hardpoint. Into this, you just got to play tight sometimes because, yeah, you just get that jetpack 4-man hit from the front.
You need the info. It's like, where are they coming from? And well, the best way to do that at times is just sort of play around the objective. Then when you win that next fight, go hunting a bit. So you do break up this time, but with the final 10, that will not go your way. Heretics is going to find this. Now you're pinned. A great first rotation, a nice set out of Heretics.
Yeah, it's not like it's a P3 where there's a connection from mid.
Oh, boy.
Like, there's no connection from mid. Super had literally nothing you could do at all. And now Metals, he is piecing 14-8 from Metals.
Ghosty swung behind them now. So yeah, a little bit unlucky again. Well, I guess for the other time, it was on the other side. This time, though, Ghosty is going to make them pay. So he gets a split spawn throughout all the chaos. Envoy, as good as he was on the main stage, struggling right now, but only down 30.
Well, I'd hate to hear if he was the one having issues. Because yeah, he was playing lights out. We'll see if he can turn it around from the 3-13 start. But Metals, he is not slowed down. Right back to work, right back to a triple.
I'd have to see how he got there. I think he got behind 2 players through P4. Got all the way up top window. Yeah, just able to flank them, and now he's on 5 in a row. And we know if Metals is going off, normally it is an instant loss for your opponents.
I'm wondering if we're going to have a technical timeout after this one. We'll see. But no, we just literally casted Envoy frying. And now he is in hell. But that's why I kind of mentioned like the change of setups too. It's just, I don't know, it's a conversation we have when you're having to play a team like Hot Up a Win. I think it's a little different. We're not sitting down in that same chair. Nice sequence there from Paris though.
Yeah, they're doing enough to stay in this game.
Oh, I mean, literally same conversation we just had about Thieves. And that come from behind win over FaZe. Just keeping it close enough that you can make a clutch strike late. Keeping the pressure on at least.
I mean, I think their last P2 we were here, it was a break through the front. The P4 was a break through the front, and they're just splitting some of this time. Like overall, you've been in a better spot if you are Heretics. That's why you have the lead. But this chaotic gameplay just sort of behind the brakes. Paris only down 30.
That's what we said last series too for them. Yeah. Paris break after break after break. Can Paris get a break here early in a P3 and turn it into time though? This is where some of their woes have been. The pinch is coming in perfectly. Rancor should drop on the other side of this in a moment. He will. And now you've got setup played perfectly. P2 to 3 there by Gentlemates. What kind of time can you turn it? This has been the hard part for them though. This hold.
Yeah, this next set of kills. And well, they're going to lose the numbers advantage. Josie trying to lock it down. He's able to play his life. Some close spawns, some help. So they're doing a pretty good job. In the middle of the map, there was a skirmish. Rentor's able to win that, but Ghostie's on 4 in a row. He's been the hero of P3 so far, but it may not matter.
Yeah, I thought him and Neptune held like 2v4 for a good while there. I thought it was going to be long enough, but it's like the other way you look at it, though. It was a big break by them to break up this time. It's just, I don't know. Oh, well, that was directly into Metal's butt cheeks.
Yeah, that's where you want to protect the trophy for sure.
100%. That little thud was incredible.
Yeah, a little incoming tactical or frag not happening.
Yeah.
On my cheeks. Must ask for permission.
Rancor lights up the feed. Now we'll pay attention to the rotation on the other side of it.
You have a Hellstorm.
Well, Ghosty, we'll see if he, well, probably not going to need to call this off a spawn. He's going to spawn pillars with him, so he'll be right back into the fight. Ghosty's going to get gunned to sleep by Rancor. Envoy almost just got
destroyed.
Absolutely rocked. Pressure at Neptune to do from the front, but Metals is still here, and he's still having himself a map.
Yeah, similar to what Paris were able to do. Miami doing the exact same things, but now the ARs and Gentlemates stepping up. That's going to be 3 dead, make it all 4. Here comes some clean time. We can hear the Gentlemates fans going nuts. I think they have a whistle out there.
You know, honestly, I thought if Paris played Hardpoint similar to how they did in the last series, they'd be in trouble, but this has actually been kind of similar, and they're doing fine.
Yeah, it's just going to be a question of, like, when they play a little undisciplined, is someone going to punish them, right?
Yeah. But you can't rely on breaks. Yeah. And so far, I mean, at least today, they've relied on some big breaks. Now Ghosty Streak is going to come in, clear mid-map for him, or hope to.
Help them break.
We'll see if this will lead to another break. Waiting for the streak to hit. It's going to take out 2, and well, it sure as hell will lead to a break. That's a team kill. Unfortunately, you saw the nade coming over the top. Metals taking trophies, taking team nades, taking it all, gobbling it up.
Not having the most fun map, is he?
Well, I mean,
he's playing well.
From a slang standpoint, yeah, he certainly is. From a teammate utility standpoint, maybe
so much.
not.
Hey, guys, quit hitting me with this. This battle throughout middle of the map continues to move on. Rentor's been alive up here, feels like forever, just locking down this side of the map. But while this is happening behind that Hellstorm, now you have a 30-point lead again if you are Gentlemates. They've just been soaked in this hill.
And now if you get a couple kills, you're going to push forward and flip. If they can win a couple of these gunfights. Weren't able to get forward and flip. There's one more safe spawn that came in for Miami. Ghosty, though, is just beaming. He's +10. Rancor trying to hold the line. I think Miami have done enough to hold for now. They still have them spawning out across mid-map, so here go Heretics, and well, similar to what we saw on the other side is Miami. They think spawn in the back. This time it's going to be Paris.
Yeah, you get that back hut spawn. You don't block that. Nobody's backstairs, and now you're going to have this split. I was literally about to say, finally you deal with this front push that Paris have been throwing at every P2 and P4. Unfortunately, after that, you invest so much, you don't block the back spawns, they make you pay.
Another break from Paris, sometimes hard-earned, sometimes blessed. The fact is, they're getting in. Can't close it out here, but up 50. Next hard point upcoming could be a game-winning one. There's a one-on-one there early on. Who's going to win it is Envoy with a big win. Started out incredibly slow, has played about even after that, 3-16 start or whatever it was.
Only thing is, yeah, he's the only one here for a little bit. Off spawn is the rest of his teammates, but Neptune now on the hill. Did see Super, he's going to try to go all the way through and pinch this the way Envoy did last time. Well, this might get red because you just do not have the numbers. Rentor trying to do what he can, and it's just like, all right, where is Super? Somebody turn around. He is able to find a kill. May not matter, though.
May not matter at all. 10 more needed for the dub. Paris looking to close out the map 1. Heretics battling enough to hopefully extend this. At least got to contest this. Super with a lovely double to shut things down. Sib, that's a big stun to stop him from getting a kill. All the kills going the way of Heretics. Perfect bait and switching there to try and extend this. They'll get over 200 with this. The problem is with Paris only needing 7, you could go ahead and heavily rotate this. Just keep somebody to try and cut the transition players off of old.
What a read.
Oh, that is a massive kill from Envoy. He won the one-on-one at the last hard point too.
And then they all spawn on him, right? Because honestly, you were doing both. Were you rotating? Were you going to try to break? It was only Envoy on the rotation. He wins that gunfight, gives you spawns. Not having the best map, but he is the guy that helps you close out map number 1. This time, though, it is Ghosty who goes off. 2 minutes in the hill, 33 kills. That is what makes them so dangerous. Everyone go off.
Honestly, I was worried there was something with Envoy's setup after that start, just because he was so good in the last series. He was 3-16. He turns it around, and he gets the entry at P3. He gets the entry there, pick, reading a corner on P4. Everything late, and yeah, a big part of their turnaround is he got it going. But yes, the other guys were gargantuan.
Yeah, it's just tough for Miami because they know kind of what you said, they can hit scraps, so you only send metals on that rotation. Everyone else is still middle of the map at the P3, watching mid-cut, and well, they win that. The problem is they don't win the other side. Yeah, metals wins that gunfight, has the spawns. Maybe this gets interesting.
Well, look at the stats there as Ghosty has a big one. I mean, damage-wise, pretty well-rounded. Envoy, yeah, in stats department, it looks like he struggled because he did start so slow. But he had the big plays late. What are you seeing on the Heretic side?
I mean, honestly, it's a pretty well-rounded game. Just some mistakes, some breaks that they allowed to come in. Even had that spawn kind of behind them at the P2 a couple of times.
I mean, there were about 4 times we were talking about spawns. It was like, oh, God.
Yeah, it just reminds me of Vault, dude. This P2 is going to haunt me forever.
No, 100%. But let's take a look at some of the highlights before we get into the search and destroy. Our thrilling map 1.
I mean, Paris just continue to found brace through the front. I mean, you've had like this 30-point lead a couple of times if you were Miami Heretics. We got up to 40. Envoy had this slow start, but you continue to fight. Some big breaks on a Ghosty. Just felt like they did enough to keep themselves in this game and then took advantage of some key moments at P2. That gave them that lead. And then it's big old Envoy able to close out the map.
As you said, incredible read to pick the corner up, seal it here. Paris continue to roll on. They dropped the map 1 in the play-in. They bounced back with an answer in Colossus Search and Destroy. I mean, that for me has probably been the single biggest thing. Yes, can the Hardpoint, I don't think it's realistic for the Hardpoint to get back to what it was. They were lights out. But at least improve that, and then, but it's the Search though. The Search, if they can get to 50-50 or better,
50, yeah.
They might need better right now with the Hardpoint play, but
it's like we're saying that, but still winning them.
Yeah, no, yeah.
They are winning them, yeah.
Yeah, I guess they just dropped that map 1, right, to Carolina, but now to Scar. We saw their Search and Destroy win on Colossus. We'll see if they can get it done here, and then a ton of exposure. And if you watched the previous series for the play-in match, the overload exposure for Paris was incredible, at least in the second half. It was pretty close, and then they took over.
They
so
put up 8 on their forehead.
Yes, we know they can be so good. Got a chance to do it here against Miami. So for Miami, yeah, you definitely need a search win. That's where we thought the advantage was going to be.
And this is like, again, why they were so tough to beat last year. They would go down 0-1 at times, and they'd just be able to take you the distance in series. They relied on their Search and Destroy. This Scar, it's been a weak point for Paris. So yes, they won Major 1 here, but the last like 60 days or so has not been great whatsoever. Where on the other side, Super can go crazy here.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun matchup. Just like Sib is a fantastic sniper. His highs or like peaks probably hit what Super does. Super's just like consistently been that. I mean, he has been final. There have been very few off maps for him when it comes to sniping. Not that that's going to be the only combo, but I mean, just about every map a sniper has the option to take over, and it can certainly happen here on Scar. But per usual, we'll probably be talking about mid-map and Motel for the most part.
Yeah, so 2-5 last 60 days for Genomates, and then 2-0 for Heretics. So a lot of teams like opting not to play them on this map. But Paris are like, we won Major 1 here. We got a ton of reps here. Let's just make some small adjustments, put this back in make it our map.
All right, map 2. Eyes are going to be on Super. With what he's been able to do with the snipe, and well, he might have ripped off an ear. Couldn't quite hit the shot, but damn, it was close. Him and Sib, I think, square up quickly.
I mean, this is a nice read, honestly, from both teams, but Miami are here for this. They're ready for a push through towards B side. Now it's a patience game, and well, patience so far going the way of Paris Genomates.
Oh, the fact he gets 2 there. And, well, Sib wins your first sniper duel. Metal's last guy to deal with. In trouble and dropped. Paris on the board. And while if Sib can continue to win that snipe duel, they'll be in a good spot. And well, you can't let Neptune get the second kill there. And great, it's some great movement, a little bounce off the tank. But
well, it looked like they were like backing up, like ready to go A side, and then that first snipe comes in, and you kind of saw everybody else was readjusting, just trying to rotate towards the A bomb side. But you had no pressure over there, so all of Paris were here. Great round one from them.
Super's my guy. Look at that. Look, it's a perfect shot. That's how I sit when I game. I love it.
Yeah.
Play deep, bro.
Yeah.
Play deep. That's why I got that beamer. They've compared our sniper rifles, Joe.
Is that like in an article or?
Dude, you remember me? 6 shots of vodka. Give me the op and CS. I didn't miss, bro.
We do not. I don't know if that's the way he'll.
Ow! Oh, hit marker. Dude, he got stunned right as he chowed to, nearly hit it. Don't do that at home, kids.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Can mimic your distance.
Hey, dude, 7 years sober. I don't mess that stuff anymore. This time it's Super that's going to get the blood. Sib got the sniper in the last one, so as much as we talked about the snipers and their impact, it is the impact they're having early on. After losing a player, kind of have to back it up. A chance for Sib to connect, but can't hit the shot. He likes to get a little over-aggressive sometimes inside of Deli with a snipe. This time he's going to get caught.
Well, and that's what he was doing at Major 1. Really all year. It's just sort of like, all right, we're down a man. I'll be the one. Even when we're not down a man, you just catch people off guard. Sort of you're past the 50-yard line with a sniper.
He had a chance to hit a shot.
Yeah,
he just missed it. Yeah.
Those are the chances he's looking for to open up the map, open up something. Doesn't happen.
Well, that's, I think, as much as we've talked about the impact with like first bloods with snipes, yeah, it's been amazing, but I think it is more that. The pressure when you're down into a 3v4 to even the odds of the pick.
Yeah, open things up. Give your team a chance.
I mean, that kill, that snipe's just as impactful as the first blood most of the time when you're able to find it. Put some pressure on Sib to hit it, not able to do it. Super, he'll find the opener in that round. Had a chance to find the first blood in their round 1 offense. Gonna go to it again. He's gonna get hit markered.
I didn't even see the glint. Didn't even see the glint there from Sib. So the angle battles
it sounds like
happen.
Warzone nightmares all over again.
But no first blood comes through. This time showing a bit of more of an A look, and it did. Snipers right up through mid, but Super has to back away.
Once again, they're taking a route to get aggressive on the other side. It was, I think, Neptune in the first round.
They're taking 2 routes. They both lost.
Yeah, this time it's Envoy topside. He's going to get caught and shut down. Ghosty trying to wiggle away, 11 HP and dropped. Back-to-back rounds now for Miami.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what Neptune, maybe he's just trying to catch a timing. Like, all right, they have deli control. Can I get out towards top hotel? Maybe he doesn't expect Metals to be holding that angle. But it's also to allow info for Envoy so he can push on his side. But you had a player watching that.
Sometimes it's tough because we're watching a certain POV. I assume like a stun or an aid missed and they don't think someone's there.
Yeah.
When you're taking that risk, like to push on hotel side, because I think we've seen that like 04, I've seen do it several times. The players like try to push up there and just, it's the easiest kill.
Yeah, just
my thoughts always did a stun miss, I guess.
Yes, for the information.
Yeah. And I could be wrong, but
no,
that's what I'm assuming.
We don't hear the comps. Because it seems crazy to just push that.
No, it looks insane, but that's why I think, I imagine a stun has to miss. Or it's just a gamble. Metals, he's got to get one spot. He gets one and gets out with his life. I thought he was going to get traded, but the help was there. Now, another situation where it's pressure to Sib to maybe hit a flick. Well, now all the pressure to Sib, and he is in trouble. He is dropped.
Not hitting.
Miami started to steamroll.
Yeah, not hitting flicks. But what won them round number 1 was kind of the info Envoy and Neptune found. Since then, they have been shut down. We saw a last defensive round, then to open up here, you're going B. And you know where Metals is. You just got to win the gunfight. Envoy does not. Neptune gets picked right after, so those 2 guys, see if they can turn it around. A little more early round success from them.
And Rancor looking to be shot caller.
Yeah, him and Super are always chatting.
Yeah, Rancor was ranting there, but yeah, him and Super, I think, is their shot caller in Surge, but Rancor was very vocal after that round. Well, he's on 4 straight, and Metals is on 5. Metals had a solid map, 1 defensive loss. Someone just caught a fastball with an 8 there. That's a lot of damage in, so they're hoping they can at least get 1 or 2 of those kills. Looks like they'll get 1. Somebody else was tagged up, but Super takes some damage and not able to finish it up. Numbers the Paris after the skirmish. Hold up. Hold up.
Yeah, this is what they do sometimes. I mean, Josie and Sim are so separated, and that is not good.
He just walked right over his gun.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, his gun was blocking the view.
Oh, no.
They just get a little too overactive. May not matter.
Yossi trying to clutch in the 1 versus 2. You said they were too overactive, so he just got on his belly. As him and Super will have an extended duel here. 30 seconds on the clock. Super has bomb in hand.
Who's going to be more patient?
Yeah, no, 100%.
And this is so hard to predict this because Yossi's going to check A. And now if he wraps through mid-cut.
He spotted him.
Spotted.
Should have spotted him.
It's a quick rotation now. Might be able to catch him on this bomb, but Josie is just going to play the 50-50.
It's like, do you want to get caught and just rip off the heady? It's a gamble. He said 50-50. Ghosty has clutched from these spots before. Remember back to the Major 1 final, round 10, game 7. Into the 1v1. Different scenario. But can Ghosty come out on top again? It's a much-needed round. This will put them down 1-4 if he can't walk away with it. Hit some damage, worried about the heady. A little wall bounce, but can't finish it. Super gets the cover. Super puts him down, 4-1 advantage.
Great patience out of Super in the positioning. Just takes his time. Doesn't oversnake it. Just does a little pop-up. Just one. Stays a little patient. Might have been a second one in there. I don't know.
I think it looked all right.
Yeah, it looked all right.
You get 2 pump, right? Did 1 pump?
I think it's 1. But either way, yeah, the 1v1 goes your way, but you had man advantage, and then you just weren't together. Somebody hits one lane.
Neptune Deli, right?
Yeah, Neptune just goes Deli side. Not playing as a unit. These are the mistakes they were making online.
Well, listen, they've been all about the team effort. I believe a nade missed.
Or Envoy hit it because there's a lot of number 5s.
Oh, that's what it was. I didn't even realize the numbers were messed up.
Me neither.
Wait, so I probably called a million things wrong for players, haven't I?
I don't think so.
Sometimes it gets a little
goofy. Did it just
goofy.
recently mess up? Who knows?
Ranko by himself now. Well, sometimes it's like that's the only thing you can actually trust is the name bottom right. Everything else is a lie in the kill feed. I don't know if that's the case. I guess we'll have to. I thought it was accurate because the snipes were registering accurate, so it never crossed my mind. Usually when it's screwed up, it's very obvious. Like I'll say something like that's not right, but I haven't really noticed it. But I think you're right. Might have been Envoy nade. Beautiful shots, just laced.
Yeah, that is Envoy. So the invisible man is him.
I didn't notice that until just now, though.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Lord God Almighty. 1 versus 1. Neptune spotted. If anyone's going to beam me off the heady, it might be Rancor. He's going to go. 12 seconds to go. Just didn't spot him. Ooh, nearly wins that. I don't know if he had time to get back anyway after that. Much needed round for Paris, but they still nearly slopped that one away.
Close one. Very close call. Hell of an effort there. No, this is not Envoy. This is Neptune. Gentleman's fans start to chant his name. She closes out. Yeah, almost a 1 versus 3.
I don't know.
1 versus 3 there for Rentor. Hell of an effort.
I'll tell you what, I hear the crowd way louder on Bravo than I did on Alpha with my headset. Great. Right? I got to hear their chants.
Well, I don't know how
fine.
many cheers there were when Paris was winning. That's probably also the point.
No, I think it's probably the crowd mic thing. Yeah. It's a lot different with the here might get the whole arena. Super giving out free haircuts. They're focused on him and Metals, able to get the first blood as he peaks top. 4v3 advantage.
Wait, see the scoreboard fixed itself, dude. We are.
Oh yeah, so it was just that round. Maybe it's one of the POVs.
Yeah, it might be.
Okay. So whoever's view we were on, do not show that again. We're not faded. Oh, snap-a-doodle-doo. Super's gotcha. Envoy 1v2 now. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's usually so obvious when it's broken. That explains it. Let's stay with this POV. Rancor and Super playing together. Envoy was so clutch at the end of that map 1.
I mean, you're playing against the clock here as well as Envoy. But your patience,
snap.
I was going to say, has paid off, but Super goes for the shot. And we just saw a 1v3 potential for Rentor. Now you have it here for Envoy. Rentor is going to hunt him down, but it's a clutch for Envoy.
Envoy is doing it all. Pure filth. In the opening series in the play-in, a bounce back and clutch in the map one of the round one. And now a little 1v3 ice, and that might just change this map too.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of what we're talking about with like some teams overthinking some scenarios. You're seeing some glimpses of that. You don't want to plant this bomb. You don't want to get caught. But then Super overpiece the chow, ends up getting beamed. You leave your teammate in a 1 versus 1. Not what you want.
Why is Dylan Envoy looking like he's Rancor right now?
Guy's beaming.
Absolutely beaming. 3-4 now the round count. Neptune at least stunned up in Delhi, but just chilling here for a moment. Looks for the angle. Sib wins it. Or sorry, Super wins it. Sib is gone. Another first blood for Super. Neptune picks up the snipe, and he'll hit the headshot.
Super was just standing his ground. He's like, you guys aren't hitting me. Does not expect that second player to have a sniper. But it may not matter. Envoy, he crawls all the way. That's bomb down in not a great spot.
Drakes is in trouble though, 2 HP.
Yeah, he needs medals to get here, or does he just have a knife? It is a knife to the throat of Neptune.
Neptune has got to be pissed. He had him dead to rights. Ghosty, though, another opportunity to clutch. It was just an Envoy 1v3. Now Ghosty's chance to pull up the 1v3. Just Rancor medals left to deal with. Problem is going to be time. Bomb down in a precarious position due to the death of Envoy as he got aggressive.
I think they are going to know it's here. His medals is watching this cross, unless that's just their setup. There you can see. You had a shoulder on one side. Metal is just lurking in the middle of the map. Bomb down. Joe tried to retrieve that. Good luck.
Yeah, and that's one. I mean, Envoy's probably feeling it after that 1v3 clutch. He wins that gunfight against Rancor, and that goes very differently. He had a chance to win it, too. Just got beamed.
He's just hoping that I catch him off guard. They're not going to expect me here. Super just died. But not a lot of bomb plants throughout this map.
How many have there been?
I don't know.
Have there been any? Has there been a bomb plant? I didn't even think about it until you said that. I'm like, oh, yeah.
Maybe one. Normally, all we see is plants on this map.
Another first blood for Heretics. Going to be the nade combo. Metals. He'll get the kill. He's up to 9-4. Leading the way here in the search. With Paris, with search, has always been the talk of crazy plays and miracles to come back in search. They're going to need another one here. Super not wanting to overstay his welcome. He's got cover topside, wants to set himself up for a pick. Paris not giving anything for now.
Yeah, I said just not giving him anything at all. Well, the push is really through Delhi, and Rentor's going to find Neptune. Metals find Sib. Metals up to double digits. Ghosty's been in a couple of clutch situations. Here's another one. Heretics tie up the series. They are fired up. They didn't know how big that was.
No, that's big too, because I thought, after Envoy's clutch, that could be the turning moment. They didn't win another round now. Paris did not win another round, so Heretics brush off one. We've seen teams crumble after getting kind of boxed up like that. They don't let that happen. They take the search and destroy. So they're going to be heavily favored in this matchup. Great job in the first blood department. Some nice opening picks from Super as well, as we'll check out the stats. But medals, in fact, he's putting up double digits for you in search as well. Terrific stuff. But yeah, and he had 4 bloods.
Wow.
So it was the 2 snipes we talked about from Super. I didn't realize medals had 4.
I didn't either. But he had a stellar map #1. So this is dangerous now for Paris Gentlemates. But they're kind of woes continuing search outside of like Colossus. Just feels like they aren't on the same page. Their strats, what they want to go to, they just aren't working.
Well, now we're going to find out in the overload. Like you were kind of like, maybe why'd you go to exposure overload in the play-in series against Carolina?
We saw why.
We saw why, yeah. A really dominant effort. But it's like there were stretches where Carolina could have punished them, where they could have maybe built out to a bigger lead. They just weren't able to do so. But it felt like once things started to click for this side of Gentlemates, they were absolutely sensational. What was it? They outscored them like 7-1 or something.
Yeah, and you just had everybody kind of go off. Like you had Neptune with the 4-piece. You had Envoy start to make these crazy plays. So it just felt like that was a map that Carolina could never really just slow it down.
Yeah.
They can never get control of their base. We'll see if Heretics does better.
All right. Tied up 1-1. Series going to continue on in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. Map 3 after the break.
Cup 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Spawn still good for the Thieves. Now through the front we go, and it's 3 clean in the feed for LA.
Yeah, and it's Diem good for 4 in his Hydra that makes the heads-up play, hiding in the back, handling the spawn. Final 30 seconds, if LA is able to get all this time, and it looks like they will, it is going to be close to a tied-up game. Thieves, they have awoken.
It's another clean feed for the LA Thieves. 5-2-2-4 sprees all across the board. When was the last time somebody on FaZe got a kill?
How many Hellstorms are they about to get as well? This might be the collection service. Here comes the first.
Number 1, Neon steps up to the back. Lets them fly, connects on 2.
0-4 falls. This is the first time all game LA Thieves have won the rotation. 2P3, it is now theirs.
The comeback is on. We're a matter of seconds away now from the lead change. I don't believe I'm saying it. Hydra finds one man through mid now. FaZe on the late break. A busy down. It's all on the Neon. Oh, sip the pick.
Strikes right back. 32 kills, a minute and a half into time. And LA Thieves again spawning on the left side of that. So far away, cheeky spots are good enough to do a little dance battle towards the new time. This is the collection service though. Hellstorm number 2.
Number 2. Oh my God! And Abuza's just gone on a terrible blunder. Hardpoint. Thieves trying to get a break. Might not happen here. Abizi now fighting. Draza still alive on the inside of Tin. Why could no one kill him?
Last time these two teams played, it came down to a final P4 where LA Thieves dropped the ball. Well, how the tides turn. Now they have won the rotation. The game is under their control.
Got one last stronghold here on Dead. A scrap with the intel passed over. Players all over the map. It's such a spread. But technically, Thieves are winning the rotation.
That's good damage, but Simp is still alive, waiting for the teammates. Look at the credit corner out of Hydra. Red Ing gunned down by 0-4.
Unbelievable. Here come FaZe. Neon plays it smart. Plays it sensibly. Abuza. He's down as well. Lead change, LA.
You don't have the back spawns though. FaZe, they're going to be quick on the rehit.
Oh, here we go. Hydra tags one up. The next man now waiting, but time ticking against FaZe. They have to find the entry kills. Over the scrap. Gets it. 10 for the win. Zip down. And LA might have done it. Abuza drives down to the rooftops, and I don't believe. What a comeback.
I was running, dude. I was running. Did I make? Oh my God.
Did
my
you?
cable's all torn up.
Yeah, I think you might have hit something out here.
That's fine.
We'll fix this.
Yeah, that's cool.
I
went for a light yog.
We're
I
good.
made it back in time. Honestly, I would have been on time, but I was fist bumping medals. Envoy, saying good series.
Oh, you're just a great team player.
Yeah, no, that's what they call me. Yes. And then I was trying to clean this stuff off the top of my head. The headset's peeling on my head. I've got like a new tattoo on my head.
Oh.
Yeah, you know.
Like Avatar the Airbender.
Yes, absolutely. Just like that, except I have no powers whatsoever. Okay. Series should be ready to go in a second. I just saw players like walking back to setup, so it might be a second before we get into the map 3, but we just saw this from Paris. The other map we saw in the previous series was that map 1, Den. They're able to walk away with the win there. We'll see if they can do it here on Exposure as well.
Yeah, you got 3 exposures in a row, but yeah, massive map win there in that game number 2. This is what we talked about, sort of the strength for Miami coming back was their search and destroy. They looked unbelievable right there, but you needed that. You know Paris is coming off a match win. They win map number 1. Momentum is flowing. You saw how fired up those guys were. You're back to all square.
Nearly let some clutches get under your skin, but you avoid that. We look at our overall best of 5 and how this is going to continue to play out. On the other side, on Alpha, FaZe got smacked 6-1 in the map too. So that, after collapsing in that map 1, things not going well for them there. Thieves close to moving on, and we'll see who continues on from this best of 5. Exposure, exposure, exposure to wrap things up. And you're gonna see if Heretics can slow down what Neptune was able to do in the play-in on this map and mode combination. He was electric once he was able to get kind of into the P3 spot and finesse. That'll be the conversation from this side. This is where they went off. This is where they dominated.
Yeah, see if they can do it again. Maybe put up a quick 4-piece. Or can Heretics have a better response? And, well, the breakoffs were not great for Paris versus Carolina. That is where Carolina, they won like the 2 first minutes of both halves. Similar story here. Throwing the nades back. Bounce pass.
No score through yet, but in a dangerous position. Ghosty trying to do it all by himself, eventually leads to a score. Yeah, that's what a 4-0 kill difference will do on a breakoff.
Yeah, you die off spawn. The only player who was able to get a kill was Ghosty. You still have Rentor push up. Tank control behind Trakes' double is going to be yours. You're going to have EMP. Start to run it for score number 2. But a couple of players to deal with. You don't want to rotate this out. They're saying, nah, screw that. A car blows up and all hell is broken loose.
You are not wrong, Joe. Trakes has nearly every single kill.
Wow, he's 8-1. Okay.
Yeah, no, he's been pretty good to start things off. But now your first real chance to get forward. Paris looking to put this through. First player not able to score. Defense still holding for now. A 2-on-2 skirmish will go down. Ghosty, maybe the difference-making kill, and that'll be the answer. Tied up 1-1. We head bottom side of the map.
They've had great answers. I just think Paris might just have to work on their breakoffs on this map because, yeah, they've been getting smoked there, but outside of that, they have looked fantastic. You're trying to fight back. That will be a 3-dead scenario. Envoy's the last guy up protecting the A side. But Trakes, who is just on an absolute heater right now, continues everywhere he looks. There is another player making them one-shot follow that guy. He is the lead block.
And that'll be a second score through as Super continues to line them up. Answering offense with offense. We get back to mid-map with EMP spawn. Envoy a chance to maybe catch some people out mid-map. He does find one before he's traded. Now, same can be said for Ranker as he tries to hit it up the gut. Might not be much there for him as Super is able to line up 2 of them.
I think Super was able to earn a Hellstorm too on that last score.
The kills are hysterical.
It's a lot. Well, it's 2 players versus everybody else.
Yeah, that's kind of what it seems like, right?
I mean, and Super's just had a couple of streaks. The headshots were going. Now you're attacking this, but you're all by your loads. And maybe just trying to catch a timing, trying to hit the slide, but Metals does get caught.
Trakes is going to get stopped as well. EMP trying to get wrapped topside by Paris. Neptune's going to get shut down bottom side of the map, so he won't be able to make any kind of pinch play. EMP carrier kind of left alone. That'll be Sid that's going to try and back it up for now. Wait for his teammates to come off spawn and reinforce this.
Reminds me a lot of the last match versus Carolina, where you're like, man, this is looking so good for Carolina, but Paris do enough to stay in the map, only keep it like a 1-score, maybe 2-score game. But now you're just controlling the EMP, you're running around, just getting pistol kills if you're Sip.
He's on a little 4 spree too. He's not that far off the streak, but that's going to be tough with EMP in hand. You set up Super for 2, and now EMP's still in a dangerous position. The flank from Metals could really seal this.
Yeah, he's just trying to
really
wait for him.
Be needed. Now he's able to turn around, try to fight on the other side of it, set up your team for a score, up over the top and through. Paris danced for a while, but the dance comes to an end, and now you're pinned in.
And we've seen that, right? Especially throughout stage 2, just trying to control EMP. But if you get caught, it is an instant score, and now might be another one. Big kill there from Ghosty to slow things down. But you're going to have EMP just cross the map. Now you're going to have to rotate. If your gentle mates, do you get those kills? They are.
We need to slow it down for a moment. Super. Him and Trakes are 16 and 7.
Oh my, he just gets inside the crate. He just dodges the Hellstorm. He does get taken down, but can the rest of the Heretics players go? The crate position so important when a Hellstorm is called in. So they send EMP there. I thought that was going to be really cool, and nothing happened.
Nope. Almost.
Yeah, looks
but no
sweet.
cigar. Paris needs some scores, or he'd love to get one back at least before the half. Good opportunity to do it here.
You're only down one.
Oh, you take that all day. Ah!
I think they're going to take it, yeah.
Here we go, flushed on through. Last gap is EMP carrier. You're within one, and where you've been dominated at times, you do enough to keep it close. And this is the half, though, that they were so good in the play-in match. So maybe you would hope you have the advantage, but whatever, you're still in the fight.
Yeah, Dosti, he is going off just on a 7 spree, puts that score in, so he's got a Hellstorm. But only down one. Trying to take it into overtime, not going to happen.
And it's kind of similar to,
it really
different
is.
sides, but Carolina struck quickly against Paris, went up 2-0 really fast, and Paris just kept it close, kept it within like one going to the half. Pretty much the exact same thing happens here. Just will they be able to be as dominant as they were in the second half?
Yeah, now she gets Lane going, because that is the big discussion right now, or sort of difference in this map. Is a slaying. Like, Dosi is playing well, but the other three have yet to find really any openings.
All right, second half underway. Super and Drakes. We're lighting it up. Heretics dominated the breakoff last time, went 4 for 0 and turned it into an instant score. This time, it looks like Paris doing a heck of a lot better. Nice stun, though, connects on 2 players. Slows down those numbers. Heretics doing a better job, even though they lost a couple of the opening of it, just playing safe.
Yeah, it's at least
keep the fight here.
They're not at least going 4 dead into an instant score or 2. Off the breakoff, so now you have map control. Envoy's got the sub in hand. He's trying to go, and Miami thinks this is going to go A side, but you're actually wrapping this, and with Envoy all the way pushed up, a scoring opportunity, you have a chance. The problem is, though, they already crossed. He was hoping to be in that spot, and you'd see, as soon as we switched POVs,
hold up,
they were there. Sib, almost the hero play.
Yeah, I was like, is Sib going to beam everybody and turn this into a score? Counter opportunity, well, not really counter, but chance to turn the great defensive stand into something.
They actually spawned pretty far up. You can go if you are Heretics.
Well, you turn around for a second, your EMP carrier gets cut down. That'll delay things at least for a moment. Drake's kind of caught in between 2 players, but I said Ghosty is still there mid.
Yeah, he's the key, right?
He's like, let me get forward, let me get forward.
Well, he just turns every arrow. Like, those sort of second guessing that you saw was due to him finding kills in the spot that he was in. So he stops that push. And now Envoy's trying to get loose.
Yeah, hell of a play by Ghosty. Here comes the Hellstorm now from Ghosty. Down 1, 3 to play. Streaking over the top will lead to a score.
Everybody's going to be inside of P4.
Oh, well, you get one. Unfortunately, Top Solar not going to be safe from the streak, and Neptune will drop, and that'll break things up.
And I wonder, I don't know exactly where you put that, but I wonder if he puts that on top of the car, if that's the reason why. Where if he puts that on the ground, if that doesn't hit his teammate, Top Solar. But
I thought it hit the ground, but maybe it didn't.
Yeah, if it hits that car, maybe it just doesn't feel like that should have hit him.
Yeah, no, they obviously didn't think it was going to. The streak won't turn into anything. Ball back out to mid-map. Still a healthy chunk of time here. But where the second half of the play-in was very high scoring here, we've got nothing to show in the second half.
Really just stalemate in the middle of the map. Rentor, he was able to find a 5 screen. I think that's the reason why. You've had like a couple of ARs just take turns making plays. Whether it was Ghosty, now it is Rentor. Both teams battling for EMP control. Potential for 3 or 4 dead, but Trakes and Super fight back. Oh, Sib's all the way
Yeah, Sib, what can Sib find?
Might find nothing.
If he's just going to end up out of the play, they might be in trouble here.
Yeah, you aren't wrong. If they can get it to Super, Oh, he didn't see that player. Oh, that player gets, I think if Super sees him, they go. He's still on it.
All right, here he comes. Now he's tracking back.
You see them looking around. Like, they're going to check this sooner or later. Well, Rentor did check it, then gives it up. You have to know Sib is lost.
No, they're probably so confused. Like, where the hell is Sib? He's somehow still alive, out of ammo.
Now he's going to get his chance.
Reload in. Now's his opportunity. He's like, all right, let's get back to work on the offensive end of it. Sib will get shut down. EMP still getting forward. Chance of a tying score here. Defense good enough thus far. Defense will hold. No tying score through yet in a circus of a sequence.
Yeah, weird scenario there for both of our teams. And now do you get to part the bus? No, Miami to push on forward. Trakes was up towards Platt. Envoy's pinching this, so he's got to be careful. But it looks like with this angle, should be able to put some shots in. Does just that, damage all over the place, but no kills, not looking great.
I think he needed his teammate to get one for him. Get one for him, probably sets up a freebie. 50 seconds to go now as Heretics wrap this back out mid-map, playing a little bit of keep away.
Is he gonna go all the way back? They don't want, maybe not want to play that game.
You gotta be careful here. I'll say you lose a couple of gunfights, you were in a dangerous spot, but they're winning the gunfights. Post up in some power positions. They find all the kills, now 30 to play. Just gotta be careful here. I gotta be careful, that's everybody dead. Now a chance for Gentlemates.
Yeah, you have time to come off spawn though. You're gonna spawn safe. Just what do Gentlemates want to set up? Looks like they want to try to rotate this, so it's kind of a 2-2 split across the board. Rentor is close here, just doesn't want to over-challenge. You actually read this if you're Sib. Hell of a read. He's gonna wrap it back to him.
Here we go.
I think you gotta wait for Neptune though. Neptune has to get involved. I lied, Sib is beaming into overtime though. This is gonna slow down. Ball's gonna be topside. Do Miami want to play off of that?
Here we go, 4 versus 4. No respawns remaining.
Everyone's here.
We're all grouped up, and it's about to be a bloodbath. Neptune tries to set up Envoy. He's gonna get shut down. His teammates find 2 though. Now down to a 2 versus 2. Trakes drops, all on Super. 1 versus 2. Snaps.
It's gonna go, it's over, it's over. He's gone.
Just gonna run away with this ghost. He's gonna go. It is done. Paris get a late second half score and then clutch it up in OT. It was some magic that led to the Major 1 win. They're finding some magic now, 2-0. On exposure overload to start this weekend. This one not quite as clean as the last.
No, I mean, second half was all about the defensive plays, really from both teams, but then that final minute gets crazy. You get a 4 dead with 25 seconds left. Everybody comes off spawn on the Miami side, and you saw the sort of the spread. You weren't really sure where that EMP was gonna go, but as soon as Sib checks that corner, I mean, a hell of a play for him to check that. Just Rentor doesn't want to get caught. He checks that, he guns too, and you just follow Sib in, and then we go to OT.
And Rentor's probably thinking he's gonna win that gunfight most of the time, but doesn't happen there. Sib puts him down. And then when Envoy kind of slid out in that 4v4, I thought they were in trouble, but like, it turned 2 heads and it led to multiple kills. He was kind of the bait. Slid on in, gets dropped. Well, let's look through some of the highlights before we get there.
And I think like Miami in the OT, it felt like they kind of just wanted to go and play for the EMP. Like they were like, yo, there's 2 in our spawn. Like let's just try to take EMP and fly forward towards B. But they didn't get to the spots that they wanted. And then they slowed down, and then everybody was within 20 yards of each other.
Yeah. I thought Neptune was gonna get caught early on, but he was able to stay up, and then just insanity ensues. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty high scoring early on, and then it just completely shut down. All about the defensive stands and possession, like you said. Here's going to be that pick by Sib.
And he wins the next one. I thought they had to wait for Neptune. Neptune is up top.
And the fact you got damage in there, like that's not a guarantee.
Yeah, because Ghosty's able to find that kill. Then overtime, skirmishes play out, then it's a 1 versus 2, and Ghosty's just saying, yo, Neptune, slide to the tank. I'm going to take this EMP. I'm gone.
These guys aren't fired up at all. That was an insane one. I thought they'd be amped up. I don't think I've ever seen Sib really get fired up, though.
Straight to business.
Straight to business in an epic 4-3 win there. Both the respawns so far go to Paris. Yeah, you know the edge in S&D goes to Heretics, but can they get to them at 5? They're going to have to win a respawn. They're going to need to do it on exposure hardpoint. Possibly that 4.
Yeah, I mean, exposure hardpoint, we also saw from Paris in the first series. We're going to keep talking about it. First set was awesome. We're like, uh-oh, Paris hardpoint's back. They out-rotated, had some big breaks.
They went up like, what, 80, somewhere in that ballpark?
Yeah, could have been a lot worse for Carolina, and then they got smoked. I mean, Carolina just put them in the blender.
Yeah, no, I forget. I think I said it was like 210 to 40 or somewhere in that ballpark. Carolina turned it on and never looked back. So, yeah, at least, I mean, that's what's kind of crazy here. I guess I'm surprised that Paris got as many of the maps as they just played. I guess that's one thing I'd try to think about if I was team playing on next league. Maybe not give them the same maps, but it boils down to what Heretics want to play too.
Yeah,
so.
just vetoes and sort of comfort. You're going to try to play as many AR maps as possible, and Exposure is one of those for Ranked and Super.
But the fact that you get the same overload and the same hard points.
The W.
There's
momentum off that.
Yeah, no, 100%. But you did lose it in the first series despite the strong start. They lose it here. We're going 5. They win it. Well, they're moving on to the second round. And I think everybody thought, sure, I mean, Paris won Major 1. If they get back to even close to what they were doing, it's a team that can make a run to a top 6, top 4, despite the fact they're starting at play-in. You catch fire, though, who the hell knows what the limit is for this team? Because I don't think, we don't think anyone else is, really untouchable outside of Optic.
Yeah,
they can beat everybody else.
Optic in the final. I think after that, your guess is as good as mine. And if you
did the Alpha series end? Do we know what that ended up being?
I have no idea.
I'm checking.
I think it was 2-0.
It was 2-0. All right, looks like it's
now.
in game 4 now. Okay. Map 4 about to load in. Exposure. We'll see if Paris can clean up some of their mistakes from the play in match versus Carolina here and close this out, or if Heretics can start to catch fire. Had their chances in that map 3, just didn't do quite enough. Honestly, came down to an insane Sib play at the end of that. Sib might have got 2 in the OT. I didn't watch back to 4v4. He might have got 2 in the OT too.
Yeah, he might have.
Yeah. That guy was the finisher.
That's a nickname.
Yep. They call him the finisher.
Oh, looks like we're going to reset.
Not sure if they got sides wrong or what the deal may be, but okay, we come back to camera real quick, huh? We were sitting down and relaxing here on Bravo. Okay, well, I don't know what else you want to chat there before this kicks off. We were basically ready to go, and you know, if it's just a side issue or what the deal was.
Probably, yeah. Probably just a little side issue or whatever, but we'll get that fixed and then we'll jump back into it. But honestly, I mean, you talked about FaZe down. I actually saw Abizi when we talked that map one. He was 1-15 and then won that map.
He started that slow.
1-15.
That's pretty impressive. That is pretty impressive. He turned it around. Now Heretics, they'll try to turn it around and get into round 2. Again, we're now into the double elimination part of this. We have a kind of standard 8-team bracket. So you lose this, you still have a chance to fight on.
But
the scary matches are done.
Yeah, you'll play later tonight. So 2 teams will be eliminated in our 4th slot. This is the second match of a 4-match day here on Bravo. Well, and Alpha. Up next, I think, is what, G2 Falcons here?
Yeah, so we're probably casting what, loser of this? Did we think we were casting loser of this and loser of FaZe Thieves?
That's
probably?
what we think, but we don't know.
Okay, I just know we do the 4th slot. We're not sure if that'll be the case, but yeah. We'll see what the deal is. I imagine we'll just be loading back in a second here. And the players look to get locked and back in for this map 4. I feel like we've been casting for 500 straight hours, but it's not even really been that long.
I was just watching how Super holds his controller, too. It's like... He's got all
claw?
Yeah. No, not really.
Kind of, yeah, he claws.
Like double half claw. But he's got both his index and middle on bumpers.
Yeah, I guess I just always thought of that as like claw because you're pulling it down for your 4 buttons. I could never do that. That would give me arthritis or some kind of tendon pain. I tried. It felt so uncomfortable. I don't know how people do it. People that claw are freaks. They're like little crabs.
Yeah, it's me.
You're a freak and a crab.
I know.
Fist bumps out though. Looks like we're ready to restart this.
We didn't have cool scuff controllers back then.
That's true. You had to, right? Well, I guess that's what I find so interesting, like clawing down with the scuff. Like I feel like you have options that are probably healthier for your hands, but what do I know?
My hands are healthy.
You still claw even with scuff?
Yeah.
Oh, you're just a freak then.
So
you say you're like 30 though, 32.
32?
Yeah. Just wait.
Okay. When does that hit?
You're not gonna be able to hold a spoon.
Like
I'm at the feed you cereal.
I'm not like the guy from Scary Movie. Like this is my strong.
That's gonna be you. That's gonna be
no,
you.
that's not how that works.
Yeah, no, that'll be you.
All right.
Or you'll be totally fine. I don't know. We'll see. All right, action back on. Sorry for the quick delay, but we stay on exposure. And well, if Heretics win this map, we stay on exposure even longer.
We're in space.
We sure are. Just soaking up the sun rays to provide energy for
Project Hail Mary.
There you go. Nice opening break off here from Miami.
Yeah, no, Paris might really have to turn down that brace on this map.
Yeah, their break-offs, they might be drunk and then they sober up as the game goes on. I don't know. But I don't think they'd want a single break-off on exposure or anything. But they usually fight back. We'll see what they can do at the tail end of this P1 with about 15 remaining.
Yeah, both teams just battling. It's just a question of who's going to rotate first. Sib's going to spawn up top Solar. He's going to have Trakes and Metals here. A nade lands right at Trakes' feet. Sib puts a bullet into him. It looks like the first guy on the hill will be Metals, but Envoy is here. Neptune is here. Gentlemate's in a great spot.
See how much time they can turn this into. They got Sib finding picks mid-map, which will delay any kind of pinch chance for Heretics.
Neptune was so far pushed up. He just didn't find any kills.
Thankfully, Sib got you one that delays it for a moment, but now the pressure is here, and there's going to be the break. And that's where we talked about Neptune doing such a good job really in the din from that position. Now, those other spots, he gets one, totally different. He dies, that's a break.
And then split spawns come in, and you actually flip. So this is great for Heretics. Now you have P3 side. There's still time to fight for Paris Gentlemates with 20 seconds remaining and reflip that headed into, and that is going to be it. It's just Rentor all by himself.
We'll see if Rancor can do something nasty here. Going to be caught in between two in a second. They've cleared everything but his position, and well, now he's going to pounce. Able to get one, hasn't been traded out yet. Teammates chain together a second. Teammates finding everything. Rancor gets one, his teammates get the rest, and that goes about as beautifully as it can for Heretics.
Great transition from Miami just to recognize the scenario. Rentor's able to play his life, doesn't get caught. Buys enough time for his teammates to get there, and now you're starting to earn this P3 time. There is going to be some pressure about 20 seconds in, but you are going accidentally killing Sib. 5 in a row for Rentor, and you're flipping.
Yeah, keep the sub out, dude. You can do it with everything.
Guys melting.
The story of Paris' Hardpoint, though, at least today, has been keep it close enough and then see if you can make a run late. Still certainly in this one, but they'll get the final 20 or so seconds. With that remaining time, Heretics going to be forced to go ahead and rotate. One is going to be spawned in the back. One should turn his head to deal with that. He does, but it looks like they're just going to wrap bottom side. That's Rancor, that was the last one to spawn. He's just sprinting, trying to get there to help his team.
Yeah, not only do you get the break, I think Rentor was very close to a Hellstorm. I don't think he allowed that to jump through. And then Envoy's able to sneak back towards back trailer. He is just being annoying, being a nuisance, hoping this can turn into not a clean hold, and that's exactly what it is. But you have the close spawns. Rentor continues to fry. He's on 5 in a row. You deal with Sib.
Now let's get somebody to Hardpoint, start turning this into time.
They don't have spawns?
Still a healthy amount here, but you're right, you do not have spawns, so 2 are going to pop for Paris in the back. And they're going to pounce right into the point, and now Heretics have got to do their job again.
Yeah, you just kept it, well, dirty enough, and then you had players like bottom spiral side. They're able to spawn on that side staircase. Flips the map there for Paris, and now they have a chance to take the lead.
They're finding ways to get breaks in all sorts of different types of ways.
They are.
Now it's Ghosty on a bit of a spree as he gets up to 5 in a row. Hop to him for a second. He's just going to squirrel his way away. Now to P5. Sib holding down one side of this. Ghosty pushing closer. Or never mind, he has it. So he's got the Hellstorm on 5. Got it done with the objective work as well. His teammates find all the kills. He'll continue to soak. Lead change. Paris squad in front.
Yeah, and this is some of the cleaner Hardpoint that we have seen throughout this map. It's a beautiful hold so far. Neptune was able to find Metals, who was going on that long route a couple lives ago. Maybe the one player who's going to mess with this setup. Here comes the pressure, though, for Heretics with around 30 seconds left. You deal with the players around it, but on the hill, Kosi continues to earn time. He was going to find a double, but with 20 seconds left, there's a contest.
We'll see if Heretics will be just about to tie this up with the remaining time. Rancor having himself a map so far. Metals, who's honestly been solid throughout this series, especially in map 1 and 2. 6-15 start. And he's got to get something going. But well, despite that, I mean, He had the lead until a minute ago.
When the hell did Dosti get a Hellstorm? So Hellstorm on Dosti.
He earned the five screen before when he was in the hardpoint zone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He earned it just a minute.
Oh, at P5?
Yeah, like we're going into the P5 basically. Yeah, we hopped this POV and he was only on 5 spree, so I was like, I wonder if he'll get it, and he already had it. So I think it might have been actually during the P4. Whew. Rangor's hot shoot continues. No, he is beaming. Also, a lot of this half his kills have been with a sub in hand.
Yeah, he's at the dry, just continues to find it. He's like, I'll play with this a little bit. Into a great spot. You check this corner, but it doesn't matter. It just feels like he is zapping right now.
Yeah, every time he's tucked in the corner, two people are sliding into him. He's getting both. 6 spree now for him. Just trying to get back in control of this lead. P2 ready to go. First there will be Heretics, but, well, it's going to be a 3-on-2. You have numbers for a moment. Does Paris. And Raykor again just eats. Not missing bullets. 26 and 12, 8 in a row. Hellstorm earned, chewing up time, doing it all.
Yeah, Sib, though, he's going to find one, and Dosi's got the Hellstorm. So you're going to have to get off this time. Little extra utility, a big bonus, plus you find 2. So as good as the hold was, that life was for Rentor may not mean much as you're going to get on this. You just have to deal with Metals, who is across the map. And maybe he had mute field, so they don't find Metals with that play. And he's able to find it. Who was that? Envoy on the hill. He's able to get the double, and now you're right back to it.
I'm imagining it was the mute field play.
Yeah, mute field plays, I think, are all over the place right now. Yeah, just Envoy just made one.
All right. Well, mute field plays all over the park. Paris still holding on to this lead. Big fights for a big P3 now. Sib and Neptune trying to work together to break this through the back.
Oh, throws an A back.
Tosses it back in. Envoy took a long round to challenge this from the front. See if they can pinch this out perfectly together. Envoy's going to get 2 from the front, set up Neptune to get in. And there we go, another brilliant break from Paris.
Yeah, that one a lot cleaner than some of the ones that we have seen, but they find the one player who's not in the hill. He had a 3 stacked on it. Trophies weren't there, and then, yeah, Envoy, wherever he was, through the middle of the map, got that 2-piece.
He wrapped all the way from old through, like, spiral, basically, to mid-map. Like, he took a route.
Yeah, and then we're gassing that up, and they go for dead immediately.
Yep, that'll happen, Joe. This is Call of Duty.
Not at P3 normally. It normally doesn't happen here, though.
No, that's a good point, Joe, but it can happen anywhere. And Neptune's just going to go ahead and rotate with 20 seconds remaining on this. Unfortunately, the rest of his teammates still spawning in the back of old. So Heretics have got everything they want. It's just, can they deal with Neptune? Not yet.
At least know the position to be in. Sib has knife out. He's going to get caught. Very similar to the last time we were here.
Nice play, Trakes. Just a little finesse. Back it up and wall jump. Neptune's like, guys, I'm finessing. I'm finding kills. That looked like a sick joke. Neptune's like, boys, get to me.
A lot of these kills are looking like that. People are getting melted all over the place, and due to Neptune's play, what do you know? Paris are in the hard point. They don't have the spawns, but it has not mattered.
Well, that's the thing about 3 or 4. You can win it from the front, and they're going to try to do exactly that here. Last time they got kind of blessed with the spawn in the back. Ryan blessed, like Heretics just didn't have the spawn in the back. Metals is one with a bush. Trakes is going to get 2. Metals is going to pop, and Heretics are right back in this. Nobody can get a strong hold, really. Everything's split.
Nobody's able to breathe right now. Like, you've had some longer holds, but not many. Not many, as both of our teams are just breaking back and forth. And you should see that in the scoreboard. About to be a tie game as we head to P5.
I thought maybe the final couple seconds they give the ticks to get the lead change, but now they're going to go off old and try to set up now, or try to break for this P5. Envoy and Ghosty, the crossfire, helping each other out. A pair of assists and a pair of kills for both. Ghosty will try to delay any kind of pinch from mid-map. He's battling with a player or 2. Teammates still holding inside the point. Ghosty's going to lose his fight against Super, but Sib does trade it. Now here come Heretics.
You get 20 seconds, now we're going to get 20 seconds. Take control of this. There is 30 left. Rentor, he is still double positive. I swear that Dravik was killing it faster than this M15.
No, honestly, I just would have kept that out. His Dravik was special.
But it does not matter. He's still on a 4 spree. Another lead change coming in for Heretics. But all right, 20, and now another 20.
No, I'd love to know what the longest hold has been. It's sub 30 seconds. It's like gotta be. Unless there's one I'm not thinking of. But we're going down to the wire. Third P1. just about to pop. Sib inside and ready to party. Up 10, looking to close out this series. Neptune gets gunned to sleep by Rancor. Now here they're going to come. Level 4 and 3 towards the point here for a second. Top spiral. Rancor will get to that and try to get angles. Sib, though, snapping. Sib, I thought, nearly a triple, but as he gets those kills, his teammates find none. Everyone else is going to drop, and Heretics are in.
Yeah, does he get through, though? Envoy, did he get spotted? Now they're going to know he is there. I thought maybe there was a chance for him to get through low dirt and mess with this setup. Looks like Paris really playing for P2. At least you have one player in that spot. That's going to be Sib. Trace, though, he's on 5 in a row, trying to match Rencor, trying to get us to that game 5. Maybe not rotating with Sib, but trying to find an opening through connector.
Unfortunately, that streak comes to an end due to a team nade. 10 seconds remaining. P2 ready to pop. 5 points separate them. Super is going to pounce. I thought movement may be a little awkward for a second, but he's able to snap and able to close.
One more player here. It's Envoy. Envoy's got 2, almost finds the 3rd, but early time to Heretics.
Paris, it's been all about the breaks. When they've been able to come up with them over these first couple of hard points over this day, they're going to need another break here. Heretics closer to the lead. And Nade's going to connect to pick 1 out of the point. Sib's able to get 2 after that. He was the hero in the overload. Sib looks to be the finisher here again. Metals going to get dropped. Can't walk away with anything. Everybody grouped up and banging it out onto the point. 230, 240, away we go.
It was an opening nade from Envoy that leads to that break. Now you need one if you are Heretics, but he dodges 3 dead. Super is stuck in a corner, 12 more seconds. And while you find Super, you are staggered now. You have to go. Some deep spawns to the position of Envoy. Neptune is frying. You just need to hold on for 2 more, and they do just that. Paris back on land in a winner's round 2.
A chaotic, chaotic exposure map 4. But honestly, bro, it might have been Sib's 2 he got like early in that P2. And then the Envoy nade. But like Sib's 2 were the reason that they couldn't really get like a clean setup. And then Envoy's nade, the pick gets them in. And maybe their best setup and hold is once they finally got control of that P2. They win a pair of hard points. They start out with 3-1 in hard point over their first 2 matches. Some nail-biting wins, and honestly, they probably should be 4-0.
Yeah.
Map 1 versus Carolina, it's very winnable.
So different from the hard point we saw from them in stage 1. I don't know if it's game updates, other teams getting better, but like stage 1, it was all about them being so clean on rotation, just out-rotating everybody, dominating them.
Chaos.
Yeah, now it's them just surviving, thriving, finding dirty breaks.
Yeah, the dirty breaks were coming in. And, I mean, they got blessed with spawns 8 times. They got hurt by spawns. But
there's always an answer.
One way or another. Yeah, they were answering and they were finding the break. They were a resilient bunch throughout their first pair of series. And now, just a couple of hours into the event, you've already started out 2-0. Maybe starting to find your glue, find the connection, trust between teammates again. We knew they could do it. But it's a different thing to see them do it. They'll continue on the tournament in the winner's side of things.
See the Gentleman's fans showing some fans to the players. They love Dosti. Now, could you not? I mean, great series for him.
Ghosty had some unreal moments. But man, Sib was terrific. In some
Sib
of those
3 and 4, sort of like clutch.
Some clutch kills, and like he led the way in damage more often than not. I mean, Rancor put up 41 and had a terrific map, especially when that Dravik was out and blowing for him. But all that mattered were the final moments, as we're going to check out the scuff play of the game. And it's going to be these final seconds. Oh, we're just going to watch. Never mind the map 4. I thought it was going to be just the tail end of it.
We'll watch that final map number 4. But yeah, I mean, you're just going to see just lead changes all over the place. Just felt like neither team could get a clean hold, and they continued to battle. Rencor in the middle of the map was turning on Neptune. Dravik in hand was going crazy, led the way with the damage. Still around a 30-point lead. They need another break here. Neptune was unbelievable near that back crate, the way he played it. Then it was about the rotation towards P2.
But I mean, as much as this map was a thriller, I mean, the map 3 is probably what's going to haunt Heretics. You're up 3-2 with 30 seconds to go. And things just unravel. Here are the final seconds from this. Neptune ends it on a 4-3 as he had some big ones, but whoever comboed a nade or Vonvoy just hit one to find the opening pick for the break to P2. But dude, the number of breaks they had just over the 4 hard points they've played so far has been unbelievable. 250 to 240 banger. I mean, it's a close series, at least in the final 2. Paris get it done in 3-1 fashion over these first 2, and here we go.
They survived to tomorrow, right? Sort of what you're trying to tell these guys, or sort of their message to each other is like, all right, when we get to land, we'll figure it out, and it happened.
Yeah.
Right? So now they're just to be playing with the utmost confidence.
You would think so, right? Like, and it isn't just like, okay, today we're playing well and we're back to what the hell are we going to get out of these guys tomorrow. I think there is enough of mess or chaotic sequences that I would think maybe some of the better teams are going to punish them, but like Miami is one of those better teams. It is a team that maybe should have punished them in some of these sequences, but they couldn't get the holds. They couldn't stop the breaks coming through for Paris, and here we go. I mean, Miami still have a chance to make a run here through losers.
It's your number 2 seed, down in losers now, playing the loser of Thieves or FaZe, which don't know if that's still going on. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That might have ended 3-1. The crowd was getting loud at some point, so I feel like that might be the case, but we'll have to wait and update there. But that'll do it for this one. We still have a couple of matches coming on Bravo. But we're going to hop over to Alpha to check things out. Oh, and we are in Game 5. Okay, so I was wrong. Oh, my God. Okay.
We're going to stack up.
I mean, props to FaZe, because they throw a 100-point game. They hit 6-1.
Yeah, no, I thought the series was over for sure.
Yeah, just mentally checked out.
Oh, God, this might be a 2v4 for FaZe. Are you kidding me? Simp.
Was it a 2v4?
1v2. It would be a 2v4, yeah. Spot and drop, though. Okay, say hold on.
Everything dialed in. Booza hits that first shot on Scrap.
You know what I can't wait to do is go eat.
FaZe, honestly,
I'm starving.
Hungry boys.
But instead, it's
when do we start casting on Alpha?
2.
7-2.
Yeah, so it's been almost 3.5 hours. You've just been yapping.
Hydra, his S&D levels up throughout the year.
Oh, Hydra's cheesing.
They are putting the work in.
Just keep an eye on the way Hydra plays. Watch that arrow. He knows when to go. He knows when to stop. As of now, he has been so.
You know, I guess I should have realized. I just remember the crowd like roaring at some points. I thought it was done, but it was probably some moment in the hard point. It has been very quiet for a while. FaZe won back-to-back matches.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if like the series one was done.
Yeah, yeah.
Should have known because Optic plays next and places nuts for them.
True. But what a massive Game 5 this is.
FaZe have captured the middle of the map. They're going to leave 0-4 up and aggressive.
Looks like they're going to wrap this out top, but the rotation's coming in from Thieves, and Niam's been holding this time. Look at this.
A little dirty spot.
That is certainly a little dirty spot. First blood for Abizi.
You've said that a lot. Maybe not this year.
No, not this year. No, we have not. But
who's on offense and defense?
Oh, 4 with the pay. Wait, did he see the other guy get through? Oh, he did. Okay, calm to his teammate. I was like, hold up, you had the trigger discipline there.
How are they winning this round?
Well, they almost pulled up a 2v4 in the last round. This time, looks like they're pull up the 3v4. Things fall apart for Thieves, and you and I have casted some Thieves Search and Destroy, and there have been some very winnable rounds, or rounds you should win, that have not.
Well, yeah, dude, just looking at the mini map, like I was like, where is everyone? There were a couple players on an island, and then like this, you were behind them if you were FaZe. Hydra now trying to clutch a 1 versus 2. He's going to see the player on the bomb, just doesn't see the player behind the tree. Nice little setup there to tie things up.
Hydra's probably thinking this is winnable once he gets the kill off the bomb guy. But yeah, he said 1 tuck behind the tree.
Back and forth we go.
Oh, they'll get the kill.
Make sure to stretch.
Yeah, I'm tight. Look at Niam, dude. I love it.
Wonder if he gets a name here or just sees him. But look at this setup. Like you had nobody watching like mid map for Thieves.
Seems free, doesn't it? Well, if 04 has the stones,
what a massive round 1 this is, though. Holy.
Here in Game 5.
Because loser plays Paris, who've got loser plays Miami, right? That's not going to be an easy one.
Waiting for a pinch. This might be the let's find 04 in first blood on nearly, and it's Scrap actually.
Scrap gets the blood. All right.
Well, it's also not only you get the blood, it's like you get the blood in a 2-on-2 when your teammates are. It's such a spread setup where your FaZe is going to run into someone. He would hope, but
brother, you're in a 4v3 or 4v2, a 4v3, a 4v2, and these have all almost been like FaZe round wins.
But everybody was everywhere. That was kind of the problem. You weren't able to group up due to your setup. You had 1 P2, 1 middle of the map.
So it's just setups you're having an issue with.
What it is the
Well, it's more like how do we get together without losing numbers? And that is not happening right now as we're into a 1 versus 1, and
Dude,
Bomb is down.
What is this map? We've only seen 3 rounds, and all the rounds have been a joke. 04 gets the spot, gets some tags in. Going to back it up for now.
Niam's chasing.
He chased with no hesitation.
He doesn't have Bomb. I mean, he should be able to get to B.
Oh, my lordy. Niam recoups it. What's the timing going to be like on the check? Oh, my God. Niam's just going to go jump right over his head. Oh, my God. You just got 2v4'd. You almost had 2v4 2 rounds ago. You got 3v4 in the last round. That's 3 straight first bloods and 2 round wins for FaZe.
Yeah, and what I was saying was so good is that Scrap got the first blood in like this spread setup, so then FaZe runs into you, and Hydra got the second so cleanly.
He's got group up after that? Like,
yeah, maybe without moving forward, like just back up.
Group up.
But maybe that's just props to the 2 FaZe players. We're just saying, screw it, let's just send it where we know there's an opening, or?
Yeah, I'd say that was the case if we didn't almost have 3 rounds in a row. Oh my God. Scrap a chance, but it just gets laced. Just gets laced. That might have been a team shot there.
He's
but
the only player here, right? He's the island guy. Everyone else, you're going to have Bomb down. So much room to work with.
And look at the difference in setups.
Yeah.
It's going to be real tight for the FaZe boys.
It's kind of just on a Boozin not to throw his life away. He's got to get info that there's 2 here. And then, okay, so FaZe is getting aggressive on the opposite side, and they find Niam. So they hunt down the weak side player. You play your corners. Beautiful out of FaZe.
Holy hell. I mean, we didn't cast all of this, but think of the circus this series has been. Like, FaZe blow a 100-point lead in the map 1, gets smoke map 2, and now they might pull off the dirtiest reverse sweep.
No, it's impressive.
Yeah. I mean, dude, what? Throw a 100-point lead, then get 6-1. And then they're like,
yeah,
you
know what?
Bro, and then the fashion that this has gone since we've watched, like, the fact you won 2 out of those 3 rounds with his first bloods for Thieves, and like clean first bloods. There's got to be so much frustration in the Thieves camp. Nade shots put his head through several walls at this point. 04 has gotten pushed up, and he's continuing to go. Simp's going to find a kill from Statue. Another blood in. Scrap's going to march over 1 in drop. Draza just lurking. Things are unraveling. 04 is hunting forward. Niam's going to have to back it up. In behind enemy lines might be Hydra. Hydra's going to have to get both of these kills. Can he win the second one?
Didn't see him. But again, that's what I was going to say. You're just all over the place. You have Hydra working top A. You had Scrap running through a smoke B side.
Look, they all back up. 04 backs. They all back the whole way up to deal with Hydra.
Well, they got to deal with them, though.
Now it's all on Niam, 1 versus 2.
It feels like the start of these rounds is strong for Thieves, but they get lost.
The challenge now from the second. He does recover the bomb. 30 seconds.
Niam's got bomb, but how do you win this? He's going to have to gun somebody to sleep.
Well, he's hoping for someone to throw their life away.
Not going to happen. FaZe reverse sweep, and there's going to be some yapping across the stage.
Oh. They're saying, oh, bro, great game.
And now they got to play Miami. Like, these might just get double bopped out.
Yeah.
Holy. All right, well, it's been an insane sequence here. I feel like Joe and I have casted 4 different series at this point, but it's been a lot of fun to kick things off. We got
great.
2 streams going on. The action's been incredible. This is what our bracket looks like. The 2 play-in matches are done. 2 of our 4 round 1 matches are done. FaZe and Paris meet for another date. If you remember back to Major 1, that was one that went all 5, which was what, the insane 2-5 comeback from Gentlemates on Colossus, like that insane, like
started it all.
Yeah, no, it really did. Like that was one of the better series we had, really, back to Major 1. That's going to be a rematch, but
yeah, Thieves Miami to stay alive.
And Thieves search does not look good, so like,
no.
All right, thank you for hanging out with us. It's been beautiful. I'm gonna go eat some food. We'll be casting later on Alpha for Major 4. We'll see you guys soon for the third on Bravo. Oh, for match 4. Major 4's way away. We'll see you for match 3 on Bravo after this.
I'm in the game like EA, been in my process pre-K, shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a two-pay, treat every day like payday, y'all been living so mundane, my work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day, putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine, while everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams, I got a calling that's so divine, Lord take the wheel like 10 and 2, I'm losing energy, I'm overdue, I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros, watch me hit the power moves, been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You wanna know what we came for? Energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy.
Pick up where I left off, it ain't over. Whole squad on the gravel, all I know, I'm a soldier, stand up. Add attention, shake it off. Taylor Swift, forget the trip. Back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Medics panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the res, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, way, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, repoint, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make waves, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm Kane when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it. Little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking feces cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNATs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe wanna tear my head off, I could really use the Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make waves, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm Kane when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it.
Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing nonstop action to the ATL. Get your tickets before they sell out at DreamHack.com/Atlanta. Dominate the competition on main stage with the CDL Major Hunter Tracer Pack. Collect your chip by scanning the QR code or heading to the in-game store now.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Getting a bit dicey on the rooftops here, and FaZe with the numbers.
And you can see Thieves as well. They are really starting to force it. You're running out of time. You're feeling the pressure. You have to play differently, and FaZe already set up around mid. They can swing this right. Sip is already pushed out. The device is gone. Out P2. You lose positions. You lose your life, and you might just lose this game.
He's not stopped.
Arrow 3-0.
He's still going. 6 spree for Sim. And they're setting up for the rally. What a perfect cross over the courtyard. Aim down, 7 in a row. Now the goals are starting to fly. The 4th is about to go through, looking for that topside control, and Simp has been alive in the spawn of the Thieves for the whole time now.
Gotta go fast. They can be set around the new device, and well, he continues. 8 spree. This is a human calculator right now in COD.
And he's working it. Oh, look at this. 9, Hellstorm. Topside, complete coverage. No way! 10! Can we get any more? A quick pickup. A ridiculous number 11. 12th will deny, but the goal is there. 5-0 for FaZe.
I mean, that's a heat check of all heat checks, and you can see Sim, he is starting to growl in those comms.
And we still have full control of the middle of the map. Off spawn, straight into the Hellstorm. The desk said there is one major problem to contend with Chris Lair. Sim the Pimp. Another goal is on the cards here. Good stop. Hydra and Abisi get their respective kills, and a rooftop play is now on but 1:30. This might just be it. Map 4. We're going back to Scar. This would be unbelievable from the Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, Simp is called game. You got the pinch rolling through as well. He's here to slaughter you. A 2-piece, no damage done. Third guy, well, wins the gunfight. That is not for momentum. We are officially, at this point, just playing for stats.
He's having a whale of a time. Looking for that next goal, not going to happen. The trades are on point, though. Whew, I know, 4 with a knife there, going for it, B2. Final moments. And they can just continue to feed Sim at 31-19. Looking very attractive right now. Opportunity for the Thieves to get this as 3. And they are still looking a little slow, and Sim, perfect trade. Oh, we can't even get it through. Is it over? It's finally in, 5-1. That should be the final score. And once again, congratulations to FaZe. The first half was good. The second, even better.
Congratulations, LA Thieves. The consolation prize of not getting goose-egged here in Overload. I mean, this is just feed up victory lap, get the guns hot, 0-4, 27 kills as well. It is FaZe's map pick for the map number 4. They are delivering us there in emphatic fashion. LA Thieves, one final attempt again, just to make the scoreboard look better.
It was lovely work from FaZe. 5-2, the final score here in Overload. And a GG's in the chat. We will be continuing the series onwards. FaZe finally find themselves on the receiving end of a win.
Mamba, why do they call G2 Minnesota the Lanimals?
I swear, online we just super inconsistent, and when it comes to LAN, we just turn up and execute.
What's that all about?
I think online is just like internet has a lot to do with it. So I just think when we're all on the same PCs, same internet, we just come out on top.
Yeah. So there's no ping to provoke you guys getting stressed and in your own heads.
Especially with all the pressure of the fans and everyone watching you. Some people don't perform under pressure, and we do.
Because online, it feels like you're a very momentum-based team, and the things you are going up against Falcons first, and we know map 1, Hardpoint, they come out fighting strong. Does that intimidate you in any way now that we're here in Birmingham?
No, because online they did the same thing, and we still came out on top. So at the end of the day, we just got to come out and execute.
Yeah, and how are you feeling about that S&D mode?
The S&D mode, I think we're going to do really good at it, especially LAN. At LAN, S&D is played really different and a lot slower, so I think it's just about using our teamwork and executing.
And who do you think is the strongest team here apart from Optic?
Apart from Optic, I would probably say us. Us and us.
Yeah. I love the confidence, man, but good luck today.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I'm a big stepper when I walk, money maker when I talk. Another boys on a mission, never put them in a box. Clawing to the top, jaws open while they watch. Yeah, I'm getting to the chicken, I ain't never gonna stop. I'm the life of the party, know it's going down. If they wanna talk about me, I'ma tell them how. I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, I'ma. Everybody wanna be like me, fast lane, steady whipping 2 doors off speed. Everybody wanna be like me, but that's something that they never gonna be.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Bravo stream here in the Call of Duty League Birmingham. Day 1 has been an absolute blast so far. We've said goodbye to 2 teams. We've sent 2 to the losers bracket, and we're about to do 1 more here.
Yeah, and the teams that have been losing, not happy, so you want to make sure you stay in the winners bracket here. Very interesting battle we have as well. Obviously, Mamba very confident. Still a rookie, though. You saw the interview. Hesitated just a little bit. When you're asked who's the next best team, you say it's not even Optic. It's us. We're number 1. So hesitated. But he'll bring the goods on land once the match hits off.
Hopefully doesn't hesitate in game. G2 Minnesota have been a wonderful squad to watch online. We'll see if they will be just that today. Again, the Lanimals. Will G2 live up to the name? Skyscraper, Mamba, and Estriel. You know them, you love them.
But again, the question is, can they bring it here on LAN? It's been an interesting time thus far. Many of the matchups have gone, I mean, maybe the way you would expect for it.
Well, no, we know they can bring it together on LAN. They went up against some top teams at the last major, looked good, and they beat Riyadh as well in this past qualifier, but they've proven themselves. Now it's about replicating that performance and then improving upon it. And I think, honestly, G2, they look good. They're a ferocious team. Yes, they have a little bit of inconsistencies online, but when these guys are firing on all cylinders, they look on point. And funnily enough, it was against Riyadh as well that I think they started to kill some of those storylines. People weren't sure how they're going to perform. Everybody was on Skies' back at the start of the year. Then you have that one game Hardpoint, the 250-249, where Skies makes that game-winning play. G2, so much potential, and guys like Estriel, I mean, he turns up. You play against the best teams, that man always fries. Excited to see him play.
Yeah, he really is a staple of much of the success G2 has seen, a stalwart of the Minnesota lineup for such a long time. But their opponents, of course, Riyadh Falcons, Cell, Kismet, Pred, and Exnid. A very interesting turn for this squad. They have started to find success. They've found their feet, they've found their claws, and they have started to take flight. In the run-up towards this Birmingham Major, the only team to defeat Optic in the qualifying matches, and many, many other squads falling beneath them.
And an interesting team, too, because obviously the record, decent, you know, the parity in the league, everybody's got a strong record that's here in the winner's bracket, and the respawns have been on point. They're also the only team that was actually able to take down Optic, so this is where you're seeing some of these highlights, beating the very best. We're incredibly confident. Of course, though, you just saw that stat there for Celium. Respawn, he has been an absolute menace. Search and destroy Cell, it's one of the worst stages, if not the worst stage he has ever had. So pay attention to him in the map 2 and potentially that map 5, but the maps we have here in this series, it is going to be a spicy one. I'm shocked neither one of these teams actually picked the Raid S&D. Both have been happy to play on it, but obviously you got the coaching staff, guys like Looney, guys like Clayster, they're going to be cooking something up extra for LAN, but a fun series and a fun battle between these two teams. This is the one you throw the predictions out the window.
This Den is going to be a wonderful, wonderful start to the series, and a very meaty exposure trio to get us towards that scar for Game 5. We'll see if that's the case. In a map 1 we go. Bravo, boys and girls. Let's get in at this one. Krem, he's had a lovely time against Riyadh so far in Hardpoint Chance. Not a bad season whatsoever.
No, not at all. And I think G2 has been a team that actually forced Falcons to get a little bit better. Again, I was expecting a Raid S&D because when G2 played them last, they beat them down 6-1. And then Riyadh every single time after that, evolving their strats over the course of time, getting better and better and better as time goes on. But that's going to be a fun one. Kremp, High Octane, Slayer, and of course, Exnid has been there to match him, but maybe a 99 Kiz will deliver us the goods. This is their introduction to Major 2.
Well, Kremp is he's having such a good time in the United Kingdom. Krempingham, he's renamed Birmingham, so let's see if Krempingham continues to treat him well. Look at a Presby over here as he gets overwhelmed there by G2. So not just the attack there from Kremp in the final kill, but endless onslaught there from across the board. So lovely work here on the opening break as G2. They will continue to hold on to this contest time, but 13 is what they've mustered thus far in Estriel. A major part of that on the dive. So there we are, Falcons in. A little bit of the contest going out the window now as G2 again with the numbers.
I mean, great Nets battle there on the time. Kismet, this is where he thrives, on the objective, doing things that are a little bit mixy. In G2, already forced to overextend to the left side of the map. Exnid already there prowling, gets to calm everybody, and well, you chalk up P1 time that the Falcons don't even want to get all of the emphasis right now being put on P2, and by the looks of it, Falcons at least have the back spawns. Doesn't mean they have the edge.
Not yet. The dance still on. Well, the edge might have been lost. Back spawns still good, but we're starting to push them out, and Kremp trying to get in the gills of the Falcons, and they've been drowned. The spawns getting pushed even further out, now through mid, and an awkward turn there. That's it, the final flip. This could be a massive advantage for G2.
Well, that's a solo chow from Exnid, but his teammates are there with a wall bang for the trades. Now the teamwork throwing through for Pred and Kismet. And it looks like Skies maybe doesn't get traded. You got G2 with the protection. It's the standoff over towards P2. It is the battle, the final man in time. It's the 1v1. Kremp comes out on top, and well, he's going to be fighting for his life for the final 20. Ooh. That pressure is so quick.
Lovely shots out of Cell. We're tickling away the final moments of this hard point, 10 seconds to go. Rotation's already on, and Falcons with the numbers in position now. Can they get the kills? Absolutely not, boys and girls. The last man left alive there on time. It is going to be exited. He's been wiped off the board, and 45-15 with rotation 1, G2.
Yeah, nothing more painful in the kill feed when you get two-pieced at the old time and lose the rotation towards new. Good response, though. Kismet pulling out the AR to try to make things happen, but Exton once again dies before the play really kicks off. And, well, now as the trades start to commence, Mamba filling in as these reinforcements there. Another 2 in the feed for G2.
Damn.
They are holding strong.
They're kicking ass right now. 35 to go at peak 3. Riyadh Falcons, I mean, we are not even getting close here, boys. Mamba, toe-to-toe with Selim again. A team kill. And we saw in many series today, these team kills have been, I mean, rather plentiful here in Birmingham so far. And they have typically spelled an awkward milestone in all of our matches so far.
And now you're going to get the rotation potentially won as well. So G2 doing everything right. They got a 60-point lead going into this new time. They're getting all the kills in the kill feed again. X-Nid's good for 2, but he's going to get traded out. And it looks like maybe a 1v1 battle for the spawns actually skies his entire team. Well, he gets 1 guy with him. 2 are going to be out, and he's going to be soaking it up. But this is 4 Falcons players hitting the back.
If the Falcons hesitate, the pinch is going to be here. Excellent, lovely 2. Here's the pinch. Oh, and it's Kremp right back at it. And the numbers now towards time. Estriel, can he get the second? No, Sally with a win. Get in there, lad. Dig in your heels. Here come G2.
All right, it's a standoff battle. Mama didn't look for the trades. We're looking for a little bit extra. Go for the outer control. This is an absolute, I mean, trench warfare. Every single Sun and Age is landed on time. Shout out to the trophies and shout out to the trades. G2 looks like they might just get it.
Whistle's blown and G2 are over the top, lads! Good God! Senor Bueno with the knife.
That is a dagger. That is time, Falcons.
Literally.
They really wanted to get it. That is going to be first set of rotations through and through. Everybody on G2 Minnesota singing sweet. They're going to have about a 90-point lead. Falcons yet to take flight.
Good gracious. 15-9 for Kremp. Baron Viscount of Krempingham. Shots in from Exit there, but I mean, what an attempt that wasn't going to go anywhere at Estriel. Are these Lanimals? There's no leash on them. They're feral, they're wild, they're carrying diseases, and they are disgusted on P1 again.
I mean, that was a pistol. They are shooting their guns. They are juking players out. Good news for, well, Pred at least has the coverage of his teammate, but you're going to lose it anyway. Another 2-piece there from Mamba, and G2 again bully them out of time, and the mini-map is looking like hell. Falcons not even fighting for mid-cut. They're going to try to bully this through the front. You're down by 90. This is pain.
This is tough, man. Well, 121-31. It is a very hard scoreline to digest if you are the Riyadh Falcons. P2 looking good as well for G2 Minnesota right now. They're in position. And the remaining members now of the Falcons trying to punch their way through the front. Exnid taking a route, and Skies, he might be in position. No, caught out, so an opportunity to break the back.
You got the back spawns, now you're going to have to fight your way through time. It is a triple hit through the back as well. That is a small funnel system. Falcons trying to make it happen.
Wow, Kiz, what shots. Pistol out, he wants it, gets a headshot. Oh my! Massive work there onto Krem, and now reinforcements showing up. But is it too little, too late? We'll find out. Falcons finally get themselves into P2, start to muscle up, get ready for the next wave of G2.
And how about that for the land jitters? Mamba, the rookie, falling off the map on this one. So this is finally good time here for Falcons. Now starting to bully him back, taking a lot of space. Finally, a good hill coming through. And 25 seconds worth to fight for. And number 3 gets dealt with. So, okay, a mixing minimap as well, but Falcons taking care of business.
Celia, look at Celia, my goodness, nearly takes care of everyone there. What he does do is he puts his body on the line to make sure that Falcons get the time. Wonderful stuff here on the rotation towards P3 as well. Exnid, first man in. Here come G2 from the outside, one and done. Not enough there to hold on to the second man, but the trades are good enough for now. You got to hold on to that new time. Riyadh are in.
Yeah, great iron. Great setup. You don't have middle of the map, though, and honestly, for G2, they just walk straight into time, so you get the initial kills. You let everybody through, and that is a painful moment there for Falcons. Exeter, though, nice little 2-piece. He keeps it active, trying to be the bailout player.
It was Pred on the bailout. He's good for it. This nade's going to connect as well. Beautiful damage. Oh, and Estriel manages to catch Exnid in his hand before he could barely leave it. Stuns on the way out now, and in nothing but problems for G2. This has been a lovely hold. We're very much back in this one, Falcons. What is it with the Den comebacks today?
I mean, hey, we haven't seen enough just yet. We have seen great pistol those. That is a 2 in the feed in a 4 spree from Kremp. I mean, I'm thinking the Krempingham name, you got to earn that one, but so far so good. 22 kills, leading the lobby.
Yeah, he's getting it by birthright right now. He's just sort of, we've handed it over. The title, the deed, the keys to the city. We'll see how this goes, though, for Skies. A pistol of his own. Lordy, what shots. And now a tree hard point for G2 Minnesota. Their roots go deep. Will they hold this? The kids on the contest. And a bit of a dance now around the bomb site in server room. Kremp's spree still good for it. No curse here. He's swinging.
Hey, that's a nice break, though, for Falcons, in spite of the fact that Kremp got the kills on the pinch, and it was a mixy-looking minimap over towards the time. Well, Riyadh deliver. Maybe push out a little bit too aggressively, but there you go, 2 in the feed from the ARs, and it made that, hey, it gets the job done. 4-man wipe, all guns forward, and this is wonderful time to be able to get.
No jacket was saving him there. Cell's got a lot to contend with on the outside here. He gets some brilliant shots in. Is it enough for the trades now for Pred? Hold for a second. Lovely work on the send there. Watches that minimap carefully. Lovely chemistry once again. Falcons, what a comeback. We are very much alive and kicking. Into the next set we go, and Falcons, chance to get back into this very much so.
Yeah, and it seems like anytime Mexican gets 1 in the feed, he has almost always been good for 2. So a kill there on Mamba. Kismet gets a middle cut. And of course, Estrel on time. Well, he's tagged up 1 shot. Everybody calling around them. Pred there for 2, and you overwhelm them. P1 secured, and well, in this moment, Riyadh Falcons might actually be able to take the lead.
This could be it, ladies and germs. Oh, what a peach there from Kiz. The 24 and 19. I love the watching of the window there. So he's going to make sure that no one gets their way through lights on the outside lane. That helps Exnid's job become that little bit easier, not having to worry about that push, just in case they go on the outside. But either way, Pred, that is that, folks. Lead change, Hellstorm in the back pocket for the young Australian, and a 6 spree as well.
Yeah, it was a slow start, but look at him now. Has already caught up to Kremp, and everybody else maybe feeling the heat. Mamba 14 and 25, and the P2 battle, we have traded it back and forth by the looks of the Falcons.
Oh, come on.
They're going to be good for the long time. Anytime Mexican gets 1, good for 2. He'll full send for number 3. And maybe a missed moment. The Falcons don't actually block these back spawns.
5 spree there from Kiz done. Towards the back, it's going to be G2 reinforcements, and that's 3 in the feed for now. And this is the lead change again on the cards. Kremp, another 2. Exnid manages to slip the net. A slight hole in the radar of G2 Minnesota. And Skies hasn't looked left either. He's still there. What a moment this is. It hasn't amounted to anything just yet. And Exnid, that's it. He's managed to get through the back. 35 on the clock, and no one's ready for this. Only good for 1. No teammates there for the trades either. And the back spawn flip with 30 to go.
Yeah, now this is an easy read for G2. They know everybody's in the back. Now it's just going to be the funnel system. Kremp, you see he's watching couches. 2 players there. Mamba, it's all the guys in front of him.
In front we go. Trades. Red, white in the feed. Back to red. G2 Minnesota read it and deal with it. Spawns flip though, once again. But over 200 points we now cross. This den's coming close to close.
Yeah, and exit with a psychopath running in with the knife there, but a P2 or G2 set themselves apart. Small lead, but a noticeable one. And lovely play there from Mamba, but Celium sniffs it out. Celium now in prime position, the flank covered. Mid-cut, the next thing that's going to be open, but you know exactly where to look, and the kills at this point falling into Falcon's lap.
Just hold on to those, lads. Possibility for another lead change this late into the game. Fred absolutely ripped by Mamba there. We've still got the hold though. It's still on. There's the contest. The man through mid. Whoa, wins a big one from Skies. And now G2 overwhelmed the time. Kismet now, the last man left alive for the Falcons to make the hit. Pred on the mid pinch, closed out. Can Kismet get there in time? 99 Kiz when you need him the most.
Yeah, it's good reposition. Alive in the middle cut. Great tags, great shots, trying to do a little bit extra. You see his teammates in the feed giving him the kills. Ezreal right now, a distraction that does not last, in a pistol shot on point. Everything there for the hill time, good.
Oh yeah.
Now, Sam Octane, he's gonna love this one. It is a P4 Hellstorm. They're looking for the break.
LaRue somewhere with his fists, his hands in the air, watching out. Clear Skies. As Skies clears Celium. You push those players to the inside of the map, and G2, they still hold.
I mean, hey, it was a nice attempt there on the curve, but the positioning on point, and this game is going to end on this hill. Massive advantage right now for G2.
Finally change possibly of the map. Pred now with a Hellstorm again. Another investment. Anybody home as the gunfights are starting to pound through. Connection there onto time. Mamba cleared out. Last man left alive. Skies as the reinforcements are still close. Here comes Celium on a time. The contest is on. No good. Kreb for 2. What a hold! And Exit now brought down under a hail of G2 gunfire. Map 1 and Den in the bag. Don't leave him hanging. There you go. That's the teamwork we love to see here in the Call of Duty League.
And I don't know what the the fans on the Bravo stream can hear, but the crowd that is watching this one, nice little pop off there for the final bid. Kremp on point. Skies just had a phenomenal performance through and through as well. And maybe a bit of a slow start there for Mamba, but hey, you get the business taken care of on Den. And those P4 Hellstorms be damned. I'm surprised as well. They got the kills, had the follow-up. Celium is hunting him down over towards the tree, and well, as you pointed out, Kremp just wins some gnarly gunfights.
Kremp for the twosies out of Kremp, gets him his 32nd kill and his 31st death. Very involved, very involved indeed. Across the board though, fantastic damage from every single player in the lobby outside of Mamba, but big clutch kills we saw out of him, and assists. Everybody pulling more than their fair share in that bang out on Den. Well, the first map done. Lordy. Well, now we get to dive into the exposures.
Yeah, and of course, if you're looking at the all stats there as well, Pred, the only player in single digits for assists, and it's not like he had 9. He sat down very low at 4. So a different play style being present, but I think ultimately, the way this game sort of played out, I mean, hey, good stuff there from Skies, but it was probably the final P2. Falcons were there first. Exit gives you a 2-piece for the entry, but there was zero emphasis put on those back spawns. Ended up handing that one away and giving it over towards G2, and that's what sort of quelled the pressure there of the comeback. And this is the moment. Exit gives you 2, G2 break in 3 seconds later.
Good breaks, man. These are the final moments there for Kremp. Mamba, just the old back of the head of Exit taken care of. As the boys of G2 slide, find a corner, anticipate any final hits there, not going to happen. GG's on Den.
And well, S&D is going to be that new test as well. It's going to be a very fun battle here on Exposure between these two teams. I mean, Miles, this is a fun guesswork for you. Do you know who has the most frag grenade kills in S&D on the year?
It's Kismet.
It is, in fact. We've talked about this.
Yeah, we've talked about it quite a lot because Skies is always in the running for it.
He's number 2.
Kismet's always in the running for it. Who else is on that New York Subliners roster? It ain't Hydra. He wasn't the nade guy, but he's still got his fair share. Not so much this year as well, but Priester, if he were in the league, well, nades would probably be up there too. Kismet, watch for the frags over the top. Skies as well.
And then the inverse of that, the single most naded player on this map is Kremp. He has died 7 times to frag grenades on Exposure S&D alone. I don't know what that sounds like to you. The next highest is 2. So he finds a way to get blown away. I don't know if it's no flak jacket. I don't know if he gets identified early in the rounds, but that is just a very fun, quirky stat, potentially a theme. Kremp wants to avoid it. Kismet, you know he's going to be dialed into it. Of course, Exposure going to be a fun one indeed. We get to test Mamba's theory. S&D slows down on land. Is he going to be able to deliver?
Find out in a few moments. But yeah, folks, eyes on the nades. We talked about Skies before, the X Factor right now. And this man, a difference maker. Many coming through his next chance, but truly a world champion and a sensational player at that.
And this just quite literally shows when he has success, when he goes positive, his team's 15-2 record, you are absolutely thriving. And that's just for S&D. We saw on map number 1, Skies goes absolutely positive, 33 kills, goes maybe +8 there in the kills column, and they find success as well. So he has been phenomenal in this game mode, and he is the single best indication of any team's success. And of course, if the game slows down on land, is this the man that you trust? For me, certainly, that's a world champion. He gets it done when it matters most. Absolute beast in the game mode.
Mr. Blair, Caesar Sky, he's been around for a long time. Truly invested in himself for the longest of that. And we'll see how he plays. Again, interesting to note the KD differential there. When he's up, they win. He also snipes for the squad, so take from that what you will. Expecting to see a snipe or 2 from that man. Absolute monster with it.
We've talked about the nades. We've talked about the Skies factor, and of course on the flip side, if you paid attention to the stats before that first hardpoint, Celium, while his respawn KD is fantastic, he has fallen off a cliff in Search and Destroy in Stage 2. He's legitimately rocking around like a 0.4. We have never seen anything like this from Celium
A ton of it, though, is Colossus S&D that Riyadh Falcons have played a ton. They have had no success throughout the stage, and that's where Selim has taken the biggest hits. But nonetheless, it has been a long time since we have seen Selim really thrive in this game mode. He's probably the X factor on the flip side, the man to pay attention to for Falcons in map 2.
And how far a little bit of success would go for him there. As you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, the Falcons getting ready to roll. That is the man himself, Selim. A sensational player, a storied hero in that phase camp. And for the Riyadh Falcons, he has brought them plenty of good dubs. Can they get the coveted LAN win, though? A championship here. The only team to bring down Optic. Well rehearsed, very well practiced against them, but G2 have already shown their age there. That 228 finish. Now to the exposure triple. Let's see how this goes.
And then some of the chatter behind the scenes as well. G2 is a team that doesn't necessarily strike fear into your heart, but when you're doing the prep work, you're always concerned. You don't know what you're going to get. You're a little bit nervous for this series. Falcons, if they get this win, they'll feel a lot more confident for who they have in the bracket in the future, but already down one map, pressure's on.
Exnid, the bomb carrier for the Riyadh Falcons. And we are absolutely hounding down long. A little bit of coverage there from Selim over the top. No sniper, well, possibly be down there. Oh, look at this. 2 kills back-to-back for Exnid. Bomb in hand still. A-bomb site is as free as you like, lads. Mamba's now making his way forward as Sky's narrow miss to find it a 1v3.
And, I mean, listen, Exnid has the bomb in a terrible spot, but it doesn't matter. He gets the kill. That's sort of the threat. We talked about Selim's S&D stats. Well, Exnid has been a bit of an issue for the team as well. He's usually good for one, but it's been very consistent throughout the year. After he gets that first kill, he falls. Well, if you got Pred right behind him, if you got the third man in line for the Falcons facilitating there for the trades, hey, play it like a round of TDM. You trust Exnid for the first, and you deliver a dominant round 1.
There's been a couple of decision-making moments, or just unable to close out maybe what would be, in any other situation, a free kill. Exnid's been in the worst possible spot a few times this year already. Already, though, this is a lovely change to his game. A lovely 3 spree to start things off. Bit of patience there on the approach towards the bomb site. And the option for the swinging box if he wants it. Now it's gone. There's Kremp in the old Selim spot.
I mean, for no trophies, this is a very aggressive setup on defense. That is so many players pushed out right up outside the window. They had nobody actually covering the B site, though, so Pred's swinging back a little bit slow, and, well, Exnid versus Mamba, maybe for that first blood battle. G2, they had him cornered, but Exnid still delivers.
Thinking of the nades. Uh-oh, wow, lovely. The shots from Estriel. So, only 2 of the nades were thrown by G2 in the opening break, so I'm going to worry about that position. No trophies, no problem at all, but now we're 2v2. G2 are going to back on up just a smidge.
And Exnid and Pred, 2 players that have very little interest in playing together. They're going to hope they can deliver. G2, as long as they get the trades, they're in a good spot, but you don't got to trade nothing if Mamba gets it. And Pred in Narnia trying to clutch now the 1v2.
The Lion, the Witch, or the Wardrobe. What will he be?
Traded out.
The Wardrobe.
Or not even.
No. There you go. And the fist bump. You got it, Skies. Well done.
And Mamba in the interview, what happens on land? The pace gets slowed down. Teamwork matters the most. What do Falcons have no interest in that round? Working together. And Pred not even able to get the first. Too concerned about the snap on the second guy, but the teamwork reigns supreme. Mamba able to win a wicked one low dirt.
That has been the sort of staple of G2's team this entire stretch. I mean, even in Major 1, their teamwork has been very good. Everyone gets their chance to shine. Everyone follows the game plan. Still a little early to be calling anything wild like that, but salvo of nades thrown towards the B-bomb site. Nobody home there for the Falcons, unfortunately.
Trying to dodge the pre-nades. That is a truck that explodes. Got to be careful when Skies is on the other side. A no intel gain, but once again, they're going for the long hit. This time maybe cutting it through, but it's the bomb guy that's the last in line. But hey, the guy's leading the charge. I mean, that is a B-bomb site that is wide open.
The retake from Minnesota will have to be quite decisive. All 4 corners now totally covered. A G2 surely now, you know, lads. Whether or not because you saw Kismet by the tank. This is happening, boys. Well, Estriel, great work. 1 man down. 2nd man long gone. Mr. Bueno playing up close and personal. And now it's all gone. Complete G2. A delightful retake.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Kismet in a tough spot. The last man in line was the bomb carrier. Normally you want that to be the guy watching the pinch. By the time they hit the reposition, well, Kismet simply overwhelmed. Had 3 players in front of him in the trades for G2. Absolutely on point. Skies hits a nice shot. Escher there for the final kills as well in just that funnel system. Get that first blood, you follow through. Got the 2-1 lead.
I mean, that shot was also very nice. It was a super tight angle to work with on that player by the low barrel. And Skies hits him. Chance little fun fact, back in the older Verdansk days, back in 2020, I played some Warzone with Skies, way back when. And he saw me hit some very nice snipes. And he said, well, Miles, you're a good sniper. And I was like, I'll take that, Skies, because I know you're amazing. And I've held that confidence all this time. How many times have I sniped in ranked? Never. Never. And I never will. Here we go.
I mean, I recommend it. Well, here's the snipe. What a stun as well.
Bonk.
And Selim with the sniper in hand. This has been the thorn or a thorn. Falcons side. Who's going to be rocking the snipe? Well, missed shot. And a bomb planted in all 4 players alive. Mamba got the bomb down. He got out. G2 happy for the setup.
Well, happy for that. Every step of the way, Falcons unfortunately have had something to deal with. Oh, what a pinch it could have been. Unfortunately now it's a 3v2. Falcons are up. Run out of time a little bit. Skies takes care of the sniper. 2v2. Pred trying to maneuver in a position, and Skies will have eyes on the bomb. Oh, the smoke and joke now on. Falcons trying to get tricky, and tricky their name. They are on it. Mamba checks bomb and no one's there. Could this happen? By good God, it has! What a round out of the Falcons.
Shout out to the utility of that smoke. Both the players on G2 panicked. This guy's not quite in position to see the players cross because obviously you can get a little bit of the angle, but over aggressive there. And hey, Pred there for the first trade and second kill. Great reaction time, great shots as well. You lose that gunfight, you lose the round. Pred goes big.
Even the smoke play on the bomb, Skies does everything right. He shoots where a player could be, but Falcons mess with the timing. They throw the smoke from a little further away, so they're not actually on the bomb defuse. You're playing just half a step behind. G2 a little too keen and eager to play the retake. And 2-2 in this exciting game of exposure.
And Falcons figuring out what their shot's going to be, sort of on the fly. Pred a little bit late there off spawn, but has joined the fight. Good tags out of Mama and good intel, but they are just going to be going for a double pinch through P4. Selim, big responsibility. Timing does not go his way. The teamwork from G2 on point.
Still good shots, but a kill there would have been very nice. But now Pred living up to the name on the heels of these G2 players. And what do you mean there's 2 in the back spawn? We checked it. What do you mean there's 2 there? That's right, lads. You're down a man. Krem finds another 3v1. And this is big. Kismet has got to hold. The defuse underway. 20 seconds on the clock. Can Kismet get there in time to check this? He might just do so. The timing, no! The defuse complete, and G2 half a second to spare.
Yeah, good try out of Kiz, but once again, teamwork pays off. Selim dealing with 2 players there on the pinch. What happens to the next man in line in the Falcons? Well, on the other side of spawn, it was a 2 versus 1. G2 simply have the numbers, and they're winning the initial gunfight, so the trades aren't even necessary. Even if Falcons were winning them, the trades would be sufficient. So a 3-2 lead, bringing the goods. And this is Exnid playing well. I mean, a 7-3 performance right now out of your frontline man, and still not quite good enough.
It'd certainly be like that. A-bomb site still is the absolute target for both of our squads so far. That's going to be a plant. A nice nade here from Exnid. He might find himself his 8th kill. Nearly got another. So damage onto the bomb plant, it does not happen. And the smoke play still enough to tantalize and maybe draw the defenders in, but nobody takes it. Kiz, what a flank. Lovely damage. 2 players identified. This is space to take.
Gotta go fast on this one.
Kiz checking it. Over the top. Oh, Estro wins a baddie. Skies with a snipe to close it out.
Yeah, perfect coverage. Just basically doubled up, low dirt, watching each other's backs. The idea for the retake was there, but G2 simply have always had an extra man for every one of these fights, including that initial battle for the window control. The Falcons get a trade. Well, the kill is there, or the trade, excuse me, is there in short order. And when G2 are finding these kills, well, no dice on the flip side. 4-2 lead now from G2, and well, Sky certainly has the hot hand with the sniper as well. What a compliment from him.
Strong compliment. I couldn't believe it. They were great shots. A couple more great shots to be found here. Just pull the snipe forward. He sees a player upstairs. And Pred, I think Pred saw the end of the glint and was like, I'm good, mate, I'm out. I love that. All this noise, all this smoke. A-bomb plant from Exnid. Across the map now we have to go. And G2 down low through dirt. They're going to check this. Can Exnid get one? This could be tremendous. He's going to send it. Go on, son. These are your kills. No, Mamba. What a win. Next up to bat, Estriel. And he's down and out. Pred now from upstairs. No good. No good at all. 3 men up. G2, another round.
Kismet fought a 2v1. Then Exnid fought a 2v1. Then Pred fought a 2v1. And then, of course, I mean, what is it? Last man standing Cell only had the 1v1 battle, but there was 3 guys in front of him. The way that round felt from Falcons' perspective, that felt like a 4v10.
Somebody check the rule book. I don't think that's allowed, but that's the way it went down. G2 absolutely handling business so far. Map point for the team on the left-hand side of the screen for the lads in red. The Riyadh Falcons are not having a good time in this part of exposure.
No, not at all.
Bruv.
Estriel bomb in hand. Skies at this point feel like he can do whatever he wants. He's only 5 and 3, but the snipe has been hitting.
Uh-oh.
I jinxed you. I'm so sorry.
That was fine. That's fine. He's still good. Kiz first. Shots. Oh, unbelievable. Don't worry about it. We're just going to load into the overload right about now, ladies and gentlemen. G2. 2-0 in the series. Singing sweet. Not a problem to be found with that gameplay. The first part of our potential exposure trilogy in the bag, and Falcons not showing up just yet.
And I mean, great work there out of the G2 camp. Almost exactly as Mamba predicted there for the search and destroy. Stats on screen. Well, look at the assist there for G2. Straight down the line. That is 10 in total, and that is, of course, all 4 players positive in the kills column as well. I mean, Riyadh Falcons able to get 2 rounds, but even with Exnid, that frontline man, able to get a couple of those first bloods, ultimately no dice. The way that was playing, if Falcons had been getting the first bloods, the rounds were an absolute battle. When G2 got them, clean and easy. 2-0 lead now and a massive advantage in the series.
Massive, massive advantage. So huge, so gargantuan. They might not even know what to do with it. Exposure overload coming up after the break. Hard point if we have to go the distance. Scar, search and destroy. But at this point in time, G2, it's too clean, it's too smart, it's too good.
I mean, good news for Falcons, though. They are an extremely dangerous exposure overload team, so not super fearful of this map 3, but back against the wall, they're going to be feeling that pressure.
Feeling pressure indeed. We're going to go to a very quick break, friends. When we come back, we continue our exposure trilogy, this time with Overload. Don't go too far. This is the Call of Duty League.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
A little bit of love here for the trophies. That does connect wonderfully. Oh, not enough. Scrap. He hesitates for a second, and those players make their way through, and now he's down and out. 2 players there for the Thieves on the flank.
Yeah, and it's a safe plant, but you got both sides pushed out. This is an extremely difficult retake.
We're going to play it as tight as we possibly can. Very difficult to Nado for from his side of the map. From the other side is where you're going to get it done. And a smoke over to Abuza. How many can he get on this push? Good enough for the damage to the first man. He will surely get traded out. There it is. The man on the inside, and Sim cleans up both. The defense holds. 5-3.
Around the way, they can taste it, and Simp has the scoreboard up. He is staring. 8 and 5 in the kills column, has 2 assists as well. Around away from the reverse sweep. FaZe, what a way they could start this tournament.
Match point, and the Thieves, their rounds have looked so good on the win.
And now I'm thinking for Thieves, trying to gas them up for all the homework they've done, talking over strats, but maybe it's discordance. Scrap back out with the snipe, mixing things up. They found success in the final week, but now they're doing things different.
Trying to keep everyone here on FaZe guessing that the nades are pushing them back. And you've taken over so much of the map, but it's Sim, a patient play to take care of Abizi, and you're never guessing Draza there with a Dravik, and now 4v2. Neum with the pressure. Sim plugs forward, and Hydra, he tries to give you one.
And he has just swung all of those arrows back. Now it could be Neum's turn to make the play. Hydra doing what he can to distract. This is 3 arrows trying to hunt him down.
We're pushing in. Oh my God, the timing doesn't go his way. It might not matter. At least one done. And now Neum, the rookie, to stay alive in the series now, 1v2, and will they line up for him? The slide forward, Neum, the damage into the first man, the challenge now from the second. He does recover the bomb. 30 seconds.
He doesn't have time for this.
FaZe have all the time in the world. Neum has got to make something happen. He absolutely, positively has to send it here. Is it good for one? It's done! The reverse sweep complete. FaZe send the Thieves to the lower bracket. A painful comeback in map number 1. And essentially a no-show in map number 2. To glory for FaZe. What a victory in Game 5. Reverse sweep, the first of the tournament. And they've got to be very happy with that. The Thieves kicking themselves after the overload. Hola, mi amigos. Welcome back to Bravo here at Call of Duty's Leagues Major 2, Birmingham. You caught me there, mate. Well done. Totally caught me.
Thank you.
It's a little bit looser back here. It's a little bit more fun, and it's literally a lot, well, not close to series whatsoever. It's 2-0. That's right. The Falcons are in trouble. They're in danger, and they need your help. Dial this number now. Don't do that. How are we feeling about the overload?
I mean, listen, it's a good map for the Falcons. They're going to be very happy to be playing on it. They love the facilitation they can create on exposure, and ultimately the map set is good for them. Now, though, you're just feeling the pressure. Land jitters, always going to be there. That first series for every single team, you have to find that form and sort of settle into yourself. Well, G2 going to be fully settled in now. I mean, the play calls on S&D, entirely on point. The teamwork, absolutely fantastic. It is exactly how they wanted this series to go. In the meantime, Falcons dropping the ball just a little bit. The beatdown of a map 2 is going to sting. The way they lost map 1 is going to sting even more. Now, of course, this is feed up, but locked in faces. There is no jubilation on the side of G2 Minnesota. They know exactly what Falcons are capable of.
We're not playing games here. We know Falcons can do this. And Falcons, again, this is a team that prepared very well coming into this major. They came overseas a little earlier than many of the teams. They had a bit of a boot camp alongside FaZe and one other squad, I believe. The name is escaping me right now. But they are prepared. They are not jet lagged. They're as acclimatized as they possibly can be for this matchup. And it is not going their way, slipping rapidly out of their hands. Overload, this is it. Do or die for the Riyadh Falcons. Staying on exposure. And if we do, the hard point will be ours as well. That 6-2 is burning a hole right now in the confidence of the Riyadh Falcons. Can they turn it around? Overload. Here we go.
And of course, you know, winner's bracket. It's a double elimination tournament for the teams not involved in the play-in, but it is nothing but sharks here in the top 8. Extremely difficult to predict and not a place you want to be. Already LA Thieves, one of the first teams in the losers bracket. The follow-up there is Miami Heretics, the 2nd seed. You want to avoid losers if at all possible. And G2 a map away from doing exactly that. Opening salvo here on exposure. We're looking for a good break, and Falcons, they're going to get it.
Good break. You got it. Credit card. Got it. Celium, nice shots. The next did now. Questions. Where do we go? Waiting for something to happen here. The kill's being found on the other side of the map, and Exnid leaves himself defenseless. Back over he goes now. His teammates oscillate towards the bottom side of the map. And is this a moment of disconnect, or is it Pred now to send it forward? Surely. Somebody pick it up. No! Mamba for 2 as G2 Minnesota end the play there.
I mean, listen, that on the minimap looked to me like that is Exnid showing A, enforcing through B, but in the mixiness, you just can't make it happen. Yeah, there you go. G2 now just going to protect the device, and we'll hit that reset.
This is a very disconnected moment there for the Falcons. Another bit of a blunder in the teamwork department. Oh dear. Oh, perfect timing there from Skies to save Krem. Exner's gone. A quick pickup now. Falcons once again with the possession. Ended immediately there by Kismet, and we're running for it. Opportunity towards B. Cell with a great shot. Stops the hit on towards Estro. Now the fast flank over to the other side of the map. There is a Falcon here to defend. Mamba doesn't check a thing and sends it. Balls to the wall.
Well, at least relieves the pressure. Get that thing as distant as possible because the Falcons players, well, crawling in your spawn, and now Kismet, it's a peach of a nade, but just know where to go. You don't have mid-cut. You don't have the pressure. Falcons right now, not in the right spots.
Still, it's a pick-up and fly moment again. Off the wall, no good for himself. Sky's going to find that kill. He's not going to get the second, but he's going to keep Pred away. And again, the numbers are here right now for G2. There's an opportunity, lads, to make this play happen. 3 dead.
Should be a score.
It should! It should! But it's not! It's Kremp with a disgusting 2, and he cuts down enough of the attackers. You have to go through mid.
Yeah, the hero for the team in that moment. Kremp 7 kills already. And on this reset, it has been a situation where Falcons have been having the possession control for 80% of the game thus far. Still, though, not able to cook something up. This time, finally, free and clear. 2 men as the front blockers and 2 guys on the chase, but G2 not in the right spots at all. Pred wins a single gunfight, and Falcons finally, 2.5 minutes in, get the score.
They had a couple of nice opportunities, but finally, yeah, keeping it as simple as possible, and they do not fail. Lovely work. Could be a lot larger of a scoreline. The rally is on. Sky is trying to save it. The front line is sweet and sound. It's a second in quick succession there for the Falcons.
And again, great facilitation they have on this map. Based on the way it was going, they could almost have a 4-0 lead already and call it. On the reset, though, Estriel nearby. Kismet plays with the food, gets the kill. Now you got a 50-50 standoff, a battle to try to get this control.
The standoff will have to come to a close shortly. Just under 2 minutes of play in G2 Minnesota. They've been quite effective on their attacks, but they have not had enough possession to really make anything happen. Those 3 kills, though, surely somebody wraps back and picks this up. Estriel needs to get moving fast. He has to take care of Celium. Can we get this one home? Can we get it across the line? We are looking at 2-1, and Estriel, lovely attacking work, secures it. No rally yet.
Yeah, well, Falcons already setting up for the new device. The other 2 players full sent. They chalk this one up. They are playing for new. Pred, single gunfight win, has the device in Exnid already the frontline blocker, has the cutoff towards the new device, but, well, gives it up. Pred waiting for his teammates to get the kills.
Plays a little too passive, and he lets those players through. Now it's on to Celium to try to find some impossible gunfights. Has to run back. Pred has to make another choice. Now with the EMP still in possession. Oh dear, a drop. Over a minute to go.
I feel like Falcons aren't exactly playing this too well, so the fact that they're up 2-1, honestly, feeling pretty good. Pred 14 kills as well, not too shabby. G2, though, looking to punish. A couple kills getting traded towards the middle of the map. Estriel, and a bit of a tiffle there, and it looks like Falcons keep it under control.
We're well under control. Spatial possession, not necessarily one that they're actually holding on to. The material possession will possibly reset back to mid. Unless anybody can get in there and grab it. Estriel trying to make a case for it, but no, there's the reset, and right in the hands of G2 once again. Couple of kills in mid-map now, and Mamba, he's the man to try to make it happen. Less than 30 seconds to go in our first half, and the Falcons, their lead hanging on by a thread right now, and this might be it. The B goal is looking rather appealing, boys. But to A, Skies will go. Oh, and he makes it through.
And his teammates are set up for new. I mean, number 1's already pushed out for the new time. You got Skies with battles on the low side. Estriel staying alive towards mid. That is 2 kills in the feed. They lose that from pressure, but if Mamba gets the device, you can cut it straight through mid.
He's got it, cut it through. Falcons are trying to disengage to force the defensive play, and now Estriel still trying to keep this run going. A battle over by the tank. Oh, what a save! And now the run towards B. This could be another. Mamba backs up, allows Exnid now to fall. The front man gone. It's going to be 3-2 going into the half.
And where is Waldo? Well, he's on that free cam shot. You see the teamwork there at G2, all of those red arrows and red bodies crawling over that zone. Falcons, I mean, in control for 80% of this game. So many opportunities to facilitate a score. Granted, beautiful two-piece there from Kremp, able to shut one of those down. But I think Falcons maybe dropped the ball on 2 plays where they didn't force the issue in the correct way. Of course, G2, well, where they had the opportunities, look at how everybody is there for those captures. Maybe devastation here on exposure. 3-2 lead for G2. They are chirping quickly in those comps.
They want to try to close this out. 5 more minutes is technically all we've got left of the series, as G2 have absolutely played their hearts out. Lovely start there from Skies. He eats a nade of his own, or Estriel does. But it matters not. We're going to get ourselves over towards the box. We're going to get ourselves right on through. No good on the break on through to the other side. Whoa, Kremp turns a good gunfight into a great one. What a kill.
Just keeping the bat pressure 50-50. And now he's going to give you a little bit extra. That gun shoots better than the other. Drop it. You keep this one out for sure. Look at that beautiful camo.
It's a lovely 7 as he gets 7 indeed. 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in Kremp. Oh, he's looking for number 8. EMP making his way through the middle of the map as well. Mumma finds a kill with a pistol, and that should be a capture towards A. Kremp sends it forward, buys a bit of space, passes the intelligence across, and here comes the EMP 4-2.
And the entire team there on the zone. The coordination is perfect. Kremp with the right calls, and funnily enough, he's on the 8th spree. Still doesn't have the Hellstorm. You get one trade, though, you're good to go, but Pred guns him. Right now, the safety net for the team.
He's making a run for it, and Exnid, the man up front, is he able to stop the defenders? Yes, that's it. It's going to be 4-3. The Falcons find the window, slip on through.
Well, he didn't wait for it, though. So now you're going to have G2. They're going to be around the new time first. Kismet, though, towards mid. You get an AR in mid. You're feeling a little bit more safe about the reset.
Bottom side of the map. Falcons. Oh, big wins. As they're still trying to battle for that position, it's essentially a 50-50 right now with the players running down low. Who can get in position first? Exnid, a tough map from him at 7 and 18. Pred, though, the other side of that coin at 21 and 15. Plenty of time still to play.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Anybody's ball game. Dirt control firmly in the hands right now of Falcons looking for the trade on Estriel. We're hitting the go button as we're accidentally team kill with a stun of all things. Now it's G2's opportunity. Get Kremp back in position. Frontline man leading the charge and catching you off guard. At least he gets traded, but now the drone's going to the other side of the map, and whatever you want to call it, got to make sure you protect this one. Skies, well, yeah, no dice there.
Got it. You can leave that one there for now, boys. One of the blessings of such a quick 3 dead there is they all spawn up together, able to respond in kind. Reinforcements that are very much able to get something done. Well, quick pick up now. Falcons possession. Bottom side of the map we're going. Fred, the front man. Now a poke into enemy territory to see what he can find. So, oh, what a snap! And now the next man up. Oh, Kismet falls off the map.
I mean, we are going back and forth, world tour on this one. Great news for Exit. He does have most of his team around him, and they're handling this pretty well. I mean, 2 minutes left to play, plenty of time. Great pistol shots. You want to make this a cap.
Surely this next one. No, Estriel, what disgusting kills. And over the top, Exnid. No, what a save from Mamba. And now we back it up. Under 2 minutes of play and still only a single goal separating.
Yep, and you get options. You lost the B fight. Well, now you want to bring this one down low. Estriel leading the charge. You swing the device towards low dirt, and the charge continues. Exnid able to stay alive, but the teamwork right now not quite there. Trying to go in through the mid-cut, but they're leaving them behind. And Estriel, good for 2. It's not going to be good enough, though. Falcons, they have done just enough. And 2 stun team kills. What a weird thing.
That is, I think it might be the first time ever. Unfortunately, Estriel hits a massive wall jump, so the EMP resets to the last time his feet were on the ground, which was a mile away. Attack now on towards B. We are in. Kismet, end to end, ties it up with a minute to play.
Yeah, blink and you miss it. Exnid standing in your spawn, forcing them out, and just a free B capture. The positioning right now from Exnid, doing more than we could say in the kills column.
Mid-map is all covered, though. A couple of kills would be ideal on Kismet, the man behind enemy lines. Wow, he's found another one. I don't believe it. Can he get his life away? No. Can we pick up that EMP? The final seconds of the second half. Otherwise, we go to sudden death.
Well, desperation right now for Falcons. Don't want to have that opportunity there. Pred, by the way, on a 7 spree, might have that Hellstorm secured. Still, though, Sky's the overseer of the device. You are going for keep away, and Pred doesn't get the Hellstorm. A single kill away, but G2, 2 in the feed. It is now their game, or their map, to potentially win it here.
Here we go, here we go. Decisions are on now, Falcons. We go towards A. Yeah, surely. Looking for something here. Skies with the trophy. Intel on the first man. Can we win the gunfight? Not yet. We have the numbers. Mamba now on the reinforce. Mamba finds 2. The last man, Kismet, can't get a kill. Bueno runs it home. 5-4.
And that is going to be game. G2 Minnesota pulling off the 3-0. Device will not respawn, and neither will the Falcons.
Mamba letting them know what a 2-piece it was. Saves the game in the final seconds. And a deft 3-0. As G2 Minnesota march onwards, they send the Falcons down.
Free and clear. No time wasted. And no better feeling than to win the 3-0. You spend all day, all flight, all week hyping yourself up for this series. What is the game plan going to be to take them down? Well, you end up playing Falcons on some of their better maps, and you just absolutely take them to task. G2 Minnesota kicking their tournament off right.
Kicking ass right now. Falcons, GG's. Go next, indeed. Quick look at the stats after that one. And Pred, man, he was trying to do it all. The Falcons, not necessarily, I mean, the kills department, solid. Exnid, again, doing a lot in the map, doing a lot for the boys, a lot of runs. Big objective kills, but Skies, the hat trick, the last one to go through, alongside Mamba, who had 2 of his own. Absolutely beautiful stuff there on exposure. Here are the highlights from that very exciting game. An unbelievable way for the Falcons to descend now to the lower bracket. They started things off very, very well, and a great back and forth second half.
Yeah, I mean, 1 or 2 missed opportunities for Falcons to get some scores. Obviously, great plays on the defensive end. Kremp is there to show up. G2 able to swarm the device when it was posted up, back spiral as well. So good facilitation. Another example of a missed opportunity, both a situation where you had all 4 players up around the device there for Falcons. You had a moment where Kismet ends up falling off the map, and I mean, just a few things that slip on by. I think in terms of possession, Falcons more or less in control of that game, but G2 extremely efficient, teamwork on point, and Mamba, the rookie. Cowboy boots or not, we don't get to find out, but he will be walking into winners round 2. I mean, what a wonderful start there for good old Minnie.
Good old Minnie. Minnie over here in Birmingham having a good time. Again, we talk about the efficiency of your captures in Overload. They were so efficient, but again, it's the confidence now, decisive they were. I felt like the amount of times that the Falcons had possession, had good spots, had the kills, but still wouldn't commit to a goal together as a team. The sort of setups on their attack were a little bit off. They weren't quite as aggressive as they needed to be, and they just give too much space to G2 defensively, which they took every single time, and they found those kills. GG's 3-0. A surprise result, I think. That would have been a lot of a closer series on paper. What do you think, mate?
I mean, not a surprise for Mamba. Again, the thing he talked about is the game, and especially S&D slowing down on land. Absolutely handled them, took care of business. Could not be happier with that exposure performance. And, of course, for that first exposure, Falcons, just a couple key mistakes, a couple poor rotations, especially that final P2 where they got the entry kills. Can't make mistakes, not on land, not at this level, especially not for the first series of your major. But that'll be it. Quickest series we've had all tournament long.
Actually true. In fact, so fast, we're going to go to a break. On the other side, folks, maybe a little bit of an optic watch party as that series. I'm not sure if it's still going on because the venue got real quiet. Well, what do you know, folks? We're going to go to a break. On the other side, more COD.
I'm too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, a tower. I don't care for the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I can't pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over here's a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a calling that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
pick up where I left off, it ain't over. Whole squad on the gravel, all I know, I'm a soldier, stand up. Add attention, shake it off. Tell us swift, forget the trip. Back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Medics panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the reds, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, way, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it. Little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking feces cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNATs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe wanna tear my head off. I could really use the Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Couches allows Mercury to spawn right near him, so Joe deceives. He's thinking, I'm going to be crystal clear on the backside of Broken, but here comes the pressure.
First win. Wow, Shotzi just zooms up the steps. Joe can't quite lock it down, but Kips provides a double to keep Toronto inside the hard point. Kleenex cooking up a nade. Now looking over to the top of the time, but Hercules is able to find one. Help is nearby. Insight trying to finesse. Dance, trying to get any damage he possibly can. Decent tracking, but Shotzi's just a little bit too quick. Joe is slow, should be traded, and Optic secure another break.
Toronto just losing all the map control because Shotzi is just getting lost. Double positive, another 5 spree. And Optic still soaking up a majority of this P1 time. You do that a little bit too aggressive, so Koi have an opportunity with one player to at least spawn over towards House to get you off at a time, which leads to the break. So Koi, even though they're getting heavily outslayed, they're only down 20.
Yeah, somehow, some way, but we're getting into crunch time, and we cannot have players nearly triple negative for Toronto. Kleenex and Joe are doing everything. They don't make Jan Sports big enough, though, to carry through Optic, you would think, especially with a couple of straight kills coming through as June as P2 opens. That will clear the floor. Now Optic have win condition in the form of the hill.
All 4 dead, layers being pushed out, back spawns are being blocked. You now gained all the information that Koi are going to bombard their way through the front, but they do find the opening too. So you can overwhelm them with the pressure, and that's a clean 4 dead for a clean break for Koi.
But Hercules still alive. Lots of damage in. Toronto will still get a couple of players to contest from the front. You need to show up your Kips at Insight. Kips able to find one. Insight bounced out of the hill, though. Close spawns for Optic. Can you out-trade this if you're Koi? Nice little slide out from Joe, able to find himself a second. The pinch from Kleenex involved, and Kips is now showing up 3 in a row. Toronto looking good for this scrap as Optic are spawning all the way out. They're going to be split, rotating to 3.
The fact that Koi are still in this game with the stat lines that you see, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. Kips and Insight, can you have a big moment? Oh, rotation, and the young buck is starting to bark now, 5 in a row.
And he could possibly get a Hellstorm, and he's able to get the win versus Dashy. All he needs is some hardpoint time. What a resource a Hellstorm could be for Toronto. Stunned right now of the fact that Koi are even possibly considering taking the lead. 2v4 essentially. Kips are not still able to get the Hellstorm shut down before he can earn it, and Optic have numbers to break.
Yeah, who's the nuke? Fucking double through mid-cut. Now you alleviate all of that pressure from that side of the map. You push out over towards Dojo, and you are trading effectively. You can still win the game here if you are Optic Texas. Koi gonna give it another push through Dojo.
And you know where the hit is coming from if you're Optic. Hercules taking a lot of damage, instantly traded out. Hoop right behind him for 2. Doesn't predict the third. Joe, the last one left alive, has to jump in to find the final 2 Optic members, and he will be pushed out. Can Kips get there to contest? No, he's not going to. It's going to be map number 1 to Optic.
Welcome to the Passion Pit. It's not just Call of Duty League here at Birmingham this weekend. We've also got challenges, and 84 teams are currently competing for the chance to play in the grand final on the CDL stage, but also to play in the Pro-Am Major 3 in Atlanta coming up very soon. So I think that playing on the stage here in Birmingham is going to be more than enough practice to get them ready to play against the pros. Half of the teams are going to be cut today, brutally, savagely, which is how we like it at Call of Duty, and then we're going to see Warzone Resurgence come in and take over half the hall. It's incredibly noisy, it's incredibly busy, and it's incredibly tense.
Hi guys, we're back. If you're watching the mainstream, we are sprinting around the venue getting ready to go for what is, how do we say this, Jay? Do we say it simply, this is a top 8 matchup? Or do we say it with more drama and cinema that like one of our giants is going to be going home on day 1?
Well, I think without question, Miami are the bigger giant here because they've been a lot more consistent throughout the stage. And then when you talk about what Thieves have done, a lot of their losses are versus the top teams in the game. And one of them is included versus Miami all the way into game number 5. So this is a tough one.
Tough one indeed. I mean, this, just looking at the top 8 bracket, to see LA, Paris, Vegas, Miami, all stacked against each other, it's just like, oh my God. Sets us up for a lot of fun, tell you that much. Energy is pumping as we're running from Maine here to Bravo. But for Miami, a moment to try to kind of recover just a touch. It didn't really feel like we saw the full form of Miami. Trakes showed up, tell you that much, based on what we could tell. But a couple of tight maps don't really get the same ice that we saw from Miami online here in England yet. So for Rancor, Super Metals, and Trakes, it's about getting yourself mentally ready to go, knowing you're playing up against another tough opponent.
Yeah, Paris is just a different team when you talk about online to LAN, and they were able to figure it out at the right time to knock down these guys off of their pedestal. Because Miami have just been taking the league by storm, especially in the last couple of matches, man. You can see it on your screen, 8-2 so far since the beginning of March. They have been outstanding in the mode. The only team that plays around their sniper as their main player. And even if that last year that they just played, it was the only game that they were able to take versus Paris. So you got to be thinking about the search and destroys. But Miami, we got the chance to watch it a little bit. They were actually outslaying Paris in that opening map and somehow gave away an 100-point lead, which you cannot have in this match.
And that's just not something that we've seen much at all this stage from the Heretics. They've been really icy and tight maps, which is, I would say, been kind of the moniker for this team over the last year and a half now, because you could say the same thing about them in Black Ops 6 doing the sub, you know, in tight 250 to 220 plusers, search and destroys that go round 9 plus. And then, of course, we know that Overloads, they've really improved a lot in this particular online qualifier to add that into their pool as not like a must-win map, but like, hey, you're going to take more than you lose, it feels like, against the majority of the league.
Yeah, they've just been able to put it together at the right time, just be more efficient with their kills. They've shown improvements in Hardpoint off of that category. The same thing could be said for Overload. And you're going to need it to be at your top form here, because even though Paris beat that squad, LA are coming off of a very tight loss versus Vegas, and all the way in a reverse sweep fashion. So you got to know that these guys are ready to go into the next match.
Yeah, and I think it's just overall for LA, I mean, I don't want to say it too plainly, but let's just be candid. Like, you come into those first two maps getting pounded. Like, Abizi won in, 15 at one point in time at the dead Hardpoint, and they still come back and win it. So it's just like, you would hope that that would lead to some inspiration for LA. Like, yo, there's no such thing as a losable situation or an unwinnable situation for us. We just need to fight. We just need to kind of contest and just make sure everyone's a part of the puzzle. But then you start to talk about the fact that you somehow got up 2-0, and you get reverse swept by FaZe, and it's just like, okay, well, let's just not lose our heads a little bit. We still need to make sure that we are starting off strong, because then we don't have to worry about these comeback efforts that are being thrown against us, which we also saw in that series versus FaZe.
And this is a very scary situation to be in if you are LA, because when this roster was first formed at the beginning of the year, well, we were thinking, oh, star-studded lineup, super teams, should be able to make every single Sunday. But now you're on the brink of elimination here on day number 1 versus a team in recent form has looked a little bit better than you, especially in search and destroy. So after a very devastating loss where you were up 2-0, you get reverse swept by FaZe. Hopefully you've been able to quickly let that one go, because Miami, they are coming off of a loss as well. But they're that team that can always bring it in the slaying department. So that's got to be the key point. Just make sure we're locked in if you are LA, and I think map number 1 is going to be a big point for both of these teams.
You know, it's funny, Clayster jumped into our green room while these series were going on, and he was talking about the prospects of, like, who would you want to play pending, you know, how the bracket plays out. And he's like, honestly, I don't want to play Miami, because they are the more structured team out of, like, a FaZe or an LA or a Paris in the current moment. You know, you would want to be in a spot to where you don't want to just get outgunned. You want to play against a team that you feel like you can outstructure and kind of build a playbook. So let's take a look at these maps here. We've got a Den Scar and Exposure to get things kicked off. I mean, really, this, for me, you look first and foremost at LA, just try to start off a little bit hotter, and then hopefully you have a more comfortable win. But Miami have really dominated this map, and they play it in a way that I would say is only maybe bested by a team like Optic, for instance.
Yeah, they're the team that holds from the front side of P2. It's just unguardable. You can't expect it to be held like that when you're getting those close spawns, and the same thing be said around their P4 setup. Just the thing that's going to be good for at least LA's sake is that these are the maps that they just played versus FaZe.
Yes.
You can run them back here.
Yeah.
Hopefully with better results.
Hopefully better starts and better results. That's definitely the case. But let's take a look just to kind of focus on some of the individuals in this particular matchup, because, you know, we've had a couple of players that I would say for both teams have, you know, really put themselves as star potential on their individual teams. But for LA, it's been a little bit more of a question mark about who do you look to, because, yeah, Scrap is one of the top slaying players in the league by rating overall, but you've also had Hydra kind of into the mix and finding form. Neum, since getting picked up, has been solid. And it's really, you know, a question mark of which Abizi are you going to get?
Yeah.
Are you going to get, you know, the Swiss Army knife that's going to dominate, or the guy that starts 1-15? We're on the other side. Rancor's been Mr. Consistent for this Miami team, and you're just kind of looking to see, can he hold that same pressure while also getting some help, because we've dealt with some inconsistencies out of players like Metals and Super.
Yeah, and what we saw in that last series, Super wasn't the same player that he was online.
No.
So you need to make sure that your AR is going to be felt on all of the respawns that you have. Because to start off on a den, you need to beat them to the punch. LA were fantastic. Down by 100 versus FaZe, just slowly but surely playing chip away, with everyone starting to get more consistent in the slaying department. I don't think Abizi is going to go 1-15, so this should be a way better Den Hardpoint.
That's an easy wager right there, my man. Absolutely no chance he starts off that
smoker day. Unfortunate.
Yeah, so he's going to do some loadout work, and surely we'll get a little bit of a sacrifice around P1 to make sure that everyone's happy and well, and that will work out for Miami. 9-0 start. Rencor putting pressure towards Couches, but knows his limits and tries to find some ground to fight on, but Scrap will deny, and LA will reset.
Yeah, LA spawning over towards Couch's side. Have every single player up and ready to go, but they're still not getting any time off this P1. Now you need Hydra's route to be very impactful, and he gets absolutely nothing out of it. So Miami, a perfect start to this Den Hardpoint. They haven't given up a single second at P1 and don't plan on doing it in the final 10.
Yeah, and you've already got Trakes on the rotation in that final 10. He's going to be in a 1v1 with Hydra, who sees him first and deals with it quickly. Abizi also able to find a couple as the exit from P1 is contested, and even though it was a pretty flawless P1, LA is set up perfectly for the second hill.
Yeah, they know exactly where Miami are coming from, but Neum chooses a very questionable route here, works his way through Boken, and thankfully you got Hydra watching that angle still. That leads to a clean forward dead, back spawns block, all of Miami trying to break through the front again.
And it's already being tested. Abizi, well-cooked nade, was able to find Super, plus a stun to make life easy on the battle versus Trakes. So, yeah, this will work. I mean, it's literally chef's kiss. Absolute perfection. 25 seconds to fight. Miami cannot just forfeit this time, so they're going for it, but they are getting absolutely manhandled on this rooftop approach. And look at the minimap. Neum's already hitting the route. He's already set up on the guide heading towards P3.
And the one opportunity to get the back spawns, they can't even hit the time. You're forced to rotate early over towards the P3. Neum in a position to gather some early information. Can potentially give you kill number 2, but he gets taken care of by Trakes. So he's the only one off the rotation here for Miami. 2 players from LA actually decide to go for a repinch there, and that's a horrible play. Miami are going to be fully set up now.
Yeah, and you've got someone in Super watching for anyone to jump the mid-cut, so you can have double weapons focused, and we're just getting smokes all over the place here in this hard point. Jay, what is happening?
There's an issue, man. So sometimes the game might actually read that you have a stun, but every time you throw it, it's actually a smoke grenade, regardless if you keep on changing it. So hopefully we can just switch the class up so we can stop seeing smokes here on the hardpoint game, but that smoke leads to a Thieves break.
All right, that'll work for now, but Miami do have numbers, mostly sitting inside and around 10. LA working to flip the map around to touches. Miami will get at least one player. No, make it both towards Dojo to spawn up, and they are aware that Hydra could be playing on this flank. Also, just the time left in the hard point forces the rotation to be considered. And we'll deal with, well, about double the points-ish for LA as we jump over to P4, and Miami are in control to start.
Yeah, Renko is what finds that kill off of Old. Now you know your team is in a 3v3 for the battle of the front. How long can you finesse her? How long is it going to take for Hydra just to break you down? He walks right through small room, lines up a double. Neum gets kill number 3. You're trying to block the back spawns. All you need to do is take care of Rencor, and that is fantastic plays out of LA.
Yeah, Hydra on 3 in a row, 10 and 5. Watching the cross from the interior, Abizi nearby. Good help from Scrap makes this a perfect hold. LA up big, 35 seconds, and Miami are spawning in the worst position possible. Towards Couches, this is a tough decision on what route you want to take.
Yeah, this is tough, man. This is where you force Miami Heretics to truly be uncomfortable, because all season long, they can slay with the best of them. They usually put themselves in the driver's seat off the rotation, which is followed up by a great hold.
Unreal.
But when you're asking this team to break down some of these hard points, they are not doing it in sync. Going one by one, now getting slayed to bits. Hydra on 7 in a row, Abizi on 6 in a row. SMG takeover here for LA.
Yeah, you gotta hope that if you're Miami, you're not just getting like lost in that. They've thrown smokes. Like,
regain,
brother. That's what I was about to say. Like, you just cannot lose composure off of it. So Miami desperately needing to find a way to come together, and maybe here on to P1. Hydra still slipping, sliding, finding kills. Super on 4 in a row, trying to bounce back, and those are impressive shots to get to 14 and 13 and potentially earn a hellstorm of his own.
It's crazy because Miami only got 26 seconds off of that P1. 24 seconds came after the next 3 HPs. LA have dominated that first half, and when you're dominating, it's most likely going to lead to some hellstorms and the back pocket. You find the initial 2, but not a single player from Thieves in a position to get themselves into a time, so Miami withstand that and are still holding.
Yeah, it's Super, who again was still trying to play for that hellstorm, gets shut down by Abizi. Neum had everything in front of him, but doesn't come away with much. But Abizi is right there to pick up, man. I'm telling you, some days he just looks like one of the most flexible players in the CDL. He is currently 20-9, as Miami will essentially cut their losses in the remaining time of P1 and set themselves up for a P2 setup. But losing Rancor already has some question marks, but what's going to happen with the spawns with Abizi trying to flip?
And big shout out to the P1 HP for Miami. Yeah, without that, they're not in this game. But now you win the rotation over towards P2. You're just not going to expect Abizi to hit such a long route. He blocks those back spawns. At least he think he does, because you're not over towards that overload point. You get those back spawns if you're still Miami, and you're in a position again to contest.
Well, Hydra littering this approach from the backside of Garage. Nade making things difficult for him as Rancor is finally able to get the trade. Neum on 4 in a row. Again, also peppering this setup for Miami. He walks away with that final 2, making life very simple for the remaining Thieves inside the hard point. 155-81, and it just does not feel like the Miami Heretics that we know on this map have shown up yet.
You just can't get a break, man. Now you finally find yourself in a numbers situation. You got to make the most of it, but it's only for 15 seconds. You will gladly take that if you are LA. You just need to beat them to the punch off the rotation, and Scrap wins a big one-on-one, making another one-on-one, this time versus Super, to alleviate the pressure over at the new HP, but there's still one player unaccounted for. Trake's trying to make a big-time play.
Yeah, he's able to find 1, make that 2, plus neutralizing the trophy, and then steps up to get the 3rd. Okay, a little bit of momentum starting to come back together here for the Heretics, and boy, do they need it. Some question marks, though, on where the Thieves are spawning as nades are being tossed all over the map for info. Rancor watching the mid-cut, in some trouble, but wins the gunfight versus Abizi. And from the front, Metals, that works out nicely, leaving Thieves in pieces as they try to force this break attempt.
See, Miami just look like a way different team when they're the team initially in towards the hard point. But now you're forced to find a break, or at least keep it mixy at the ending of this P3. Rancor finds a double, Trakes comes off the respawn and gives you at least 1. But Miami looking at a flawless hold here at the P3 to someone keep themselves in this game.
Super has to make a play here, though, and he's been read. Good shutdown by Neum. It gets to within 50 points, but Miami are going to have to break, and they are taking all 4 members through Dojo. Hydra holding in a corner. He gets stunned. Should be a double slide out here, and it is, but Hydra's in a perfect spot, nearly gets both. Neum tagged, wants to get the trade, but values his life. Goes all the way back to table. Dragon spawns are still being blocked, though, as this hit from Miami continues to put pressure on the back. But Neum able to get the 3 in a row, and that will stabilize things for the Thieves, surely to get past the 200-point mark.
And now look what Miami are spawning, all the way out of couches, because Hydra is in this position at P2. You can't even get close towards this hard point. The fundamental play on the side of LA is outstanding. You're breaching that 200-point mark. Okay, you want to hit a long route? Go ahead. We are more than willing to give up those back spawns, because we've been uncontested for the first 40, and we might be able to walk away with this final 20.
Super has to win this battle. You cannot allow this last 15 to just freely go to the Thieves.
You gotta go, man.
Yeah, you sure do. Battle's able to step up to find 1, but Abizi gets 2 in return. He is on fire. 28 and 15. With the back 10 seconds, we'll go neutral. But it's still roughly an 80-point game as we make our way back to P1 again. It's just a tall ask here for the Miami Heretics to come back.
But they do have the numbers early on in these engagements. They also have presence at that mid-cut. You just need to fly your way on in for a very clean break. And at least for now, you're the team to soak up the time and get LA out of it. A 90-point difference. A tall ladder to climb to get yourself back into the mix. And I love that Trix is able to spot that guy walking through the wall, because you are expecting Rancor to be ready for the fight, but Hydra still gives you 1.
Yeah.
Abizi and Neum apply pressure for couches. Now they get the break.
Yeah, and it's not even just the break. It's the fact that they have to force Miami to re-break through the hill and still flip spawns and then get the hard point if they want to see this map go their way. Again, it's a lot of obstacles to hurdle. And the kills continue to turn up in favor of LA as they look to put the finishing touches on this den, where literally Miami has just not really felt like they've loaded in as a group of 4. They just felt like they're in pieces every single hill we get to.
They can't find a break, man. And every time they are finding a break, it's for the final 15 seconds. You will gladly give that up if you are LA. Now looking to potentially put the finishing touches here on map number 1. Only need 15 seconds. Neum locks down couches. Abizi through the front line. All 4 dead. This is Steve's game.
Man, it just, this entire map, I think I hate to just say it starts with the opening smoke accident, but it just never felt like Miami could get set up for anything.
At all.
Couldn't set up a 4-man hit for a break, couldn't get themselves set up on rotation. They win a couple of gunfights with a couple of individuals. That's like, okay, cool, now we've got numbers and we could brute force our way through a hill to get at least some time, but man, it just did not feel like the Miami that we've come to see on this map over the course of the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, that looked like the Miami from Major 1 instead of the Miami from Major 2. They have been so efficient with their kills whenever they find themselves in the power position. But LA Thieves, they just did the little things correct and forced Miami to be uncomfortable. A team was usually finding a lot of success in the rotation win, percentage, in the hold percentage. Could never be the team initially to start it off. The only times that they were was back-to-back times at P1 and the one go-around where Trace pops a 3 at P3. Other than that, you were always on the back foot, always forced to try to find a break, and they couldn't do it because they were consistently going one by one. Miami are never in that situation in Hardpoint, but when they are, that's how uncomfortable it seems to be for them. LA take the opening map in dominant fashion with the BZ right in the wrong. What was it, 1-15, 34-18? That's the Abe I know.
Yeah, dude, he was 20-9 at one point in time and going on multiple 4+ streaks. Yeah, so, I mean, a little bit of wonkiness, seeing smokes being, accidentally tossed, whether it's, just wrong loadout or just,
players aren't doing it on purpose.
They're not doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
No chance. But, man, it's just, it felt really unsettled for Miami, really. And it's just, maybe part of it is, again, credit to Thieves. They're moving the spawns all over the place. You get 2 players spawning on one side of the map for Heretics and the other 2 spawn on the other side. It's just like, can we get together? Like, please, can we somehow find a way to group up? And then even when you do, you run into somebody watching a hard set angle where you're full flooding through a choke point, and again, just the trades continue to go the way of LA time after time.
I would have loved to see Miami not consistently always playing for the back spawns of some of these hard points, because I would, if at that P4, you're wasting so much time pushing through Dojo. Okay, we got the trade on the Hydra, but now we got to fight another wave of Neum sitting on the backside of Pillar. If this push gets shut down, it's already 30 seconds wiped off of this hard point, and now we're forced to commit towards front. It's like you were always late to the punch, not really making the best plays you could in the situation, and these are capitalized on it because of the SMGs creating so much space. Great in the map number 1 for LA. Now looking for a response on the search and destroy is going to be Miami. This is bread and butter for them. You know how impactful Super Sniper can be, but LA have been finding a recent form of a lot of success here on Scar ever since they allowed everyone to be free and Neum to just switch between the AR, SMG, or the Sniper. He's been having a really big impact.
I think it's just interesting, though, because as much as Neum has been able to change the dynamic of what LA throws in any particular round, playing up against Miami, you're 90% of the time playing up against Super Sniper.
Exactly.
And it's not even just like, okay, we can't peek the hard scope angles. You can't peek anything because he will run at you with the sniper rifle and still find kills with it. So there are definitely moments here in terms of how do you build advantages if you're Miami. It just comes down to will they show up, because they're in map number 1, they couldn't get anything going. And if that continues to be the case in map 2 here, it could be LA just unrelentingly running it down their throats.
And that'll be insane to say, man, because everything that you watch online, you're expecting Miami to be prepared, especially for this map versus this squad. When you got a player of this guy's caliber that's about to pop up on your screen, you should be really confident that he's single-handedly potentially going to put you over the hump, because his impact with the sniper, there's no one else in the league fairly even close to this guy.
Not even close. There is a look at some of the statistics. S&D just on land, keep that in mind. I was like, 3rd and snipes, what are we talking about? Oh, that's just on land, that's just on land. But 2 big clutches. Most importantly, it's, again, just his ability to provide a first blood. And usually Miami will hold that advantage because it's coming by way of a snipe. And just on top of that, Super just doesn't die all that often because he's usually out sniping you and then doing what he wants. So, I don't know. You hate to just point the finger and throw the weight of the world onto one player, but if Super could be the catalyst early, that's going to do wonders, I think, for this Miami team to just recover after that map 1.
That's just how they have played, man. They have been playing around Super, so we have to talk about this guy being the X factor for this team, because his impact with the sniper is out of this world. All throughout March, he's sitting at 8-2, 60% chance at finding the opening dual win percentage. Attacking rounds number 1, defending rounds number 2, and the majority of that is because you're the team early in the man-up advantages. You got to make sure that you're playing for that, or at least counter that if you are LA. Neum, you need to chow him.
All right. That's the setup. We'll see what unfolds as Miami will be on the opening defense. LA looking to get aggressive with some setups here at mid. Oh, and Super's able to collat right through it. Trakes goes to feel things out. It's like a little bait and switch, but from afar, and Super's collat has Miami with the numbers, and the pistol whip comes through, and now Super's looking for all 4.
Looking for the ace, and you know the last man standing is going to be Neum. Usually rocks the snipe in hand, but has an M15 on this round. Knows that the bomb is going to be down towards mid, and not a single player from Miami are forcing a one-on-one. They're just trying to gather info before all those arrows turn.
Well, that's free. Super! What?
Oh, nah.
Dude, I'm telling you, there's delusion and then there's super. I'll tell you, that is just not a chow you're going to see often. I'm glad we get it from the final kill perspective. Dude. It looks nasty from the opposite viewpoint. Looked just as nasty in slow motion.
The thing is that about that chow right there, I tip it so much for Super because players like Sid, who's a sniper for his team, he would instantly just jump that corner and not really put himself in a position to get out of the fight. It's like if Super doesn't hit that shot, no matter, I'm still alive. But the guy finds the opening ace. Most impactful player for Miami, specifically in Search and Destroy, and he gets it done.
Show of force here for Thieves. Setting someone up at P1. That stun check will reveal it. Hydra says not interested. So he and Neum will make a play through the plane. Straps on first blood. Super on the quick scope. Not quite able to lock things up, and it's an early 4v2 for the Thieves.
And they're not going to force anything. When they have the numbers, everyone's just going to back down from their power spots. You're more than willing to give up the bomb plant to Miami in the 4v2. So Trakes and Rencourt need to find a kill. But it's not going to be easy because these aren't giving up anything.
Nah, I'm wondering if Rencourt went up top to pick up the scope, though. Yeah, he sure did. Sees one of the jump.
See the glare?
Should have.
The peek.
Yeah, secondary shoulder, slide across, and that will confirm the scope. Thieves pinching things up, but Scrap gets caught. Trakes a smoke to manipulate some space here over the top of P5, and hold on a second, he almost gets the jump on the Hydra, not the case. So it's all rest with Rencourt for the 1v3. Nade cooked. Some damage will be confirmed, but he can't find Hydra until eventually he's able to blow him off the map. Follow up, hold on a second, 1v1. Scope out, over the top, no! And the time will expire for the plant, and that will be around going to LA. I'll tell you, got close.
Oh, Rencourt almost lines that shot up. Thankfully, Neum said, I'm just going to get out of Dodge. You can't work the bomb plant. We're not going to give up a 4v2 this early into the game, but LA Thieves respond with a defense of their own. Scrap finds the first blood. You're able to isolate onto Super on the pitch with 2 players on that positioning over towards plane. And in the 4v2, you don't force anything else. You're all back up and a lot of time to be your friend. You know it does get scary. It's still 1-1.
Ooh, lots of nades here for LA. Does it reveal this play forward for Miami? Sure seems to have. But do they anticipate the second? They sure will. Perfect from LA, counteracting some early Miami aggression on the defense, and you also get scrapped through P2. So that'll work. Yeah, okay. Perfectly read, perfectly executed, flawless round for LA.
And you see Neum letting the team know, providing some energy. You gather early information with your stuns and nades, and they were going to be the aggressors over towards plane. You find the first blood, you instantly find the second in the 1v4 versus one of the straightest shooters we have in the league in Rencourt. The rookie puts him down like it's nothing. LA with 2 rounds in a row.
That's a hell of a chow from Neum, bro.
Good shots.
That's a hell of a chow. So Miami trying to get aggressive, but the conditioning of LA will start to be established with that pushback. And now Neum, ooh, trying to show some aggression of his own. Stun check will land. Hydra able to find first blood onto Trakes. And Hydra maybe trying to get more, but Metals will trade. Super contested as Easy keeps the pressure up. And LA have full map control here in Miami, are struggling to get, again, anything going.
That's another situation where you lose those first couple of fights and now you're forced to commit over towards B. A minute left to go. Both players going to put themselves in one-on-one situations. Metals trying to locate where Abizi is, but Abizi gets out of dodge. You keep the numbers in favor of Thieves. No need to do anything else.
Yeah, just stack up at A, play the retake at B if you have to. 40 seconds to go. Metals seen, damaged, and finished. So if you're Rencourt, do you look for kills first? Sure seemed to have. He should have a free behind Neum, waits for the perfect opportunity and converts. But from here on out, it's going to be difficult to commit a plant. Gives himself a chance by changing the angle, but Scrap is watching it the entire way, and LA grow their lead.
And the most impactful player had all of his impact be felt in round number 1. Ever since then, LA Thieves are just not allowing Super to be comfortable. You usually expected Miami to have this slow and steady round so Super can gather some information before they decide to make the play. But they are just taking the game to them, finding so much success in the first blood column. And when Super's putting him in a position to try to get the trade, you're just not expecting them to be as far pushed up on the map as they are. You're forcing them to be uncomfortable just like you did it at Hardpoint. 3 rounds in a row there for LA.
It almost feels like, and we've seen a couple of teams try this, but LA are really not getting away from it. If like, yeah, Super's going to hit some quick snipes, they're going to be impressive, but the chances are if we just keep running at him, he's not going to hit everything.
Yeah.
So get him out of position, give ourselves a chance off of the objective mostly. That's the same thing once again. Easy, nice shots onto the first, damage onto the second, slips away, has cover from Hydra, and that's going to be enough to allow the opportunity to plant.
Man-up advantage still in favor of the Thieves. You see Scrap put himself in a position so he can keep Hydra alive. Smoke grenade gets invested, and that helps Trake's net gunfight 2v2.
He's still alive as well. Looking for the regen and the reload. Rancor stuck in the action, and now bounce out from Hydra, but no. Drake stays alive. His secondary now, Smoke's now in play, but no, just nowhere to go. And I love that from LA. Put the pressure on, Super has to back off. Okay, he's not sniping at mid, so BZ can challenge top green. Beautiful stuff from LA, great understanding.
And that was a good presence of LA looking like the players that they used to be.
Yeah.
Hydra this time said, nah, BZ, you're used to be the king of the first blood. Let me just put you on that island player on that side. I'll try to get this objective down. He finds the timing to get one and get out of dodge, and then Hydra instantly picks up kill number 2 and then instantly puts the bomb down. So a BZ making his impact felt, and that's 4 rounds in a row where Sniper out of Super has yet to be felt. You need this guy to stay alive longer than 10 seconds.
Correct. He got an ace in round 1 and nothing since. And now it's 5-1, or pardon me, 4-1 to LA. Miami trying to set up a little bit of a set in here towards mid. That will work. Scrap sniping this round. Looking for something through Sat, but Bomb is still waiting for the go call here at A.
And finally, Miami get the first blood, and it's on the back of Super, so makes his impact be felt in this round. But are you going to expect the crawl spot out of Hydra?
Oh,
he gives you 1 plus another. Instant 2v2, and then Neum on the pitch makes it a 2v1.
Yeah, Trake's, I believe, over the top saw Hydra, but he needs to play for the bomb. He's able to collect at least that, but maybe missed a chance at an even 1v1. And now down low. Nice shots, able to find the first. Slips away, no immediate trade. Neum hunting for it as Trake's will get back to 100 health. And we may just determine this on timing right now as Neum is looking to see, can he catch Trake's playing through P4? Now moving back over to A, doesn't fully see him. Bomb being planted. Does Neum get here in time to catch him on the plant? Yeah, sure will. And that would be 3 in a row for Neum, but a 5-1 count for LA.
It's 5 rounds in a row for LA. Even when Super finds success in that first blood category, and then you get 1 extra, turn it into a 4v2. You're just not expecting the crawl route out of Hydra at top motel. He gives you a double, turns it into a 2v2. It draws the attention from the rest of your teammates to try to commit to get that trade, and that opens up the flank angle there from Neum. Turn it into a 1-on-1, get the timing there on Trakes. And Miami are looking like a way different team than they did in qualifiers.
Yeah, I'll say. I don't know, man. It's just interesting because, you know, we were sitting watching the Paris matchup, and it's just like they're in every single map, just didn't have the ice, and like that's going to happen. Paris is a solid team, but here it just feels like they can't get themselves going in any form. Scrap gets the first on the medals. You saw a couple other Heretics members at A, so you don't need to force this. Neum's already taken away the B part of the map, and Miami look lost. They have no idea this is happening.
Hey, you're just going to wait for Neum to work this late pinch. It's basically going to be a GG. Already a 4v2 as Hydra finds an extra. Neum is called out. There's no one over towards Motel. Finally there is, and I'll get him.
What happened?
But it's a 1v4, make it a 1v none. LA dominate. 6 rounds in a row in the search to destroy, and now up a commanding 2-0 lead versus Miami.
Man. What's happening?
telling you, COD is so day-to-day, but online to LAN is a completely different story.
Well, the thing again is just like I guess we could use the same threading storyline for both these two teams. Like, they both come off of a tight series loss. And one of two things we could say very easily can happen. Either number one, you say, shit, we had this series. We're in this. We started the series against FaZe with one of our best players, 1 in 15, and we still won the map. We could do anything, and that kind of builds a little bit of a rally cry. Where on the other side, Miami's probably sitting here like, we nearly had the overload. We nearly had the final exposure hardpoint. We should have won that series, and they almost look deflated. And then you come out map 1, you can't get anything set up. That's got to play on your mind. And then you come back into the search and destroy like, okay, we're chilling, Super got an ace, but nothing else happens after that point.
Just looking at those numbers, the fact that Miami Heretics, one of the best teams in opening duels, only find 1 first blood.
Yeah, true.
Big shout out to Super in that category, but everything else was just dominated by LA. You were expecting to see Neum with the sniper, but no, with Scrap with the sniper. And that's probably due to just Neum being a lot more comfortable on the map with the M15 and just reading what Miami were doing. Sure. Like, no, I'm going to continue to take this face away because they're giving it up for free. If you want to snipe, go ahead. But I'm going to run alongside my SMGs and create those openings. And it was Hydra able to find 3 first bloods. Scraps follows us up with 2. But that's just a dominant search and destroy there from a team in Miami who I was expecting to be one of the top team in S&D. They get rolled over.
Agreed. Wow. How quickly the day has changed here, friends.
Super fast.
Exposure overload coming up next. And when Miami first tried to insert this map into their pool, it was not great. But
Yeah.
they have improved a ton. I think most notably at the end of their qualifier run, they really showed us their ability to not just successfully get reads and defend, but more importantly, score and score a lot. It just doesn't feel like that Miami team that we saw has shown up in this particular series. I think they did show up versus Paris, weren't able to ice. I've said that 15 times. You guys already know that. But here it's just like they cannot get left foot, right foot, move forward. It's like it's forward, not straight right now for Miami, and they can't find either direction.
For a team that always finds a lot of success by being the team initially to make these plays, to being the team first off the rotation, great in first blood categories, you have yet to find success in both of those. And now you're down 0-2 on the brink of elimination. You got to fight.
Man, tough scenes. It's a tough part of the bracket, but one of our teams is starting to really show up and say that they want it. Miami need to find that energy. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, exposure overload right after this.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Shotzi was trying to join him, but Kleenex shut that down. Good damage on the hook on the flank. Kleenex just going to go ahead and take his advantage and grab the EMP. You still have a couple of players who are guarding over here towards the A side of the map. Joe Deceives in particular just has to hold his life. Pistol works out for Kleenex, and it's a 4-4 game. Minute 20 on the clock. EMP will reset up top, but Toronto find kills. They should be able to contest.
And that's 3 dead as well. So now it's all on Dashy. The only player puts out towards bottom. Solar is going to be sniffed out by Insight, and now you got Kleenex using this on the offense. You can't run out of P4. You were forced to give up this score for free. 3 in a row for Boyd. They got the lead.
You do have mid-map control for Optic, trying to set something up around the next EMP location. Joe up and over. 3 in a row for him. But Optic come away with 3 straight kills, and they've got a free pathway to rise through. Are we joking? What are we talking about? It's just counter scrapping for counter cap. 5-5, 45 seconds of the clock, and we reset to mid.
And Optic had mid-map control as well. So if you're our core, you got to check every single corner or find effective trades. Shotzi already finds the first, tries to pick up the EMP and get out of dodge, but he gets knocked down 30 seconds.
Yeah, and you still have a couple of players for Optic pushed forward. Toronto need to clear this out. Trades coming through. Kill feed starting to look good for Optic. Do they want to try to make a play for a score, or do you let this 20 seconds bleed out and you play a 4v4 with map positioning? Their call.
Shotzi is just going to take an extra layer, unfortunately get caught, but it's probably going to come down to an overtime. Boy actually put the EMP in their possession, or Fleet is just going to die at the right time. So it's going to be a 4v4.
TDM. 1 life remains for all 8 players. 2 minutes on the clock. If you hold the EMP with tied numbers, the team possessing would win. But we have not seen that ever in an extended overtime like this. So this is about critically not making any mistakes.
Who decides to be the one to take the first risk? Berkeley's locking down this side of the map. He's able to spot out tips, and the trophy's going to block that frag from having any impact. It's already been 30 seconds wiped off of the overtime, and neither team is willing to scale.
The thing about this, though, the later the clock goes, if Toronto is going to just back off and not try to give anything away. Oh! I'm going to say, Optic could just grab the EMP and run away, but now it's going to force the transfer in 3v3. Shotzi on the flank, but Kemp is going to get a read onto it. Show trying to put some pressure, but here it comes. Kleenex on the side. He's going to blindside Shotzi, but Kemp also falls. A 2v2, 60 seconds on the clock, and watch out for Dashi. Oh my goodness. Does he have the timing? Down low towards window. Finds one. And it's on the Kleenex. He has been everything for Toronto in this map. It would have to win things on a huge 1v1 win. 50 seconds.
45 seconds left to go, and Kleenex might have put himself in a position.
Does he commit to it? Mercules. Oh, that slide.
He sees it. He's out here.
He's just going to grab it and score. There's no way Kleenex gets back in time. Surely not. Does he have anything? No, he doesn't. And Mercules with the run seals the 3-0 for Optic for the first time in England in a long time.
Hey, we love a good exposure overload. We've already seen a handful already on the weekend, a one-day weekend so far. But for Miami, we just have not. I'm having a really tough time right now, Jay. Mostly because, like, talking about the online qualifiers, obviously you knew what you're going to get out of Optic. Your Parises, your Phases, your Thieves, all kind of split the difference, losing against teams they shouldn't lose against, beating good teams here and there. Miami was the only other team that really showed up and said, hey, we're here to fight. But after losing to Paris, it just feels like the life is just out of their lungs right now.
It's got to be tough, man, because you lose every single respawn versus Paris. You were able to clutch up in the search and destroy, which everybody expected, but all the other respawns went down to the wire. You just didn't have that clutch scene that you usually find yourself having all throughout Major 2 qualifiers. Now you're down 0-2 versus LA, and the first two maps have been one-sided, no question. Miami are consistently put in an uncomfortable position and have yet to bail themselves out of it. Now you're going into an overload on exposure where we have seen these guys play. They've been trying to add it to the map pool and have shown improvements as of recent, but just the way that they have been playing these first two maps and the uncomfortability that LA are putting them in, Miami need to come out the gates and have one of those fantastic breakoffs that lead to a quick 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and here's a look kind of back at some of the key players in the head-to-head matchup. Neum, again, like you had talked about, and like the desk has talked about a handful of times, you know, LA needed someone to fill the gaps, you know, kind of be the glue and make a play when you can see the opportunity to make a play. And Neum's brought that to the table in a lot of ways. Overload in particular has been a big boost for not just him, but also for Thieves in general. But going into a Scar, no, right? Are we Exposure. We're Exposure, right? I'm not crazy.
Might be Scar. I don't know.
I could have sworn the series layout said Exposure. Are we blasted?
All right, I guess so.
All right, bet. That's what happens when they sprint us over from one stage to the other. We're just kind of picking up the pieces. Okay.
Reads Exposure,
Reads Exposure, sees the Scar
loaded. All right, it is.
Let's go. That's what we said the whole time. It's an illusion, a mirage. Let's jump into it. The desert of Exposure playing tricks on us. As the opening breakoff, relatively slow, waiting for Nades to connect. Tricks will grab one, but Hydra, nice little route here, has him pushing for space. Can't quite track down the kill, though, and everything will stay neutral.
Yeah, it's a battle for mid-map still. Ian makes it an easier engagement for his teammates coming off the respawn because you know Super is somewhat in our spawn, but I don't know if he lagged out there. Scrap is able to find that kill for free. And now he lines up a collat for 3 dead, and your lead blocker is Abizi. He gets this kill. This is an early score for LA.
And I'll tell you, again, just watching Abizi the first 2 maps coming out slow, you worry about his confidence, but a Chell like that, yeah, he knows he's still got it. Pistol for Scrap on 4 in a row. Lots of damage out, but he's away for a little bit of help, and he's going to get it from Hydra around the back. And yeah, that should work out. Damage is through. No chance, and Scrap's going to be on 5 with a score. He may have a Hellstorm, and yeah, he already does.
Yeah, he already earned it. He was able to stop the EMP carrier, go 3 dead, retrieve the EMP, and then get the score plus a kill. So a fantastic start there for LA. set the tone early on, but Miami are looking for a response. They're just not winning the gunfight. To get it, you go 2 for 1 in the trade fights. Metals is thinking, all right, mid-cut should be all clear to now, but knocked down to 7 HP in the Dream. Can't get the better of Hydra, and now LA on the offense.
Miami look frustrated. It's just like they're trying to put together the same things that we've seen them find success with, but just cannot get that last bullet, that one kill they need to turn things around. In LA are just running through them now. I'll tell you, follow up from Scrap, he's going to put the second score and get a couple of pistol kills on top of it. Miami need to recover, and they need to recover quickly.
Yeah, this is looking nasty. Like Miami Heretics, where is the team that has came into this tournament with the second seed? The squad who went on 6, almost 7 series wins in a row to end out Major 2 qualifiers. You're looking like you're going to roll over and die here. You need to show some fight. You got Matala, a.k.a. Metals, in the spawn on 3 in a row, can only find 1. And not a single player on your squad has EMP in their possession. So again, you're forced to just stabilize.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Just it feels so uncoordinated for Miami. It's like you get a lead blocker forward. Middleton is in a spot to obviously move spawns around, but he's got no help, no support. And now we're just kind of desperately grabbing the EMP, needing to win some part of the map back. 2:30 on the clock here for the half. Not over yet, but it just feels out of sorts right now for Miami. They need a moment.
They desperately need a cap to give themselves a chance or some momentum going forward in the rest of this overload. They do find the opening kill. Now your lead blocker and Super is trying to give you one extra over at the B site, but it's Hydra on the pinch. Neum from the front makes it a 2v2, and now it's a 1v1. Hydra should get the stop, or he's not prepared for Renkor's route. Miami get on the board.
Yeah, and that's, I won't even say a definite moment. It's just they take advantage of the opportunity in front of them, but I want to see something from Miami that's in some way resembling the Miami team that we came to know. Not even just in the online qualifiers, but just even in moments that they were able to have versus Paris earlier today. And maybe something's starting to brew here. Neum stuck in the corner. Clean kill feed for Miami, and they should be able to contest and possess the EMP for a chance to set up an offensive chance.
Yeah, wrap the EMP all the way towards B side. Number 2 in Renkor, you need to be lead blocking already at Solus, but takes his sweet time on the approach. That allows LAT to instantly be off the respawn, back in a position to stop this. Now your MP carrier and Super is just trying to value his life. Only 8 HP in the Dream, and all that time you waste, Thieves make the most of it.
Yeah, that's even right there in that example, a moment that you just don't see often from Miami, where it's like we're not working on resetting the EMP, flipping things back, and working on an extended route towards A. It's just we're trying to force something forward. I don't know, man. It just doesn't feel like the Miami that we've come to know. But still only down 1, 60 seconds. And if they find a way to tie this half, we could be cooking with the brand new Heretics mentality into the second 5 minutes.
Yeah, I just think Miami need to switch up their pacing. This is a team who loves to run and gun with the best of them. And right now, they're consistently on the back foot, but finally an opportunity where they can try to tie the game on up. Metals gives you 1, but everyone else is dropping like flies. Now Super is trapped between a rock and a hard place, does give you 1, and gets back to his team, but it's not going to lead to a score. 30 seconds.
And trades are out, though. Abizi can't really contest from topside mid. The spawns for LA are all the way deep towards B, so EMP will be in hand. Scrap shut down. Does still have a hellstorm if things get mixy. And now you're starting to develop an opportunity here. Metal's going to be able to shut down 1 on the pinch. Everything else focused on the front, but nades will be the only thing that trades. Renkor waiting for 1 more kill out of Trace, who's having a tough time finding the player around the corner. And as Renkor drops this half, very well may end, but no, last second LA able to get the EMP and giving themselves an extra 30 seconds for 1 more try.
They're banking on Neum. Neum is going to be the lead blocker over towards A, but he does let 1 player slip on by, and he loses his one-on-one. So now you got to hit the audible. Abizi on the opposite side does win his one-on-one gunfight. Hydra tries to set the tone, but only 10 seconds left. You have to now commit towards B.
If you look at the spawns, though, for Miami, they're down towards A. Metals is caught. Metals is caught, trying to rotate back. It's just on to Renkor. He's taking a world of hurt. Here comes the follow-up. Scrap's going to score. And it's, again, a moment like you're talking about where just Miami are just not reading the game right now.
This is not the Miami Heretics I was expecting when we had this series in front of us. Like, you have 2 of the top teams that can potentially slay with the best of them. One of them are outstanding at search and destroy. The other team is working on their S&D, but they have shooters all across the board. It's just right now, Miami, like you said, my friend, looking out of sync, looking like they're consistently playing from the back foot and are playing with no confidence right now. You need to put it together very quickly. Because as you take a look at these highlights again, it was a perfect break off here for LA. You go 3 for none trades. Your lead blocker Nabizi finds the 4th. and you quickly get your first one on the board in the first minute of the game, and you got to keep in mind they still have a Hellstorm.
Yeah.
So Miami have to play at a totally different pace.
They need some confidence. They need some energy. We'll see. Hydra, route.
Oh, it's
easy.
GG.
Yeah, it's over,
GG.
brother. We're lost right
GG.
now, man. I don't know. I'm telling you, it just feels like this Miami team has been so deflated from that Paris series. They just look like they are not reading things well. Rencor is just so far away from the play that he's going to have to try to hold things at mid. He does at least get the shutdown of the EMP carrier, so that little bait and switch trying to fake out Miami not going to work, and maybe a chance here for the Heretics with numbers.
Nah, that's all for dead. You just can't allow the first player off the respawn for Thieves to find a very impactful kill, and Neum does just that. He just doesn't pick the right one. And Miami get their second on the board. Starting to show some fight here. Reset is going to be over towards Tanky. You currently don't have a single player in a position, and this should guarantee a score for LA.
Yeah, definitely should. Can anyone for Miami catch somebody before this Hellstorm comes down? Trying to use the panels as metals, but he gets found out, and Scrap's going to take down 2. Easy counter cap. It's a 4-2 advantage as Rencor tried to respond with a Hellstorm of his own, but it's just too late.
And now that Hellstorm is used for no apparent reason. You would have loved to say that if you were Miami going for an offensive attack, but you use it for defense and they still get the score in. Now you have the EMP in your possession, but you don't take care of the guy who just got the capture in, or you quickly do because Rencor wraps it on back. This should lead to a very quick score for Miami. Now down 1.
Okay, that's the first convincing moment, though, for me in this map for Miami. And even on that Hellstorm, like, I think a lot of people would be fine going Hellstorm for Hellstorm, but it felt like Rencor didn't know if he wanted to do it at all, and it just the call comes in too late. So you're lucky to still be down 1. You've got Rencor through, but he's going to have to be the miracle man, breaking down this Thieves setup from behind, and he gets read by Hydra. Now Neum, other side of the map, playing forward as LA look to grow their lead by another again.
And Neum knows, all right, gather all the information. They're spawning so far away at the A point. We might just be able to commit and get this down at A, but your EMP carrier overcommits through mid-cut and gets taken down. So now Hydra, you need to get more than just 1 kill for you to stand a chance at a score. Eventually gets cut down. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to work with, but Thieves are now rotating towards A.
And Metals tries to step up to be the first defender, and yeah, you're absolutely right. Now you've got trophy system support for LA. You just use your numbers to flood through, and you cannot get the damage done in time. That's just not something we've seen from Miami. They don't make plays like that. They haven't in weeks.
They're just allowing LA to dictate how this game is going to be played, what the pacing is going to be looking like. And since you're always late to the party on some of these routes, you're consistently going to be down in that score.
Man.
You're not even finding kills off of players camping in the corners. So Rencor loses that fight. You find the opening kill. If you're LA, you might be able to quickly get another one on the board.
Yeah, BZ, big win. Putting down 1 player at panels, but the back and forth affair comes away with Miami the numbers. Hydra on the pitch, shuts down the EMP carrier, and it's going to force Super to have to sit and play his life. He's not even able to do that. Minute 45 of the clock. Miami, the team who needs to have the urgency, and Scrap is going to grab and retreat. Bus not being parked yet, but it's okay, yes it is. It's being parked.
Shouldn't be, though. Like, if you're LA, we're just looking for the first kill so we can eventually work out of our base, because on a map like Exposure where the spawns can catch you off guard, you don't really want to take these kind of risks, but you keep on moving. You keep on drawing the attention on one side of the map, and now you get the information if you're BZ. There's so many players towards ring. Let's go B.
But Scrap gets caught. Rencor's double saves what would have been a free run. Neum caught from behind. Opportunity here for Miami. You've got 2 players pushed up, but the spawns are through mid. Does anyone get on the angle in time to stop this? No. So it's going to be a 1-score affair. Miami quick off this capture, is playing behind too, so hold on a second. There's an opportunity in a world where Miami could get this thing tied.
They just need to find the kills that they are looking for. Metals is only player to light up that kill feed in the right color. Super eventually gives you 1 extra, so for now it's about stabilizing on the map, but this is where Neum and the BZ's impact could be felt. Map control in favor of LA, and you're still finding players off the respawn.
Yeah, and if the BZ and Neum can manifest another score, it would put this map out of question. But Miami come away with a couple of kills. Neum stuck at mid-map. Not able to find too much. Hydra on the pinch is behind this play. Can he find the EMP carrier? No, not quite yet, but the play from front will be stalled. And you have to commit here. You've got to find a way to get this through. Scrap's able to give you 2. Trake's in some trouble to win the pistol battle. Does he have a chance to still score this? He's trying to run. Neum behind him. He turns. The kill is there. Final 5 seconds before the overtime comes in. Miami, you're going to have the numbers. Trake's is going to wait for support. There's the extra 30. It's going to be a 4v4 over the top of the A site. Trophy system down. 2 players to drop, but the EMP carrier will drop as well. And LA 3-0 Heretics out of the tournament.
A beautiful response from LA after letting that series go versus FaZe. You were up 2-0. You just needed the overload to get it done, but you quickly shake off that loss and you get the better of Miami on the day. What was this, Scrap? Back in the day in challenges playing against some Spanish players? Oye, yo soy tu papá. That's exactly what Scrap was able to do in this series alongside everyone else. Everyone provided their 25%, and Miami just looked out of sync as soon as we spawned into map number 1. The worst I've ever seen them, and unfortunately for them, they're going home top 8.
Yeah, man, it's just, this is an event that, if you're a Miami fan or if you're just an avid CDL fan, mark this loss in your mind, because this feels like something that for Miami could either give you a launching pad, be like, yo, we cannot let that kind of affair happen again, or it could be a breaking point for them. Just due to the fact that you established so much dominance in retrospect towards qualifiers, you come out and you battle what is a good Paris team. I know that their online record may not have supported that statement, but let's be honest, them on land, they're a good team.
Major 1 champs.
Absolutely. But you don't survive through a couple of the nail biters and the respawns like you had mentioned. You only get the search and destroy, and then you come out flat-footed against Thieves, and you just are never able to get back into the mix. You're never able to bounce back and say, okay, we took a loss here on this hard point. Let's just jump in, get a group of 4. They just looked lost and scattered.
It's like everything that Miami showed up to this point was out the window.
Yeah.
They were the team that set the pace in Hardpoint, can outslay them, even in situations where they don't find themselves on the preferred side. They were always keeping up in the slay department. You could not do that in map number 1 because you were spawning so far away with all the pressure that Abizi and Hydra were putting on the map to put you in those positions, to make you uncomfortable. Then you get to the search and destroy, which has been the backbone for this team. First round, very successful. An ace out of super, finds a collat. You're thinking, all right, this is the turning point we're looking for. But after that first blood, you don't get a single one, and not even a round after that. So it's just you're putting Miami in these difficult situations, and they have yet to be able to figure it out. Unfortunately, you don't have any more time to figure it out here. You got to go back home and be prepared, or at least start it up for Major 3.
Yeah, I feel like for Miami, the recovery in this downtime between here and when Major 3 qualifiers start is we need to just mentally be stronger.
Yes.
I mean, flat out. I think just based on what we saw, again, to hit it one more time here, between the online qualifiers against great teams and winning, and a tight series versus Paris, you got all the right tools in the shed. It just comes down to putting the right carpenter to use those tools. And right now, it just kind of feels like for Miami, they get hit, and they get hit hard, they stumble, they get dazed. You just can't afford to have that happen in the caliber of what our league is right now.
And that's the difference between top teams. We saw LAT go down 100 points versus FaZe.
Yeah,
they had a guy go 1-15. But with the players and the mindset that they have, they know that the game is not officially over until it says 250 on the opposite side. It seemed like Miami, ever since that loss versus Paris, completely came in here and just didn't look like the same team. A squad who's dominant of rotations couldn't really find success in the hard point. A squad who's dominant in first floods in search and destroy could only find 1, and that was the opening round. And then for another squad who can keep up the pacing and the overload, you weren't able to do that. You were consistently playing defense versus LA, who are trying to work on their overload in general. Even though you got players like Neum who've been able to outslay them to bits. A 1-point score, you would gladly take that if you're LA, but if you're Miami, like, no, we got to be playing way better.
Well, that will do it for the Miami Heretics here in England. Again, surprisingly to say, because I think just about everyone in the community were thinking where Miami are right now,
yeah,
they have the best chance to not just make it to a Sunday, but potentially get to a grand finals. And now you're finishing top 8 with a lot of concern built up heading to Major 3 quals. So here's a look at the bracket as how it stands now. Again, the upper bracket, Optic G2. Ooh-wee, mama, that's going to be a fun one. FaZe Vegas and Paris, also a banger. But for Miami, they're out. Carolina and Vancouver not able to make it into the double elimination bracket from the play-in earlier today. And we're just awaiting the results of Toronto and Riyadh, the final match of the evening. And yeah, like we talked about, the bottom side of the upper bracket between LA, Vegas, Miami, and Paris, the fact that one of those teams is going to exit top 8 was like, whoa, how?
And the two teams that potentially almost worked their way through the play-in match, like Paris did that in their opening match. We were all expecting that versus Carolina. The same thing could be said for Koi versus Vancouver. But this, without question, Miami losing the way that they did, but getting bombed out top 8 as they came into this tournament as the number 2 seed is 100% not was on my bingo card today.
Nah, not at all. I don't think many people would have predicted that, but it's a tough bracket, and you show up feeling a little loose, not able to quite lock things down. This is the stuff that happens. So a long trip back for Miami. They'll need to find a way to recover before they get the major 3 quals. But for the Bravo stream, that'll complete the day as we keep our focus with what's happening between Toronto and Riyadh on the other bracket, other broadcast rather, I should say. So from here on the Bravo stream, we say ta-ta, farewell. See you tomorrow.
I'm too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour anyone coming against me at tower. I don't cave under pressure, some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher.